Apex Online Racing is sponsored by Elgato, who created this lovely stream deck. For more information about the stream deck, the link is in the description below.
Good evening all. You join us in a very dark and dusky Bathurst for the start of what's going to be 12 hours of non-stop racing around, is it Australian? I'm going to say Australian. It's not in New Zealand, is it? It is Australia, right? It is Australia. I think it is. Yes! I'm Rage F1 and I'm joined by Arcetuthis. How are you doing this morning?
Bathurst. But yeah, fantastic to be back in.
Yep, it's good to have you. It's good to be back as a... I think it's a trio today, right? I think we've got Chinson coming up for the last 6 hours. And I think you're being brave and doing the whole 12.
Now you tell me. Can you actually just write that to my wife? I think Cardinal may be coming in for a little bit.
Okay.
But I think we're all talking and seeing how it goes. I'm actually down to drive in Tier 2 later on, so...
Are you actually? Okay. Perfect. What time are you going in the car?
Don't know.
Well, at least you're organised.
You can see how seriously Tier 2 is taken by my Nighthawks team.
Yes.
But, yes.
I remember the Nighthawks, the Northern Ireland Nighthawks, is that it?
That's the lads.
Yeah.
Except I'm not Northern Irish, but I'm honorary Celtic. So they've taken me in.
They're a good bunch of lads. They made me laugh. I don't remember where I first met the Nighthawks. But yeah. Silverstone, maybe? Something like that?
I think it was in the rain in Snetterton in the first endurance race they did.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. But no, good bunch of lads those. Chin's in the chat. He said, "Yeah, I'm here for the last 6." Yes, Bathurst is Aussie. I wasn't too sure. Is it New South Wales or is that?
That's right, New South Wales.
Right?
I was just reading, interestingly, that
Facts.
the circuit itself is actually a street circuit, technically, because there's a housing estate built around it. It's not an actual designated pure racetrack.
Is it really? Okay. Well, I don't know if we're going racing in the dark for the actual race. I know we've got a bit of practice here, and it's 4 a.m., so we are going to go through the night into morning kind of period throughout this race, if it does continue like this, which I think it will. Yes, did you manage to have a little look what happened in the Super Bowl yesterday?
I did, yeah, I did have a look at the Super Bowl, and I was surprised at how many of our competitors lost it in quali, as it says in my notes here.
Yes.
The Beaver Grease are sort of making up for that with one of the hottest times on the board this morning, just in practice after they lost it into the wall during that Super Bowl period. And interesting, I think, really, what the conversation that both you and Cardinal are having about how much the Super Bowl points are actually having an effect on the overall championship itself.
Yeah. So we had PPR in the top spot. Adam Shemielewski did the job with a 2 minute 007, I should say. Then we had Abeladze with a 2 minute 0.8. Which is just off that time, which is incredibly close. Then we had Darren King in the Dow King community. First time they've graced our screens for the Endurance Championship. They've missed the first 2 races, but hopefully he'll be back for the last 2. He was in 3rd place, and the like and subscribe team. I'm only managed 4th, but a safe 4th. Then we had the Revolution Sim Racing White, and then PCDC, who had the incident down the hill. They were last to go, incredibly quick. They're actually topping the board at the moment in free practice.
Had that wall contact, yeah.
But managed to pull it through and actually claim 6th, which is really impressive. 7th place, Revolution Sim Racing Black with Globus Nell, and then R&D Racing was Fabian, Desperate Measures, Scarlet, I think, was Alexander, I think it's Shinov, and then Beaver Grease, like you say, Grantis Caracas, putting it in the wall and not setting a time, but improving now, though, right?
Yeah, doing really well now, and they've been the pick #1 spot in terms of overall practice and best laps. We got a bit of a delay to the start, I suspect, today as well,
okay.
because we just had to have a server restart. Irks was pulling all the levers and buttons. I think there was an issue with people
hamsters in the servers again, is it?
People not joining the server in the right order, I think, the usual chestnuts. So I think everyone's just settling down now, and probably just a little bit later than anticipated in starting off.
Yeah. No, yeah, I can see admin there. First driver needs to join first. Yeah, it's been like that since day one. I don't know why it's still becoming an issue.
I went to the briefing and it was mentioned again also, but I think there's always
one, right?
Out of 40, 50 drivers, there's always one.
There is always one. Right, well, we should be going quite soon. It should have been a start at 11 o'clock, so I'm sorry for the delay. We'll get to chat in a minute. I haven't had a look yet, but I'm sure you're all here and raring to go just like we are. I thought I'd just run down the standings. Oh, we have just pinged to the start, and it is a day start. We're not a night start. Oh, that's unfortunate. Never mind. PPR in the lead currently, 285 points. Like and subscribe. Dropped a few points, I'm assuming because of that, the top 10 shootout points. 278 for them. And then we got PCDC Motorsports in third place, 249. I don't think these have updated. If they have, they're not showing anything to do with the poll.
No, I don't think they are.
They haven't, have they? How do you know how much they get for that super poll?
Oh, now you've done me in front of the
sorry.
whole universe.
I know you're Mr. Facts, so I thought I'd test you.
I hadn't got that far. I've done a bit of homework, but not all my homework, I'm sorry. Sir.
No, don't go far. I've got no homework whatsoever. I literally rolled out of bed and made a coffee. That's about it.
That's what true commentators do.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, true
it's
commentators.
Some points, Rage, confirmed.
It's some points. Good. I was going to say true commentators. I remember, I think Murray Walker said that James Hunt used to come to the comms box with 2 pints, just so he wouldn't have to get one halfway through the race.
Nice.
Now that is true commentary right there.
That's old school.
That is definitely old school. Yeah. I don't think there's been a better duo since, right? Name a better duo. Chat, I'll leave that to you. Name a better duo. Do not say Crofty and Mark. Name a better duo than Murray Walker and James Hunt in the comms box. I am ready and waiting to hear. I know this
should get controversial.
I know, right? There is a really cool team that deal with the Le Mans 24, but I'm not sure they're the official guys. They do like a radio, and they're meant to be very, very good, but I can't remember their names. But anyway, chat, that's down to you. Name a better pairing. It could be any sport. Just go for it.
I was going to say Rage and Safs, but, you know.
Oh, no. Anyway, we've got 2 minutes to go. Should we go down what's happening outside of the top 10? Because obviously we haven't seen that. Should I let you guide us through at least down to the bottom? Is it 30, 40, 43? Yeah, go on then. Off you pop.
In terms of the actual grid or in terms of the championship?
No, actual grid. Let's go down what we've got at the moment, because obviously people saw the Super Bowl.
Well, after the Super Bowl, we had Beaver Grease in 10th, but then it's WB Racing in 11th with Jordan Watson and Jay Wertz. In 12th, we've got Forza Italia PLE Racing. Shazoo Endurance in 13th. Simware Pro taking up 14th place. AKKO Racing Team are in 15th position. Beer Racing Team, great name, thank you, 16th position. Van Wall Sim Sport down in 17th. 18th is the Silver Racing Team, who I don't like the fact that they're in the Platinum group, but that's just the way it is. Banan Racing are also in Silver in 19th. H7K Racing, 20th place. Then followed up by Pace Hub. The Beaver Racing Audi Team, who are also in Silver. PCDC Motorsports, John Deere Motorsports, Ismain Merck on 24th. Rev Sports CSC International, 25th position. Victoria's Secret, great name, 26th position in the grid. 27 for Tempesto Motorsports, followed by STMP Endurance. Red and Black Racing in 29th. And Fast Team VR to round out the top 30. Must be doing all of their stuff in VR. Good luck to those guys.
Jesus.
Awful. Sub-Aliens in 31st position. Crazy Fly Racing Team A__-1 in 32. N7 Racing in 33. Brexit Boys Purple,
Whoop, whoop.
34th position, your home lads.
Yep.
35 is Team Snail Esports Endurance. Yeet Gaming, 36. Sean Clark Racing, hashtag, in 37. CSC Racing, both GOAT teams rounding out on 39th and 40th, with GOAT Team Racing 3 just pipping GOAT Team Racing 1. Crazy Philly Racing Team, a hat, double dash, comma, -2, 41. I don't know. 42, Spanco Racing. Le Mans Rensport in 43rd position. FAC in 44th. Fast VR Team A, masochists, are in 45th. URL, H3 Racing, and AKKO Racing Team Silver make up the 46th to 48th position spots.
So we've got a missing driver somewhere in there. I know also whoever should be in 39th is also missing. So yeah, we've got a couple of people not showing this afternoon. So a few teams haven't made it to the grid. But yeah, great elocution through that bottom
I'm
bottom field.
going to go on a half-hour break now, if that's okay.
Yeah, you've earned it. Alex Crawford says Keith Ewan and Julian Ryder were great as commentary pair for the MotoGP. I don't know those two, but I'm sure they were. I still can't think of better. A better duo than those two.
YouTube link or it didn't happen, I say.
Yes, Alex. YouTube link or it didn't happen.
You got to back it up.
Yeah, I need to know these facts. I'm not sure you can post links though, so good luck with that.
Okay.
Let me just see. I need to post the pit wall link into the chat and pin it, so everyone knows what's going on. Keep an eye on the start of the race. I don't want to miss it.
Everyone's just warming up now and coming up through Griffin's Bend and towards the cutting. So we've got our usual suspects lining up. Everyone taking the time to warm up those brakes, warm up those tyres, and just coming through Quarry Corner with the leaders into Repark and Frog Hollow at a pace that wouldn't be too scary. And a lot of the drivers obviously now just steeling themselves for what will be a, let's face it, marathon on a track which you can't really switch off at any point.
Nope.
You've got to be thinking all the time. And I think certainly our team, the Nighthawks in testing, we're looking at the curbs on McPhillamy Park and Solman Park, and touching those is a bit of a death sentence apparently. So that's certainly going to be one to watch there. And of course, once you've gone through that, you've got the Dipper, Skyline, Forest Elbow. So no rest at all for the mind. And I think once you finish your stint, they'll probably have to peel you out of your seat and go put you in an ice bath before your next stint happens. So this is going to be pretty intense, I feel.
Yeah, it's one of those that there is just no let up. There's no there's no easy way round. It is just non-stop and really, really tough for everyone involved. Not just you, you've got a whole team behind you. You've got spotters, you've got people helping you round. It's a team thing, this, isn't it? And it does get very, very tough for everyone. And this is probably going to be the pinnacle, isn't it? The toughest.
Yeah, and spotters are a real help, and that's what I've found when I've been doing endurance racing, is just to have somebody there with you, not necessarily doing anything, but just checking on the temperature, checking on the potential pressures of those tyres at the changeover, and just really holding your hand so you don't feel like you're alone in deep space.
Yeah, right.
Really is a big help, which makes it, I think, even more difficult with those teams that we were discussing earlier on, which just have the two drivers. And I know that our top team at the moment, PPR Esports, are down to 2, and that Like and Subscribe have been running 2 for quite a while. So again, difficult for the second driver, even when they're not driving, because they kind of have to be there to make sure that everything's going okay.
Yeah, it's a whole mix of teamwork and pressure and weeks of practice. This, especially around Bathurst, it's one of those that you really have to put time in. Just thought I'd let everyone know we can't do replays because it's such a full grid. It just crashes our broadcasting client, so we can't do any replays. So if there are any punterinos into probably turn 2, we're not going to be able to replay them. But we're about to go live for a full 12 hours round Bathurst. It's going to be hot, fast, and sweaty business. PPR are going to lead them through. We've got Abalabzi in second place. Is he going to hold on to that position, or are we going to see some absolute drama into turn 2? Hopefully they get through Hell's Corner nice and clean. It looks 2x2. Noah's Ark. It's all good. PPR under threat, though, already. From Abalabzi, doing a great run on the outside there, down the mountain straight towards Quarry. What's going to happen into turn 2, Ark?
Looks clean at the back so far. Nothing really happening in terms of danger, but a huge stream of cars coming up that initial straight.
It looked like everyone got through turn 2 nice and clean. We are watching from the leader's rear wing. Oh, there is some contact.
There's a tap there on the wall. I couldn't quite see which car that was. It was Tarragrossa, I think.
Going back through the field, it looks like everyone's got through okay. And before we come through the cutting, looks like no tears. We look good. I think there were a few people being displaced, but nothing nasty.
No major shakes so far, so far so good in terms of cleanliness.
Yep, I think we're all good. Let's just touch base as what's... hello? We don't have a leader. Apparently he says he's out of the car, but he's definitely in the car. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
We've got someone the wrong way, Macavin.
Oh, no.
Car 61 facing the wrong way, and we've got Bridport in 35 off the track, and he's just been hit.
Is that going through Skyline, I think?
That's Skyline, yeah.
Yeah, it always throws up absolute nightmares for the drivers through Skyline.
Didn't seem to be too big an incident, maybe just individual driver error and losing it out to the one side, so I don't think there's been a major shake-up so far.
I did see one of the commentary's favourites right at the back there having an incident at the entrance to Skyline. Can't remember what the Porsche team's called off the top of my head, but yeah, I think it's possibly the 96 Tattersall. Being displaced. Yes. They are right down the back now.
They hit the barrier on turn 2. That's who I saw.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame so early on. Right, we've got a battle that's pulling away now from the rest of the pack, and it consists of Darren King, Adam Chmielewski, and Abalabzi. They are all running away, and they've got a nice gap actually already from Anufrev behind. So Anufrev needs to get a move on. Not had a good start to this race. 3 seconds down from the top 3. Now this is the pivotal point, right? You can't let your competitors get ahead, especially at this point of the race. I know it's 12 hours long, but you can really have significant gains if you get it going in the first stints. And it does make it incredibly hard, especially when you don't have the traffic involved that you get later on. You can really gap your competitors, and this is what the top 3 is doing right away.
Yeah, and they're pulling away now, these top 3, and there's a significant gap between them and 4th place onwards. So really showing that they deserve to be up there in the Super Pole.
So chat's saying, surprised by the lack of Hondas here. Was it banned? No, Honda was not banned. They just haven't made a show, unfortunately. Obviously, you can't just choose the Honda for one race. The Honda's, not just for Christmas, unfortunately. You've got to have it for the whole Endurance Championship, which consists of 4 rounds. And it's quite a commitment just to have a good car for one race and then a rubbish one for the rest. So there are some Hondas in Tier 2, I might add. And they did very well yesterday in the Super Pole. Claiming 2nd place, I think, was the highest Honda. So did very, very well. Might have even got pole. Anyway. No Hondas in Tier 1, though. That's a sad day, though. Sad day for Honda. Unhappy Japanese
I think
noises.
There was an argument, I think, between the Tier 1 community and the Honda engine providers, which culminated in not a lot of Hondas being chosen on Tier 1. But I think negotiations for next season will probably see that righted.
Yep, well, I was just going to hop back a little bit further to see what's happening with Grantus Caracas, and I think Jason Dyer, which is the Revolution Simsport team, I think. Or am I getting that wrong? It is, yeah, Revolution Simsport Black. Well, what has happened to PCDC? They started in 6th place. Can you see them? I can't see them.
13. They are way back.
They have not had a very good start, have they?
They may have been involved in an incident. That's the only thing I can think of, because they're right back down.
They're going slowly down the straight as well. Sorry to interrupt you. So they might have some damage already.
They may be sticking it out until that scheduled driver stop instead of losing even more time now. Be interesting to see if they can pull themselves up from 18th and really, because a lot of the time in these races, it's your general overall average skill is where you end up, and so teams that get hit at the start of a race, they're going to pull back into a position where they most likely are supposed to be. So yeah, be interesting to see if that actually happens with them, and they're making a little bit of more of a charge now as they're overtaking the car just ahead of them, which was the number 4.
Of Mikus, yeah, number 4
Yes.
Audi. But they are getting hounded by Aronsman. That's the other... Oh God, they're going so thick and fast, I can't quite see. No, Mikus is the Beaver Grease Audi. Yeah, so the second Beaver Grease team. So Beaver Grease Audi there, they could have actually done their teammates an absolute blinder if they tried to keep them behind. There's another car off into the entrance of Skyline there. That was a McLaren. Not too sure who that was. I think it might have been Barrier. Valentin Barrier. Let's just double check whereabouts he is. No, it's not. Okay, crisis averted. Valentin is okay and still in 8th place. So that must have been a McLaren way down the pack. But yeah, desperate times for them. Julian Vanbrugh having a good day, good start, and Adam DeBille also having a very good start. Now we had a chat with Adam after, I can't remember when we chatted with Adam. I think it might have been after the race, and I praised him for being mighty fast, but just not having the not getting the luck that he requires from the pace that he has in that car. He's a tier 1/2 driver. I think he's gone down to tier 2 anyway, but he's very, very quick. And they've got the team behind them to do very, very well, Adam DeBille and co. in the Forza Italia racing car, the number 500 in 7th place. I'll be definitely cheering for that team to get a good position finish here, because they deserve one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking through the lists as well, and I can see that the Beaver Grease team are... they've pulled themselves up to 6th place, so I think they started 10th. Is that right, Rage?
Beaver Grease, yes, they would have done, yeah, because Grantus Crack has put it in the wall, so yes.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Any reason why we can't hear the cars? I think we can hear the cars okay. I mean, I'll turn them up a little bit. There we go. Let's see if I can turn them up.
Yeah, just let us know if the mic levels are okay as well. I know it's difficult to tell unless you're listening on the other end, so let us know how our voices are.
Yes, please do. I think you'll probably be a little bit louder now because I'm turning everything up. I'm just going to edit the game in the old volume mixer so we can get it up a little higher. Where are we? AC. Actually, why don't we do it the old-fashioned way, right?
So the gap at the top now, I say top, I mean the top 3 cars to 4th place is now nearly 4 seconds. But with all of those guys with about 0.3 between each of them. So that's interesting. We have a 4th car behind them. Is that somebody being lapped already? Number 33.
There we go. Just as well, chat, just to let you know why you might not be able to hear all of the cars. It's not as loud from the outside view, but if we go on board with the cars, you'll all be deafened because it does go very, very loud. If I show you now, it goes much louder. But yeah, I'm sure if you can't hear it, just pop it up a little bit. I can hear them now, but it's very quiet. Okay, not really too sure what I can do about it, to be honest. I'll try, see if we can increase the volume for you guys. I'm sorry about this. Let's pop it
So
up.
yeah, that's why I'm confused. I can see that Bridport in the number 48 Porsche has sort of inserted himself into this top 3 battle right now, and they're obviously a back marker. I think they're falling back now, so that this race can come out naturally for these top 3.
There we go. Right. Thank you, chat, for letting us know. Obviously, any other improvements, if the volume between me and Ark is not quite right, just let us know. If Ark's too loud or if I'm too loud, just let us know and I'll make some changes. Obviously, we've got 12 hours to go, so let's make it as comfortable for you guys as possible. Mm-hmm. Right, sorry, I couldn't really concentrate on what we were talking about there because I needed to make sure the levels were all okay. Yeah, anyway, Abeladze still in the lead. This race getting very spicy between the top 3. It's still kicking off at the top, and they're all right next to each other still. Look, nothing's changed.
It's like a sprint race. I mean, these guys are really going for it, not prepared to give any quarter. And it may be that the cars in 2nd and 3rd position, Chalowski and King, are just sort of biding their time, happy with the pace, happy to stay behind for now. You know, they're working together and getting ahead of the pack. And I think as long as the number 2, Abeladze, doesn't pull away too much, I think this top 3 will be happy with this start so far.
Yeah, I mean, Abeladze, he's doing a good job here, and he needs to do it for the championship, really. It's now or never. That team, I think, are in 7th place, I think, roughly around there in the whole overall championship. Did very well in Kyalami last time out. And yeah, you've got the current championship leaders behind you. Obviously, Dow King Community coming out for the first time this afternoon, so we don't necessarily know the pace, but obviously we know he's very quick anyway. So yeah, deserves to be where he is on the track. But that gap to Anafrev has opened up another couple of tenths. They are still behind and following. Grantus Caracas, whereabouts is he? A second behind Anafrev, and then Barrier a few seconds behind him. So there are gaps starting to open out in the top 10 already, which is quite surprising. But yeah, we've got a couple of races going on in the top 10 at the moment. You've got Abeladze, Chmielewski and King, and you've also got Dubiel, Vanbrugh and Dyer back there all battling out. So we might hop back to them to see what's happening as they rush down, as they start their climb up the mountain. Let's see what's going on with these boys. How do you go ahead with practice for something this long? You know, how do you start by compartmentalizing 12 hours around the mountain? Because it's so tough, right?
I mean, I think you literally have to take it sort of a lap at a time, and you got to remember these guys are good for a reason. I think they're barely out of their sim rigs and spend a lot of time practicing and indeed loving the game and the sport. So for them, this is something that they aspire to and enjoy. And I think that's, if you do enjoy it, then practicing and the racecraft itself comes naturally to them. And hopefully they've got massive grins on their faces as they're going around, whereas I just tend to grimace when I've got an endurance race to do, because I think at the back of my mind I don't want to let my team down. It's all very well stacking it into a wall when you're in a championship as a solo driver, but that whole team behind you and trying to carry it for them can add that extra pressure. But these boys are well used to that, I'm sure. Yeah, it does bring a little added edge of difficulty to endurance racing, knowing that you've got a whole team of guys that have put in hours of practice to get you where you are, and it can all be taken away just by one silly little move that we might possibly see in a minute. Oh, Vanbrugh looking for a move on the outside of Adam Dubiel, going down towards, I think it's, whereabouts are we there? I think it's the chase, isn't it, for Murray's? Yeah. Couldn't work out where we were on the track. Yeah, we're just coming through the final corner. So there might be a position here for Vanbrugh to get, if he can work out what's going on in front of him with Adam. I think that Bentley's probably a little bit quicker than the Ferrari down the straight, so we might see a move going into turn 2 here for the 251 and the 500 car. Vanbrugh gets a good drive. He's in the slipstream now. We might see something here. Oh, Adam's in the middle of the track. I don't think Vanbrug's going to have enough of a run. He is up the inside. Oh, there's a touch. Oh, Dubiel losing traction there with that touch and a lot of spin. I mean, his race isn't over, but it's a big chunk of time to lose.
That's a penalty coming, I think, for Vanbrugh and co. Yeah, that was a bit silly. But, he laid it on the line. He said, I'm having the inside. He didn't dive. He put himself there, and he made Adam know that he was going for the inside. Adam should have known to stop the car going that speed on the inside like that. If he's already committed, there was no way that the 2x2 were going to go through there, especially as Adam closed the door on the apex. It might even be no further action, but obviously the incident was caused by Vanbrugh, and it was obviously him following, and Adam has suffered the loss of 2 positions. So, yeah, I think obviously the 500 team would be screaming at the stewards to get something sorted there. Yeah,
it seems to me pretty racy as incidents goes, but I'd have to look back at it. It all happened so quickly. But yeah, I think potentially a technical infringement there by Vanbrugh.
Maybe a 5-second would probably suit that punishment, possibly. Who knows? Well, I'm not a steward.
We'll keep an eye out on the Race Central and see what comes of that.
Yep. Right, well, the top 3 still hotting up. Adam looking for a move up the inside of Abeladze, but no such luck. There is a lot of weaving going on from that Bentley to try and get past the Aston Martin ahead.
Some real traffic now as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're right indeed. They've just started to meet some of these people who have not had the best of luck at the start of this race. So yeah, this is what I was talking about at the beginning. You've got that free time to run away, and they've gained 4 seconds from Anavrev. But now they're in the traffic. It's all going to start to even out, and you can lose 4 seconds up the mountain easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And these cars at the back are in the back for a reason, and they're more likely to be making mistakes, especially when put under pressure with blue flags flashing up on their screens. So tricky times.
Yeah, this is really going to be testing, actually. It's the first time we've met blue flags properly, especially along train. I know, obviously, they've just got past the 96, I think, Porsche, who's struggling a little bit after that incident in the first lap. But, yeah, this is a real test now for not just the guys running around, but the people they're going to start overtaking. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an opportunistic move from one of these guys following when we get into a blue flag moment. Hopefully, it comes towards the end of the Conrod, but you never know. It could happen at the S's. Is that the PCDC car all the way back there?
Yeah, just looking now.
Just having a look through the list. It is, yeah. It is. They are all the way at the back. They've had an absolute shocker. They're almost a lap down already.
They were 18th when we last looked, I believe.
Maybe they came in and did a pit.
They must have done that. And I think for everyone from 39th back to 43rd must have had pit incidents to be able to be this far back. I think their lap time is 3:19, so that's definitely a pit.
Yeah. Cardinal saying, "Oh no, the top order has changed." It definitely has. We didn't see absolute disasters into turn 2 like we were talking about, Cardinal, but we definitely saw some rumbles in the jungle in the back of the pack. And yeah, big news here. PCDC Motorsports 37th place. They've had some damage going through the first couple of laps, and they've pulled it in, I think, and they've changed out some bits and pieces. But I'm watching from this view here on board Hyla's car, because you're going to see the top 3 navigate a bit of traffic for the first time, so might get to see a little bit of a view of how they deal with that going up the mountain, because it's going to come soon. I think that's a Goat Racing car maybe at the back there. Yeah, getting flashed already by Abalabzi. It's going to happen.
Yeah, if I was the Hyla car, I'd probably panic and park up the side of the road. I don't want to be any part of this. He should be saying to himself.
I think we got some news from the chat. PCDC team had contact between 2 cars and misunderstanding and got some damage. So yeah, that can happen up the mountain though. Little misunderstandings trying to get past people, like we might have here. I think the blue flags have just helped through, and the top 3 have they've started to navigate some traffic. Now, how does Hyla deal with this? You know, obviously a front-running car. He's got the pace, and he's going to have to yield to blue flags very soon. This is dire straits for this team. Big points were on offer today. They're not gonna get the best of that. Obviously, we've got 12 hours to go. They have got the opportunity to get back. PCDC have definitely got the pace, I think, to get back to the top 10 if they can just turn it round. They're off strategy now, though, so maybe they can do something different. Yeah,
maybe they can just play with this strategy and come up with some fabulous endurance-style undercut or something like that. I mean, they've got no other choice. That's what they've got to do.
Yep. So, sorry guys, I'm going to keep it in this view for a little bit, because I think it's great. You can see the top 3 slowly get onto the back of Hyla. It's going to take a little while, because I think Hyla's probably solved the damage issue, but God, if they keep doing that, that's not going to help. Off onto the grass through the final corner. Yeah.
Just seeing a drive-through for car 96 with Tattersall driving back in 35th place.
Yeah.
If you remember, they spun off on...
It's that Porsche, isn't it? Purple one.
They spun off on one of those initial straights at the top of the hill, and they'd already hit pretty hard on turn 2 in the barrier. So I think they must have hit somebody with that spin and caused a bit of an incident there. So drive-through for them.
Yeah, not a very good start to the race for those guys, unfortunately. PCDC though is looks like they're catching the car in front, so that's good news for them at least. Let's see what's happening with this little gaggle of cars. Okay. Vanbrugh. Oh yeah, we did see him get past because he had the touch with Andy Bill, who's not really got back to where he was before. Excuse me, struggling. I think 10th place for him. He was in 7th. After that little incident with Vanbrugh earlier on, but yeah, the gaps are opening up a little bit in the mid-pack too. It's this top race that's going on right now that we really need to focus on. I think it's still pretty. Oh my God, how do you deal with the pressure? You got
Oh, he's hit the barriers on the way down the hill in the S's there, the PCDC Motorsports car. So yeah, he was pushing so well coming up to the car in front, driven by Gosling. And that's allowed the actual top 3 to come in a bit nearer. So not really done any favours there. I mean, this is the sort of position that you might have thought you'd be in, but just not a lap down. as part of the PCDC team. So, yeah, these guys are perhaps a bit desperate to unwind themselves from being a lap down, and it'd be a tricky overtake if there is one for the lead cars.
Yeah. No, chat have actually said something very wise. They should probably think about tucking themselves into the back of that pack of the trio and just running with them. That way they can probably go through the traffic with them as well.
I was just about to say that, absolutely.
Yeah. The problem is, you might come up to a position which is higher than yours, and then you overtake them, and then you're blue flagged. So, I mean, they've got the pace to definitely run away. So it's probably to their benefit to maybe do that, especially now they've had a little tap on the wall. They'll be losing a little bit of front downforce. So I think it's only a matter of time before this front pack comes through. But it's gonna be tough for Abalabsi to where to make the move, because Hyla's not going to want to move out the way, really. Getting the blue flags now.
It's not an easy track to overtake without hitting a barrier either. So, yeah, I agree completely. I think if the PCDC team can just tuck in behind, race now not on the red limit, but let's just say the amber limit, so that these guys do come through slowly by themselves. So you're still gaining time on the majority of the pack, and then tucking in behind seems like a good strategy.
Yeah, I think it's the only thing that's gonna work for them. The only way they're going to be able to make their way through the grid. Yeah, we'll see. They are really motoring though on the entrance to the S's. Really, really quick from Hyla. We're on board at the moment as we watch the top three get closer and closer to the 13 car. It's I think going to be a matter of time before they work him out. But it's getting tough. Let's maybe jump on board with Adam Chemielewski, see how he's coping with this pressure of trying to get past Abalabsi, who I must say is doing a very good job of holding fast. As PCDC having to navigate an Audi there, managing to do it with impeccable timing, not hanging around at all. You can tell the class there of that car, just absolutely munching a blue flag. Well, technically it's not blue flag for him, he's unlapping himself, but still, no holds barred, just straight up the inside. Thank you very much, I'm not going to wait behind you, I'm on a march, I need to get back up to the top.
And good news from the middle of the table,
yes,
middle of the race I should say, is the Brexit boys have moved up from their 34th qualifying position into 24th.
They are, yes, you're quite right, actually.
Gained 10 places, so a good outing for them so far today.
Yeah, Tommy Schett's in the car, mighty fast. I think he had an overall time in the silver split, I think, of about 9th, which was, well, maybe a bit higher. He was very quick on the timing sheets. Could have easily been in the top 10 shootout in tier 2. So yeah, very fast boys. So they've got the fast driver in at the moment. So yeah, hopefully they can make their way up the pack. Not too sure where they started, actually. I'll let them get on with this one, really. I haven't really bothered them, so I don't know where they started. Last time I looked, I think they were, towards the back end, but yeah, not too sure where they finished them out. I know half the team, one of the drivers has been a bit under the weather, so hasn't been able to put in the practice that he needs, but I know once he gets in the car, he'll be up to speed within an hour or so anyway, so it's just a matter of time. Anyway, Chemielewski's still trying. I think it's just going to come down to who makes a mistake, especially through this little section.
Yeah, and we've seen mistakes already with these top drivers, especially in the Super Pole.
Yeah.
And we've seen PCDC certainly have mistakes. They might not have been in this situation because of a mistake, but it just goes to show that when you're trying to unlap yourself and really push it, that, well, it's very early to be doing that in a 12-hour race, to be putting yourself under such pressure. And that can lead to errors. Yeah,
it definitely can. Looks like that 96 car's done their drive-through. They're all sorted.
Good to get out of the way. Yeah,
it's that's the worst thing you can get at the beginning of a race. They must have been off the track so many times to get the drive through in the first half an hour. Definitely not the fastest way around. Never mind. I think it's a matter of time before PPR work out this little conundrum that they've got in front of them here. Darren King, I think he's slowly starting to feel the pace of these two guys in front. Just slowly dipping off, but still in touch. But you know, if there's an incident, he'll be straight up the back. But yeah, I think the pace is starting to take toll as Adam looking for a move. He's chosen the outside, which is incredibly brave. They're 2 by 2 down into turn 2. The Aston's going to have the inside line. Hard on the brakes for PPR Esports. And they have taken the lead, I think. No, they're coming back at them. The Aston Martin fighting up towards the cutting. It's happening already.
Wow. Wow, and there was very gentlemanly conduct there. Gave each other space, let the cars do the talking. Great to see.
Yeah, really, really good. But look what it's done to that gap that I was just talking about with Darren King. As soon as you see some action, he'll be right up behind them, and exactly that he was.
Up there like a rabbit.
Yeah, literally like a stabbed rat. Anyway, I had my crystal ball out again, Chin. I managed to work out what was going to happen, and it did happen. There you go. Anyway. Darren King is he's literally just eyeing up a meal in front of him. He's rubbing his hands together in the opportunity of a little bit of a fight here. It could come at any time, so he's got to stay alert because these guys are going toe to toe. Look how close they are going down the mountain. Oh, Abeladze must be. He's literally 95% water now. He must be sliding all over the place. He doesn't even need to have to get off his seat when he's done out of this stint. He's literally just going to have to slip off and slither off to the toilet.
He needs to be hosed down after this, and the seat, and the whole rig.
Yeah, just burn it. Just burn it all.
Just throw it out. Can we talk about
yes.
Team 22 Revolution Sim Racing White? Is it just me, or are they in last place?
Oh, Abeladze on the grass! Oh, and that's a terrible shame. The chase has claimed a victim. Abeladze's lost 2 positions.
Oh, pushed it too much.
Darren King looking for that opportunity. Look, round the outside. PPR under attack here. He's Abeladze then just dipped a tyre. Just got a little bit of understeer, and that caused that massive issue for them. And there you go. It's let PPR up into the top spot. And oh my goodness, they're going to run away now.
I mean, they're still in touch, but yeah, that's not where they want to be. A little bit of a gap there between him and King sensing chaos, looking, flashing lights as they come up through turn 2.
We will go back to that car you're talking about in a minute, but it's
fine.
Far too spicy what's going on at the moment. Let's have a look. Sorry, so it was car number
22. It's the Revolution Sim Racing White team who did qualify in 5th.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Look at the stories down the lists, you see, Rage, and hang on a minute. What's that? Are they at the back?
They are, yeah. They are right at the back. I think they've got Harrison Graffam, which is a little bit further out. Goat Racing 1. But yeah, no, you're right. One of the top 10 boys at the back, Revolution Sim Racing White. That is even worse day in the office than we've got with the number 13 car, the PCDC that we're talking about. So yeah, desperate times.
In 33rd at the moment as well, the PCD car. And I can't remember if that's them doing better. I think they were down in 38th, 39th previously, so maybe pulling forward a little bit.
Going back up to this top 10 fight, looks like Adam has actually pulled half a second on Darren King already. So I told you, as soon as they're going to get released, that's it. It's going to be very tough for Abeladze to hold on. He might be able to actually attack Darren King. I think he might have a little bit more pace, but you could tell that Adam was being held so much by the number 2, Aston Martin. But hey, you know, we've got some traffic coming up. If Darren King can stay in touch, then he might have an opportunity to maybe pop a move on. But I think we'll probably have the same situation we saw where we just got a bottle stop with an Aston Martin holding up a Bentley, which I think is probably what's happened. But still, this top 3 showing their class.
So where do you stand on Aston's versus Bentley's, Rage?
Bentley's is so much better, right?
I mean, specifically for Mount Panorama, you think that they're the go-to car if you're not in a Honda?
I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I know the Bentley's good. It's just a good all-round car. It's just very dependable. Harsh defending there from Darren King.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Astons fighting it out, and the Bentley doesn't care. They're ahead. Yeah.
But no, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I mean, we had a very Aston-heavy top 10, as we saw in the top 10 shootout. Obviously, we've got no Hondas in this tier. Yeah, I mean, if it was me and I had to choose, Bentley all the way, to be honest.
Yeah, I drove one around Silverstone with part of an endurance team as well, and it's very forgiving. And you don't feel like you're slower because of that forgiveness of the car. And, of course, Black Gold saw as well, making the Bentley famous. The Boatley across many courses.
I mean, you just flow over the bumps like they're peasants, right? You're in a Bentley,
yeah,
so you know they just munch. They munch everything, whether it's corners, whether it's bumps, it's very hard to upset a Bentley. So yeah, it's just got that. I've heard as well in real life, right? It's the lightest GT3 car.
You wouldn't think it, would you?
I know, right? But it is. It's the lightest GT3 car. It's just rather large. It's rather large.
It's big, but it's full of air.
Yes, it's like you know those little kind of polystyrene puffy things that you get in your boxes. You know, that's what they're like. It's just full of air. It's just air, hope, and dreams, and yeah.
And petrol.
And petrol.
And that's it.
Yeah. And maybe a false sense of entitlement because you're running around in a Bentley.
Well, yes.
Of course, as you kind of scythe your way through the peasants. Julian Vanbrugh has made some moves. It's got past, I think, Valentine Barrier. Is it Valentine? Valentine? Yes, it is Valentine Barrier. I'm getting my people confused there. Yes, got past some of the other cars. Also got past JJ Wirtz and the Porker Scratchings. That's a cool name. Porker Scratchings Porsche. Yeah, and then obviously Jason Dye, Adam Dubill. A little bit further back. I wonder when when the first little kind of slap on the wrist is going to come through. The stewards are probably examining things as we speak. That
drive-through we saw earlier must have been pretty clear-cut for them to work on that so quickly.
Oh, look, I got my ball out again. Not that, my crystal ball. Minton's got himself a 20-second penalty. So they are on it already. Victoria's Secret with the first penalty on the board. Shall we have a look why? Let's see why they've been slapped on the wrists. Let's see what's going on in race control. There we go. Okay. Oh god, a lot of scrolling to do.
Yeah, I just realised I haven't looked at it for quite a while.
Okay, so this is today. Yes, Tier 1. Inquiry. Cars involving cars 13, 22 and 911.
That's PCDC.
20 seconds time penalty for car number 13 for causing a collisions, plus 2 licence points. So that's probably what happened, I think, maybe lap 1 or so.
That's what's destroyed Revolution Sim Racing with white and put them all the way back to
okay. So that's what happened. So yeah, 13, 22 and 911. So you say that's Revolution and also that...
911's like and subscribe, so it's a pretty
that's a
hot name incident.
Oh yeah, that is. That's a big incident, that one. You're right. Okay, next one, 55 and 180. That's a 20-second time penalty for the car 55. So that's the one we're watching right now, Dan Minton, for causing a collision, 2 licence points. So there we go.
It's a bit of a mid-tier incident.
Mid-tier. Like. Well, that first one though, 13, 22 and 911.
That's the real story.
That is the real story. So yeah, 13 is the PCDC. Then you've got right down the back. Where are they now? 22, Dominic Goltz. Who's 911? That's like and subscribe. You said, right?
Like and subscribe, yeah.
Whereabouts
so
are they?
They've come out least worst of it because they're in 5th.
Yeah, they must have just got the tail end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meat Snacks coming through the field. You can see them there with the brilliant livery. It's probably my favourite, that one. Chin loves that.
He does.
Livery.
He's always posting that in the chat.
Loves it. Meat Snacks. Absolutely loves it. Anyway, Grantis Caracas. This guy really lit the... oh god, I'm going to really annoy people now. Is it Lithuanian? I'm pretty sure it's Lithuanian. Lithuanian team, the Beaver Grease Racing. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But anyway, 4th place. Doing very well. 5 seconds off the pace. Managed to get past Anafrev, because Anafrev, if you remember, was in 4th. So we might see a charge, actually, from this team. I wouldn't be surprised if he can get onto the back of Abalabsi and King within a little bit of time. Let's have a look at their times. Best time from Grantis Caracas is a 2-minute 1.5, and the best time from Darren King is a 2-minute 1.7. So, yeah, 0.2 faster, roughly. Just generally, last lap for Grantis was a 2-minute 1.6, and Darren King was a 2-minute 1.9. So he is making moves, and it's towards the top end. So watch this space for the number 12.
Nobody under 2 minutes 1 in the race so far, but we may see that come down a bit with the fuel goes down.
Yeah. I mean, it's the track's. It's 6 a.m. It's cold, and the cars are heavy. So yeah. When the sun kind of heats up the track a bit more, we'll probably start going.
The sun rises in the background.
There we go. It will do. Yeah, so what time did we start?
Oh, it seems like hours ago, but it was...
Must have been 6 a.m., right? Roughly around that time. Yeah, we're getting to the end of the first
Yeah,
hour.
almost exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, we've already had scenes. Darren King looks like he's actually getting quite close to the back of Adam Chmielewski. I take it all back. Darren King is a threat by the looks of things.
He's having a look there, just into turn 2. And again, decides to bide his time a little. But lads, they're not really figuring in this tussle just yet, but obviously looking for an opportunity. I'd think sitting back, waiting for some sort of incident or touch where he can reclaim that position that he lost by dipping his toe earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be careful. His team are obviously, I would have thought, telling them about the pace of Grantus behind. Only 4 and a bit seconds behind, and if he's about 2 or 3 tenths quicker, it's only going to take 10 or so laps, and he's going to be really close. Obviously, it's a long old lap, so yeah. But anything can happen, you have an instant, have a dodgy lap, and he just munches up that time. So you've got to be careful, got to watch behind a little bit. Abalabsi can't get, rest on his laurels, because, yeah, they're fighting for good points here. We've got some more blue flags coming up here, Ark. What's going to happen? Oh,
that's
God.
going to throw some spanners in.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right, but we'll see. Can't quite make out what car that is, actually, that we're following. They never did get past PCDC, right?
No, I don't believe they did. Interesting to see where they are right now.
I think they're just going through the chase, so they actually managed to get a little bit of a speed on. They must be coming through Murray's now. Yeah, so they're
just coming into the last corner.
Shows the pace, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I guess that's the other option that they could have been looking for instead of tucking in. Really surge ahead.
Yeah.
They're doing 2 minutes 1 flat, so that's a cracking pace for today. I think is that the fastest?
That's the fastest. Yeah. Hyler was by far the quickest driver in the week's qualifying, and easily, if he didn't hit that wall, he would have started on the front spot. He is an absolutely insane driver round Mount Panorama. I remember actually PCDC telling us that that driver was very special around this track, and he's not disappointed. It's just a shame that they've had the incident that cost them time. They are. We've got some opportunity here with blue flags. Darren King taking the mickey a little bit, trying to go round the outside of PPR, but not happening. Adam Chmielewski is doing a great job holding on, but yeah, we've got a little bit of blue flag coming up.
It's interestingly as well, looking at the Revolution Sim Racing White, they're way down at the back, as we discussed before, being part of that incident, but they're lapping at 2 minutes 1.5, and people around them are way over 2s, way over 2 minutes 3s, so you can see that they're not meant to be down there, and maybe they can pull themselves out of the muck, as it were, no offence to anyone else down that end, and pull themselves a bit further up, but I think any meaningful points are not happening for them today. It's
always hard to be back there and have to work your way through, cars around you that are slower. It is tough. If you're off pace and right at the very back, this GTR really needs to get out of the way now, because he's causing all sorts of issues for Adam Chmielewski. Just lift off the accelerator slightly, chap, and let them pass, because we're coming down to the chase through the Conrod. You really shouldn't be racing these boys. Blue flags are in force here, and he could be causing an upset.
A bit wide there now.
Oh goodness. He does do the right thing finally, but that's actually cost the top 3 a little bit of time. But yeah, that's not the fastest way around there. Never mind.
And looking back at PCDC as well, I was just seeing how they were doing, and they have a lot of space in front and behind them as well. So they're able to get that sort of head down now, and no wonder they're getting those sort of 2 minutes 1 flat when
they've
there's
got
nobody
lots
else pushing
of space,
you.
though. Yeah, they're on their own.
They can time trial it for a bit.
Yeah, well, they were, I think, last time we touched base with them, they were either, I think, 33rd, 34th. They've just managed to munch all of those guys around them.
Yeah.
And they're right up there. Well, look, they've got 20 seconds they need to make up because of their penalty that they've been given. So not only have they been penalised on the track, they're going to be penalised in the pits. So, yeah, desperate times for the PCDC. I think they just got to make the best of a bad situation today. Shall we have a look what's going in Silver Split? Because we haven't really moved past.
We haven't really given them the love, have we?
No, we haven't. Who is currently leading Silver? Let's have a little look. I need to go up the bits and pieces. Vince van Merville, I think, is currently leading Silver Split. So, like we were saying in the Super Pole, we've technically got 3 races on today in this one split, 6 overall if you take in Tier 2, because you've got the Platinum cars, the Silver cars, and also the Bronze.
I think the bronze are
oh, huge crash! It's Vanbrugh! Oh no, Shazoo involved in a big crash going up the mountain there. I think I saw Adam DeBeal also involved in that.
Yep, he was involved.
Oh, that's not good for Dyer. I think that was Dyer in the car. Or was it No, it was Vanbrugh. It is still Vanbrugh. Getting involved in an incident there. Not too sure who caused that, but yeah, well, that's definitely got Vince van Verwild a good couple of places there. Banana Racing definitely doing very well out of that, because they're going.
Oh, and Witzak has hit the wall going down the S's, and nasty incident there. Car 101. That's the
Philip Witzak, yeah, Silver Racing Team, Euro Wash, apparently. There you go. Oh god, they got a lot of damage on that car. No,
they hit that pretty freaking hard.
Yeah, they're actually holding up some cars behind, because that I don't think that's for position anymore. Adam needs to get past.
No, and DeBeal is obviously raging at this point because they're caught up in that incident just a few moments earlier in those first few turns.
That little incident, look, got Vince van Merveld up to 7th place. He's a silver split car. He's inside the top 10 quite considerably now because of that little crash that went on at the beginning of the mountain. So yeah, silver split for Vince van Merveld and Banana Racing. Doing pretty good. Second place though is I think it's Nels. Let's have a look whereabouts they are. They are 14th place. Max Nels, and I think that is HK7 Racing. They did very well actually last time out. But yeah, 14th place.
And then we got Mikus there just behind them in Beaver Grease number 2, the Audi team.
Yeah.
So they're bringing up 4th in silver positions. Yeah, I was just about to say that the bronze tier drivers are probably outside your door right now with their pitchforks after your slating of them during the qualification session.
I was only kidding.
You withdrew it very quickly.
I did. A little bit of shade for the bronze guys. No, they're the reserves, aren't they? Unfortunately, didn't get a place. But yeah, and then so what's going on past then? We've got Robin Moe. I think that's N7, isn't it? And then Jakob Tarasik in P16. I think one of the only Lexuses. One Lexus. I don't know what you call. What's the plural of Lexus?
Well, Alan Partridge would say Lexi.
Yeah, I do remember that sketch actually. Lexi. Do you drive a Lexus? Yes.
Japanese Mercedes.
It is. Not a massive fan of Alan Partridge. Do you like him?
We can't be friends now.
I always thought it was a bit contrived. No, it's okay. I find it a bit odd because I don't...
Walk it back, Rage. Walk it back.
I don't like Steve Coogan, really. But I like Alan Partridge as a character. Do you get what I mean?
I'll accept that.
It's a bit like I'm not a massive fan of Rowan Atkinson, but I like Mr. Bean.
Yes. Prefer Blackadder type Rowan Atkinson to Mr. Bean.
Oh, but I don't know.
He's a gifted comedic actor. Loves cars as well.
Chin says I'm doing well with name pronunciation today. Thank you very much. I'm trying my best.
Doing very well with Rage. It's just being in the right place at the right time for incidents. So any drivers out there, any teams, if Rage puts the camera on you, you need to look around you because something's going to happen.
I have actually had a couple of crystal ball moments already, Chin. It's happened already.
Several.
Oh dear, never mind. But yeah, I'm on board at the moment with my boy Tommy Schetz. What's the fastest time he's done this afternoon so far? A 2:02.2. He did a 2:02.5 last time. He's getting onto the back of the 760 car, currently in 17th place, and I think top 5-ish, maybe. No, I think he's 6th in Silver Split. Doing well then, Brexit boys. Good to see. I'm sure we'll get a chat with some of those guys. They like to help me out. And come and have a little conversation. Oh, we've got movement at the top. Darren King has displaced Adam Chevalewski. Oh, we missed that. Abeladze is right on the hills. Oh, is that Adam going sideways? Oh, I think we're missing out on an absolute crazy battle here. Put that damn crystal ball away. I'll try. Put it in the drawer. Yeet it out the window.
Caracas not really making any inroads at the moment into... We knew they were going fast, but not really making any inroads into this top 3. Still more or less 5 seconds back. Yeah,
it was about 4.7 or so earlier on. It's about the same, isn't it? 4.9. So there we go. I was saying that it's going to come down, but maybe he's just not had some good laps. But he has had some traffic, obviously, because we've seen it with the top pack. So maybe that's just hindering him slightly.
So Darren King hasn't had clear space in front of him all race.
No, you're right.
He finds himself with that opportunity now, however many laps in we are. So it'd be interesting to see if he does have the pace overall of Jelaski.
I would love to watch Darren King now. If you want to watch what's happening from a Darren King point of view, just search Dow King on YouTube and you'll be able to see him live. I'm sure he's racing live. Obviously, huge part of the esports scene. This guy, he's loved across the board. He's got a huge following. So obviously, if you want to see what's happening from an onboard point of view, then just search Dow King YouTube. You'll find him straight away. Obviously, keep
sending our viewers away.
Keep us up at the same time, but show some love to Darren King. I always found that he has his steering wheel so close to his body. He's got almost a steering wheel in his nose when he's
kind of what you're supposed to do, isn't it?
Battling away. It's so close to him, but he's always so precise with it. I think the funniest video I remember of his community put up, he just yeeted someone at turn 1 in Monza, and then a couple of laps later he goes, "Why have I got a penalty?" Just Darren King doing Darren King things, yelling over the top of his steering wheel as he drives it like an old lady driving a Nissan Micra. Yeah, exactly that. So much love though. He's a great community behind him, and yeah, great driver. Look, running away with the lead of AOR's endurance. Gap now. Yeah, doing well. Getting up to 0.5 of a second, which wasn't like that the other way around when Chlowski was in the lead. So yeah, interesting to see. It's a damn shame that we haven't got Jardier taking part this season, because Darren King versus Jardier was really fun to watch. The two bigger community streamers on YouTube for ACC. They regularly do take part in AOR's community events, but I think Jardier is taking part in a slightly different organisation for his endurance this season at least. I'm sure he'll be back. But it always did put up really good racing between the two, because obviously two YouTube personalities going head to head always gives a good chat, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't that the incident? Wasn't that Donington? Yeah, Donny. They went toe to toe for a bit. You lost it at the end of the race. Yeah, I think they went toe to toe with Donny. But yeah, I'm not sure we actually got the fight that we wanted. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure if we continue with AOR, it will happen at some point. But yeah. Darren King flying the YouTube flag himself this time. Settling into a bit of a procession now. No real overtaking opportunities for the top three. And, little respectable gap of about 0.3, 0.4 between each of them. And I'm just going to see what their lap times are in this, and if they're still carrying further away from Karekas, which they are ever so slightly. Just a bit, yeah. Anafrev's getting close as well. That could be the more the one to watch as well, crystal ball wise. Once we see the Anafrev split coming down a little bit, it'd be interesting to see if they can make a move on Karekas, because they're clearly losing time. Is it because they're not a top 3 standard, or is it because they're having a bit of trouble, or these guys are just doing so well? I think these guys are just pulling themselves along. They're obviously in a very tight little group, and they're dragging themselves down the straight. Not too sure what or who Grantis has got around him. So yeah, I think he's literally just struggling. I think on the pace of these guys, they are doing so well, and they're pulling each other along. Yeah, not too sure. He should have the pace in him. Obviously, all of this pace is going to swap around, and we might have a slightly faster car or a slightly slower car. After the first hour, because they're going to change drivers. Some of them might double stint, as you say. But yeah, not too sure. What would you do? Top 3 drivers at the moment. Do you keep them in? I think I would. I think you keep them going as long as you can. Put a body feedback catheter into them and keep them out there. They may struggle a bit whilst you're doing the catheter, but I think overall you're going to gain time. Yeah. You can just see them actually in the back of the picture there, Grantis and Vasily Anafrev. I got news from chat. Simonis says Anafrev has damage. He got rear-ended in the last corner, lap 1. Okay. In that case, he's doing brilliantly. Yeah, it really is. And I'm assuming when he comes in and changes that bit of bodywork, he will be back on pace. So yeah, don't discount. So probably doing the right thing, staying out there with the damage, a little bit off the pace, but not enough for any major bleeding. Yeah. Nerd says, thanks for reminding me to sub to Dowking. Yeah, definitely. If you haven't subbed to Dowking, guys, go over there and sub to him because he's hilarious. And he gets really good racing content, especially ACC stuff, if that's what you like watching. I think he does other bits and pieces, but yeah, just a great community all round, and a funny personality too. But yeah, obviously go and
Watch
do
them.
Yes.
Mash that like button for
yeah, why not?
AOR.
Why not? I never shout about it. I never say subscribe to AOR.
It just occurred to me just now.
Yeah, well, just do it, guys. If you haven't already, hit the like and subscribe, and the little bell thingy too, if you like. I would
Actually send our link out like a virus to everybody. You know,
yes,
let's pump those numbers.
Just give it to the Chinese, all right? Just give it to the Chinese, and they'll just literally they'll run with it. Either
Spread
that,
it around.
The Indians love YouTube, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. We can, we want to go global.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the middle of the night, but people should be up and watching AOR for the excellent commentary and racecraft on display.
Exactly.
So send it to your grandmother. She may not have been into esports ever, but maybe this will be what turns her.
Exactly. She can pass it round to the local knitting team, and we'll have a team of grannies before you know it.
And if you're in a pub right now, just get them to put it on the big screen in the pub.
It's 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock on a Saturday. I mean, obviously Weatherspoons will have us on.
Oh, God. Can you imagine?
Just looking at the inquiries board.
Yes.
Inquiry happening with 778 and 666 due to an incident.
I'll roll down, see if I can find what that is.
And 330 and 7... Oh, these are tier 2s.
Oh.
I'll just climb back into my little...
Get back in the box.
I've been really proactive then, and it's a completely different race.
No, it's all good, don't you worry. I wonder how tier 2's getting on. Who's leading at the moment? Can you see anything to do with tier 2?
I can't see anything to do with tier 2 because I have 6 windows open and I daren't touch any of them.
No, don't. Just don't touch a thing. All right, well, we've still got a really good race going on. I'm very surprised. I'm not, actually, because I know how fast he is. He's still ahead, Darren King. He's not pulling gap, but he's holding. And obviously you got pressure now. You got pressure from Adam. Now, obviously we had news yesterday from Adam that obviously Black Gold saw not taking part in this race because, controller things, Bathurst, not really ideal. Didn't want to put it in the wall and ruin some of these guys. I think the S's is somewhat impossible on a controller. So yeah.
Is that the reason we had?
That is the reason why he's not here. Yeah.
Wow.
It's just impossible.
He's a person who respects his craft so much that you can identify that. So that's interesting.
Yep. Oh, we do have a move. PPR round the inside. Oh, Dowking holding on through the chase. Nicely done there. Oh, I think this is only going to be a matter of time here. Well, Adam works out Dowking ahead.
Is it that higher top speed there for Adam coming down that straight, which is his best opportunity, and perhaps at the end of this straight even, where he's able to make those moves, and not so much in the corners, but once the Bentley is able to build up that speed, especially coming out of some of those turns and catapulting himself up the straight.
Problem is, the Aston's got such good drive off the corner. Look at Darren just weaving left and right, trying to break the toe. He knows what's going to happen. Adam doesn't want to weave too much, but Darren's got to be a bit careful. He can't weave too much because it would be seen as a little bit cheaty doodle.
I think it was a little message there just to the car behind to say, yeah, I know.
I know you're there, and I know what you're trying to steal from me, and it's my punching through the air in front, and I don't want you to. So go away. As Max Verstappen says, okay, say hi. If he does that anymore, weaving on the straight is a no-no, especially excessive. But yeah, I think he'll get away with that. Did you watch last time's Outs Grand Prix?
I missed it, actually. It was in weird times, and I followed it.
Okay.
But I missed the actual race itself.
It was a cracker. An absolute cracker. Do you follow F1 generally?
I do follow F1 generally, a bit more casually than perhaps the major fan. But I have Sky Sports, so I think I'll use it. And my father-in-law is a big Verstappen fan.
Oh God! I just died inside. Oh, okay, he's Dutch. I'll let him off.
He's Dutch, so he's allowed. I bought him a Verstappen orange shirt for Christmas when we go and visit. So yeah, he loves it so much that when you watch it with him, it's much more of a pleasure to watch when someone's really into it.
Yeah.
I don't really not really a big Hamilton fan. I was kind of going with Red Bull this year.
Yeah, I was an early doors Hamilton fan. I liked the Hamilton-McLaren duo of Hamilton and Jenson. I thought that was just
back in the Brawn days. Yeah.
Well, when Jenson Button and Hamilton were together, it was just good. I liked it, and especially Hamilton on the back foot. It was always good fun to watch. But yeah, not been as a fan of Hamilton. I secretly am as a fan of him in the Mercedes days.
He's one of the greatest drivers of all time, and he's British, and it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's part of me who's a Hamilton fan.
I feel he gets a bad rap.
Yeah, I would agree. Jenson Button, I always thought seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things there that Lewis doesn't help himself out with. I have seen chat, by the way. We will do it, but I can't take my eyes off this race that we've got at the top three at the moment, because I don't want to miss something that's going to decide something very pivotal.
On 101, I remember that they crashed at the top. I think it was just coming out of Skyline, and that's when I yelped. Jasper Van Ruyten in the Bentley had a nasty spill, so I don't know if they've gone in and had that repaired. I think they must have. They whacked it so hard that they must have actually.
Is this the 101?
Yeah, the 101. So yeah, they're down in 32nd. If that answers your question.
Dear. Okay. Are they? Yes.
I where they were before.
Yeah, I can see Ratsiek. Yeah. There we go.
They started 18th, so it's on par, not going very well.
Yeah, they had a big shunt,
bogey.
didn't they? Big shunt going through the S's, and they were up with Vanbrugh and co. So they were inside the top 10. But yeah, unfortunately, they've had to pit, and they put themselves all the way back in 32nd. So that's what's happened, Nowicki. Welcome, actually, to the chat. I seem to remember your name. I think we've shouted about you before in AOR. But there you go, that's what's happening with 111. Connor, can we see further down the grid? Yes, we can. But I really do want to see what's happening with this fight. It's not very often in an endurance race you get a top 3 run like this. We will go down the grid, I promise, but I don't want to miss what's happening up here, because it's, this doesn't happen very often, guys, especially with championship contenders. But we will go down. Car 11, that's fine. We'll have a little look in a second. Car 11, Andy Vandervelde, is currently in 25th place, as Abeladze looking for a move on Adam. Oh god, it's almost every other lap, isn't it? Oh, nice and easy. He sees the blue flagged car there, and actually I think he actually jumps out of it. Let's see what's happening with Andy Vandervelde. Van Wall Simsport. Oh yeah, not having a good afternoon. Van Wall Simsport, normally right up there, but yeah, down in 25th.
Yeah, and there's a few other teams still not where they should be. Revolution Sim Racing White as well. Car 22 all the way back down in 40th place. I don't know if they've had another incident. I do seem to remember them climbing a bit further up out of that, so they may have had another issue.
They were down with Harrison Graffam at one point, so I think, no, just the one issue, actually.
But a big enough issue, nonetheless.
Hot fuzz memes there. Just the one, actually. Anyway, he's in 40th place. Yeah, but the problem is he's not making moves to get past people, which is this is a frustrating thing. He's caught back there around cars that's just slowing him down. What was the last lap time he did? Yeah, 2:03. Look, and he's potentially got a 2:01 in him. So yeah, not. We know he's
do a 2:01 not so long ago, I noticed.
Yeah, 2:01.6 is his fastest, but yeah, no, he's being held and slowed, unfortunately. But yeah, no, one of those that's not getting the business done back there. Let's just see what's happening with PCDC.
Yeah, looking at them now, 27th.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting there. It's going to be a long old run, and then all of this.
They've got a penalty.
Yeah, that's what happened.
They haven't taken it yet.
No, well, they'll take it on the first pit, which we should be seeing quite soon, within the next 5 minutes.
That's
Obviously,
true.
that stint timer ticking down. No, they got an incident. They got a penalty for the lap 1 incident. So they were.
I didn't see that applied.
Yeah, number 13. I think they hit Meat Snacks, Vasily Anafrev. And I think Dominic Goltz, the one that we were just talking about in P40, that was the big incident with the big boys. So yeah, Hyler was the one who got the penalty. Yes,
earlier on, and had forgotten in the space of 5 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah. The Russians are here. I will check your boy. Don't worry. I can understand what you're saying there. It's Vasily Anarev you want. He is in 5th place with damage. He will be making his way through the grid. But don't worry, guys. Like I said, we will go through the grid in a minute. I just want to focus on what's happening up ahead. Darren King has got a little gap. He is making his way around a little bit quicker. I think Adam and Abalabzi are getting a little bit tied up with each other a little bit here.
So thoughts, Rage, on pit strategy for these guys? Because are they swapping out? Are they swapping out drivers? I mean, they've got to come in.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I would probably keep your driver in. Yeah, keep your driver in. And if you're following, obviously do the undercut. So, you know, Abaladze, come in, don't change your driver, repair any damage that you got, and just get straight back out there. I think the undercut's probably quite good here, because it's going to put you into, hopefully, some clear air, or the chance of clear air further down the pack, right?
Hopefully.
What would you do?
It depends what position I'm in. I think, much like you say, perhaps third, fourth place, I'd look at pitting as soon as you can, perhaps blinking first, but you want to keep your stints as close to the hour mark or just over as possible. I'm not quite sure what the stint limiter is. Is it an hour and 5 minutes?
Yeah, 65.
65. So, yeah, really anywhere in that sort of 60 to 65 minutes, perhaps the earlier part of the 61st minute to come in if you're a bit further behind, especially if you're Anafrev.
He's done it. Abaladze, crystal ball, go away. He's in. What can I say? I mean, maybe they're listening. I've got no idea at this point.
That's 62 minutes in that's occurred.
Yeah.
So,
right.
what you were saying?
I mean, he has no other option but do this now. He needs to get past the cars that he was chasing. It's going to put him off strategy slightly, though. It was a little early. Where could he have come in? Because if they do one more, it's 2 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be close, you know, for those guys who've gone round. This is the undercut. If you do it everyone's going to be in next lap. They just will, because you won't, because it's 2 minutes, isn't it, to get round, and you can't risk that stint timer. Especially if you have an incident, it could be 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the undercut strat. Has he stayed in the car? He has stayed in the car. So there you go. Another one strikes. We're coming out. Let's see if he gets himself out into a little bit of free air. He's got free air ahead of him because you can't see anyone coming across the start-finish line at the moment. So this could be a blinder here from Abaladze. Coming out here, I can hear a car coming up behind. But no, he's got a lovely bit of clear air alert. Really good time to come in and pull the pit. That's done wonders. Is it barrier up ahead? No, it's not. I think he's got some traffic in between, but still. Good shout for the pit there.
Yes, we've got a few more people in now. The pits are really starting to sort of light up. I've got 5, 6, 7 cars in the pits now. Nobody really who's contending at the moment.
I mean, you don't have a very big pit window here. You can't push your luck because what's going on, you know, because it's such a big lap. So what's it, 57? Oh, gee, it's close, man. Like, you could do another one. No, Darren King decides not. He comes in, so does Adam. So both the top guys are in. Yeah, very, very interesting. Because you can't make it round again. It's just impossible. Yeah, everyone will be in this lap. No one else will be pushing their luck. Unless they want a penalty, that is.
I wonder if these guys have any damage that they might get repaired. We could see a switch here in the pits.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Well, you know, what do you do? You're so close, and if you've only got a couple of seconds damage, do you keep it, you know, for another... Look how close they are on the pit box as well.
I know.
Whew. We'll stay with these guys quickly, just while they do their splashes and many dashes. I would be very surprised if they change drivers here. You want to keep that momentum, keep that pace.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how the driver's feeling. I mean, you know, just speaking personally, from a personal point of view, are they able to stay in the car? Are they doing okay? Are they struggling? Are they dehydrated? I mean, you know, those factors that we can't see could come in as well.
Get that boy some milk. Oh, Darren King, very quickly out.
He's gone very quickly there.
Yeah, Chemanuski obviously had a bit of damage. They have swapped driver. They have. Yeah, we got Bentley Nils is in the car.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a tier 1 joke, by the way. We had, I think at one point we had 3 Nils, so I had to just name them after what car they were in. And I think, yeah, Bentley Nils is part of the PPR team. So, yeah, that's why I called him Bentley Nils. I'm not going to say the whole name. It's just too much. Anyway, Bentley Nils jumps in to that number 1 Bentley. And he's chasing Darren King, who's got himself a nice little buffer now. Look, 4 seconds. Woo, he's pulled a blinder.
That's gone very well for them.
Yeah, yeah. Where is Abaladze?
They are in 3rd position at the moment.
3 seconds behind Bentley Nils. So it didn't work out by the looks of things. You can see them in the background there, and they're being chased by, look who's chasing them, Grantis Caracas.
Yeah, just half a second behind and sniffing.
Yeah. And, okay, right, we've got a changeover in the 911. Anantov. Okay, that's a new name. Who do we normally have in that car? It's normally Vasily Anafrev and Soldatov, right? But now we've got Anantov, not heard of Kirill before, or Kirill Anatov? Kirill Antonov. Right, I'm trying. Okay, Antonov.
Part of the squad. I mean, we've got Soldatov is part of this race.
Is he? Okay. Well, they've that's new.
They've added something in.
Yes. Now that is very interesting, right? Because PPR are running a 2-man team this afternoon. And with like and subscribe running a 3-man, they normally run a 2-man, because we were saying this in the chat actually before in the Super Bowl. How do you deal with it? So yeah, looks like and subscribe have dealt with it by getting another driver.
I think more significant than ever with a 12-hour race as well. 6 hour probably doesn't make much difference if there's 2 versus 3, but for a 12-hour race, I think that there's definitely an advantage to having that extra driver. I'm
surprised that PPR didn't get Luke Whitehead in. I'm really surprised they didn't. Use their pool of drivers that they've got at their disposal. They've got plenty of drivers they could have pulled through to help them.
Maybe contract negotiations, stalling, and
possibly. Who knows? I might pop Life Story Luke a quick PM and see why he's not driving. He hasn't actually showed his head through the whole endurance. I'm very surprised. As soon as I saw PPR putting a team together, I thought we were going to get an absolute wonder team. Luke Whitehead, Black Gold Saw, Bentley Nils. I hadn't at that point heard of Adam, but yeah, he's definitely been a welcome addition to PPR.
Well, they're doing all right.
Yep, definitely. Right, well, let's see what's going on. Now we've got a little bit of space. This is what I was waiting for. Obviously, we had very close driving between these top 3 before. It has opened up slightly. We've got a little bit of a race going on between Grantis Caracas and Abaladze, but we will just put that on ice briefly while we have a look back down the grid. Andy van der Velde is in the pits, coming in with Van Wall Simsport, getting that done. They were up to 9th at one point, but now they've had to come in and they are dropping down again. Sem Smeets is in the car for Banan Racing. Look how fast that car is.
Leading the silver at the moment as well.
Leading a silver split and in 8th place. I think we need the Nerf hammer, guys. Let's get it out and let's give them a little boop on the head and put them up to platinum, because that is ridiculous.
You've done them now.
Nerf them, please. Please, Heiko, I'm sending you smoke signals. Get out the little Nerf hammer. They need to be in platinum. They are incredibly quick. Anyway, let's see what's going on a little bit further down. I think I was
interested in Team 13, which is, of course, the PCDC Motorsports, and wondering why they hadn't come in, and then I realised they must have had to come in early because of damage. So they're kind of out of kilter with their driver swaps, and they're still carrying that 20 seconds. So the strategy out the window after that.
Yeah, they're off strategy, and yeah, they got some more damage coming their way a little bit later, unfortunately. Yeah, they're chasing, I think, Shazoo at that point. That's Nazarov in the 251. Not seen Nazarov so far, I don't think. Dmitry Nazarov. So yeah, welcome addition. I've not. Maybe he raced around last time. I can't remember the name. But yeah, Hyler looking for a move. I don't think that's probably going to stay that way for too much longer. A lot of damage on the side of the Shazoo car. They've obviously decided not to get the fixing done in the pits and keep their position.
Not been that bad.
Yeah, it must have only been a second or so. So they've decided not to do anything about it. Interestingly enough, we've got Tommy Schetz up into, I think, 4th place overall in class for silver for the Brexit boys. Really good pace that Tommy's managed to show since he's got out of traffic. 2:02 low is the fastest lap. He's getting onto the back of Gang there. That is full position, actually, we're watching.
Bit of a shout out as well to the FACC team who qualified in 44th and are all the way up into 20th position right now.
Zamora, is that? In the Bentley?
It is.
I see Zamora and I always think of Bobby Zamora.
So, I don't know if they're the top bronze, but I think it's a pretty good shout that they are.
It's Diego Zamora in 20th place, doing very well. I think let's have a little look whereabouts they are. Where are we? Boom. There we go. Bullet Racing. Boom. They are, I think, a late entry as a reserve team. I think that is going to consist of Diego Zamora, and you'll have Jean-Paul, I think, will be in the other car. Let's just have a look.
Jean-Paul Ribeiro.
Yeah, Jean-Paul will be in the other car. Now, I only know that because they were recently taking part in the Brexit Boys teams, but made other arrangements just because of
they
numbers.
Left the Brexit team. The
yes,
irony is thick.
I know, right? The Europeans left the Brexit team. So they've.
That's how it feels.
I know, right? They've joined in a reserve team, which is obviously doing very well, 20th place, and they probably will be coming up to the team they were in before, because they are only a couple of places up the road. So that'll be interesting if that heats up. Controversial.
So they're drivers of the day so far by my measurement, which is always where you were in the grid as to where you finish or are right now. So yeah, it's a leap of 24 places.
Watch chat saying, "Go on, Watson, lad. We finally put a Porsche in a respectable position." Whereabouts is Watson? I can't find him on the grid. Whereabouts is he?
Oh, he's 174 WB Racing.
There he is. Yes, yes. Porker Scratchings. Jordan Watson. There we go.
Yeah, 6th, doing very nicely.
Yeah. Porsche obviously goes quite well around here. It's a twisty one, isn't it? So, not many Porsches up there, actually. How many Porsches we got? We've got one. In the top 20. I know, obviously, we've got that other Porsche, the 96. And I think we've got a 40-something Porsche somewhere. But yeah, the highest scoring Porsche at the moment is coming up to the lowest scoring Porsche on the track. Not for position, though. Yeah, very respectable, that. 6th place. Doing well.
So not a lot of change up at the top, although I have just seen Caracas has just slipped into 3rd.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it's got past Abeladze. You're right. I mean, that was a long time coming, I think, really. We shouted about that a couple of, almost an hour ago. We said Grantis was doing very well. Obviously got a very good pit. And, yeah, done it on pace on the track.
So he's 3 seconds behind Van der Kokelt. So interesting to see if that comes down, that gap between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I think he's got it in him. I think he's been struggling at the latter end of that stint, but he's got new tyres now, so maybe he was just suffering maybe with a bit of damage, who knows. He was off pace, I think, really, for how fast that car should be going, so I reckon that 3 minute will come down slightly, because Grantis is a very fast driver.
Beaver Grease currently in 4th right now, and of course not really showing in the position for pole because of that incident they had during the qualifying Super Pole session. So re-establishing themselves in this race right now after that disappointment. Yep,
doing well. Let's stay with Grantis. He's actually really gapped Abeladze. Oh, there's a car sideways. Oh, goodness gracious! And Abeladze takes the liberties there, taking the position back. That was a little bit cheeky. Did we have any contact? That's the main thing. Did Grantis manage to keep it away from that spun car? I can't see any damage on the front. I think he's all right.
It was more of a shock than anything else that might have lost him some time. Yeah, interesting to see what happened in that, quite frankly, horrendous-looking spill out of the back of Forrest's elbow, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It was right. Yeah, maybe the dipper right at the very end, turn 17, 18, I think. Maybe it was Forrest elbow. I'm not too sure, but it was around that area, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's lots of chat going on. Cheer for us, please.
I was interested to see what the chat had thought, if anyone, it was a while ago now, of the 1322-911 incident in which car 13 had the actual penalty. Well, I'm guessing it was car 13, which is the PC DC Motorsports team, were responsible, but we didn't see that. So it's just to know what anyone's thoughts in chat were about what happened there.
Well, I think one of their cronies came in, and I use that as a polite way. Said that there was an incident or misunderstanding between two cars, and unfortunately there was contact.
That was too polite a description. I wanted a more blood and gristle type description of what's going on.
Blood and gristle.
Misunderstanding, it will not cut it as a description, I'm sorry.
Let's see. I can't find it now. There was at least, I think, a misunderstanding. It was quite nicely said between a few cars that cost PCDC such a huge amount of time and also gave them the penalty. I'm sure it was deserved, who knows. Anyway, Caracas, we do have damage, but not too much, happily. Okay. And I'm right in saying it's the Lithuanian team, right? Please do scold me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they are the Lithuanian group. I got it wrong last time, and I thought it was Estonian, and I was quickly scolded.
Please confirm, Binaku, that you are the Lithuanian team.
Yeah, I think they are Lithuanian, Beaver Grease. I got a funny feeling it's Lithuanian, that flag. Shall I Google?
I'm working in Lithuania at the moment. I'm not actually in it.
I was going to say, that's very strange if you're in Lithuania right now.
It's lovely here in the Baltic.
Oh, funny. Whereabouts are they, Lithuania? It's not one of those...
Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia form three parts of the Baltic states,
They do.
which are former Eastern European countries,
Next
along
to
with the
Belarus.
non-contiguous part of Russia known as Kaliningrad.
Oh, look at you. Oh, brilliant. So that's the Eastern Front, right? Lithuanian, Belarus, Poland, the old USSR states, I'm assuming, all been cut down.
Yeah, Lithuanian confirmed by Binaku.
It was, okay, right. I do actually know a few Estonians. I know the Estonians are very fast drivers. The Polish, also very fast drivers.
Very close to Finland, though, isn't it? It's that sort of area where there's driving in the blood.
I guess so, yeah. You know, it's that area where you've got nothing else to do, right? It's so snowy and so cold, you might as well just get in the car and see what happens.
All you've got to do is just tear it up, and it's warm in the car, so
yeah.
You may as well.
Well, at least it's warm in the car.
Yeah, it's warm in the car. Let's go 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get that heater going, right? You need to get it going as soon as possible. That's why they're so fast. It's nothing.
Get heat in the engine, isn't it?
Yeah, so they need to get the heater matrix warmed up, so they drive like absolute maniacs. That's why. There's no other reason apart from they need to warm up the car.
Rage.
The Baltic Rage. That's exactly why. I think we've just worked something out. That's why those Scandinavians and Baltic drivers are so quick, right?
So do we have any more representation from the Baltic states? I'd like to hear from someone in Kaliningrad, definitely.
I know.
Or Estonia or Lithuania.
I think
or Finland.
I'm 90% sure there will definitely be people from Finland and Estonia. I would put money on it that there's a Finnish person taking part. Like I say, I know plenty of Estonian and Finnish drivers in esports. So yeah, and I know obviously there's a whole Polish team. So we know that for sure. So yeah, it's good to have a Lithuanian shout actually, because when did you ever hear the Lithuanians coming strong? It's not like, have they got a good football team? Can you, are they really?
You have to ask.
Are they good at bobsleigh? I've got no idea. What does Lithuania bring Europe? This is what I want to know.
I think they must be strong in winter sports.
I'm gonna just maybe they're good at
generalisation. Maybe
they're good at hockey. I've got no idea. I want to know what's the national sport of Lithuania. All right.
Well, I'm gonna have to Google it now. So.
I want chat to find out. Come on, the national sport.
They've gone dark, Rage. They've gone dark. They've not latched onto this Baltic chat like I hoped they would.
Wow. Okay. It's not what you think.
Is it like basketball?
It is basketball, apparently.
Yeah.
Why?
I think Estonia is very big in basketball. Like they're sort of unworldly high up in the world rankings of basketball. And I think all those countries probably have the same sort of cultural thing around basketball.
Okay, they're the 37th ranking football national team as well.
That's pretty good.
Basketball and football, I'm assuming. Why not? Yeah, very strange. Anyway, yeah, basketball. Chat, I got it already. You know, basketball and vodka, I'm going to say.
I did look up all the national sports of all the countries in the world the other day for fun, but I can't remember what one now.
Who does that? Who goes, you know what, for fun, I'm going to find out all of the national sports of the world.
It's really interesting.
Is it?
It is really interesting, because some of them are just completely bizarre, like you wouldn't expect them to be.
Oh, that caught me off guard.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. I mean, the national sport of Iran, for example, is wrestling. Like, not WWE wrestling, because that really wouldn't fit culturally.
Oh no, I know the Iranians are good at wrestling, as in like
Yeah.
Olympic wrestling, right?
Yeah, as in sort of like old-style Greco-Roman sort of stuff, I think.
They're also very good at Olympic martial arts, so like I can't think of what it's called, like Taekwondo and stuff like that. There's a very good Iranian foray into that, judo,
You'll
stuff like
never
that.
guess what the national sport of Poland is, and it's relevant to this event.
Is it motorsport?
It is a motorsport.
Rally?
Motorcycle speedway.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Oh, funny. Basketball, one of the best in the world, apparently, Lithuanian basketball teams.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's some Lithuanian players in the NBA? I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of ex-sort of Soviet USSR type players, I think, or from those countries, rather.
Oh, at least maybe their dads were, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure if they were part of the old USSR team, I'm sure they're not playing anymore. Unless they got some super soldier juice in them, right?
Exactly. And there's plenty of that going around.
Yep. Right, that was...
I'm lost in a world of national sports now.
Very, very off topic. Right, national sport of... let's think of a country. National sport of... Andorra.
I don't think they're listed on this list.
Oh, come on!
Andorra is a wee country.
Okay, Luxembourg.
Nestled in the Pyrenees. Well, Luxembourg's not much better.
I'm trying to make it easier for you.
Make it harder for me.
Switzerland.
National sport of San Marino, you'd be asking next.
That's football.
I don't know.
That'd be football. 100%. Yeah. What did I say? Switzerland.
Oh my god, the national sport of Turkey is oil wrestling.
What?
It's only available on certain websites.
Shut up.
It is.
Oil wrestling.
Oil wrestling.
Oh,
If you hover over oil wrestling, it shows a little picture of people wrestling in oil.
No way. I don't want to Google it.
Darling, what are you Googling? I thought you were commentating. Why are you looking at oil wrestling?
Why are you looking at Turkish oil wrestling? I'm not sure. Do you reckon it's because they're so good at those Turkish massages? It's not much more of a crossover.
Well, if a customer doesn't pay, then it turns into oil wrestling.
Turns into the oil wrestle. I reckon there's lots of ex-oil wrestlers that go into the massage business.
Yeah, I think we're going to draw a line under the national sport conversation.
I think so. It did bring me a chuckle, I'm not going to lie. Through that whole time, we've been watching a battle between Caracas and Abeladze.
Oh, I forgot about those guys, sorry.
Yeah, no, I forgot about the race that's in front of us. But yeah, that was a good conversation. What about Liechtenstein? Is that even a country? I thought
Liechtenstein, yes.
Is it a country?
Near Belgium.
Okay.
I want to answer your question.
I don't know, darts. I've got no idea. National sport of Liechtenstein.
Not a lot of people play darts apart from the British. The British and the Dutch are really into it, aren't they?
The Dutch are into
it. Kind of it.
You're right. There's lots of Dutch in the darts. Whatchamacallit? I can't remember what it's called. It's a very niche sport, isn't it?
Boring. It's football.
Is it football? Oh, boring.
I want to know what the national sport of Morocco is now. Not Morocco, sorry. Monaco.
Monaco? Probably football again, no?
It's gambling.
It's actually baccarat.
Oh, it's football again.
Yeah,
Boring.
I told you, football. Football is boring, you know.
I need to know what Andorra is now.
Find out. We need to know these things. Well, anyway.
Well, it's actually rugby, weirdly.
What's that, sorry? Andorra.
The sport of Andorra is rugby. I
Well,
thought it would be football.
I mean, they're hardy people if they're in, you know, if it's a small little country.
They are sort of like Basque, Catalan type sensibilities there. So the Basque do like rugby. So kind of makes sense.
Aren't they on like the border of Spain and France?
Yeah, Pyrenees. Yeah.
So I guess French they do have quite a good history of rugby.
Yeah, only in the south as well in France. It's weird because south of France, rugby is a big sport. It may as well be the national sport of south of France. Whereas the northern part of France, it's all about football. But where's the national rugby stadium in France?
No idea.
It's in Paris.
Oh.
So everybody who likes rugby has to travel up
all
from,
the way.
Montpellier and the south coast
Oh.
to there. So it's kind of weird. I always thought that was quite funny how the national rugby stadium is miles away from where people actually like rugby.
Oh, it's just typical French, that though, isn't it? They just make life difficult for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm only joking, of course. The French are lovely. Right, so we're going through Skyline now. We've still got some battlings going on between third and fourth. We've got blue flags though. Ooh, tensions are high. Let's jump on board with Grantus, see what he's managing to do to get past. We've got some debris on the front of that windshield now as we've cracked in to at least an hour and a half of this race. It's a long one. We've got 12 to go. Well, 10 and a half to go. 12 old hours round Bathurst. It is a feat. But yeah, we've got blue flags in force here. A couple of drivers not getting out of the way. Oh goodness, I think is that Grapham in front. Goat Racing managing to move out the way. Oh, there's a dive for Grantus. Oh, that's a tough place to do it. Look at Darren King though. He's managed to keep it up there.
He has.
4 seconds he's pulled.
Yeah, bit of space there. He's coming up to a bit of blue flaggage himself with Mendes and Aresman. I'm not quite sure where those guys are in terms of the overall race, but yeah, they're going to have to give way. Right,
so Grantus has finally done it. He's finally worked out his nearest competitor, and he's got past after that calamitous event that happened in the S's earlier on that forced him to lose the position. He's made good of the situation. He's back into third place, but he's got a good old gap of 6 seconds to get up to Bentley Neals. So it has hurt him, but he's managed to work it out and get past. 6 seconds, it's not impossible at this stage. It's just a little bit harder.
We're starting to get a true representation now of the PCDC Motorsports team. They've had their pit, it looks like, and they've kept their driver in Hyler. And yes, that penalty's gone, and they're now in 24th. So with a clear conscience, they're very close to a back marker at the minute, or it's probably for position actually. Yes, it is ZTEC 737. It's for position. So they're chasing them down, and they're, I imagine, hoping to make a charge into the top 20 at the moment. Yeah,
they are. Yeah, that looks like almost like a Scooby-Doo-ish paint scheme, doesn't it? With Bartos SciTech, yeah.
It does, it's the Mystery Machine.
It is the Mystery Machine. I don't think they mean to be the Mystery Machine. They probably don't even know what that is.
They are
now. Tempesto, is it the team? But yeah, they are now the honorary Mystery Machine.
Yeah, I think Tempesto had a lot of trouble with, well, let's just say crashing lap 1. I think that was that team.
Round goes Hyler.
So yeah, neatly done in the end.
So yeah, you're right. That's the pace now. 24th place. That's where they are with the penalties all sorted out. So
that's their true position currently. So yeah, Grapham up next, and I think that's also no, it's not for position.
Oh, definitely not. Grapham is I think actually in 41. Yeah, and almost...
so it's a good 10 seconds between them and the next position. So we'll keep an eye on that 9.8 and see how that goes. I'm weirdly obsessed with the PCDC team, so I'll be keeping an eye.
Well, some news then, just from the back of the pack. Goat Racing really not having a good afternoon. Both their cars, or at least 2 of their cars, they got I think 3 in this split. Goat Racing number 1, which is got Harrison Grapham in at the moment. I think that is also Erskabel's car, I think he races in Goat Racing 1. And Daniel van der Linde and Haiku, I think, are in the other one. Fizimon, I think, joins them too. They are in 40 and 41 place. Oh, that's a tough one to take. One of few Porsches, right at the very back. Goat Racing.
I mean, they did qualify around there, 40th for Hertz.
Look at the car.
Guys.
It's just absolutely beaten.
Do you think they just did that when frustration when it came into the pit, or was damage out on the track?
Well, both of them are absolutely shagged, if you will. The front end of the 999 McLaren has got the bonnet up, and yeah, Daniel van der Linde's just got every single panel is scratched to hell. I'm sure if we go on board, the bonnet will be moving.
A while. I did notice that earlier on.
Yeah, bonnet's lifting too, so that's definitely some front end damage as well. Yeah, you can see him squirreling out and into the corner. That is a horrible car to drive right now. He'll be looking for the pit.
Around here in the best of times as well.
Oh, okay, we've got a stop and go for the number 10. Not too sure. That looks like a game-given stop and go for beer racing. That's Pascal Alex. Got himself a stop and go. So that will probably be speeding in the pit lane, I would have thought. Looks like he's
checking the stewards board. Nothing on for Tier 1 at the moment. Although it looks like all hell has broken loose at Tier 2.
Oh, God.
Good grief, what happened here? Many penalties. I wonder how my Nighthawks colleagues are getting on.
Have a little check. See how they're doing. Right, I'm going to have a little look to see what's going on in the silver split. Right, we do have some pace kind of coming out now. We've got Sem Smeets, obviously. Sem the alien. He is running away at the moment. Can't remember who is in that car with him. I think it's Vince van Mervelde in the Banana Racing. Like I said, we need the Nerf hammer with this one and boop them on the head because they are very quick. P8 for them at the moment and leading the silver split. They're actually leading the 25 of Nell away, which if you remember from the last race, they were actually also in silver split, but they got promoted to platinum, and they're currently running around in 9th. In 10th then is Nazarov. That's the Shazoo car you can just see going past now. And then second place in silver is Jan Gang in the H7K car. There you go. Just going past the screen now. Lovely paint scheme on that Bentley. And we've got Tommy Schetz, third place, doing very well in the Brexit Boys team. They've managed to jump themselves up into a podium position this afternoon. Tommy is on fire. A 2:02 low was their fastest lap. And they're currently running around in 2:02 mids at the moment. So good pace. And they're actually in front of the 500 of Adam DeBeal and co. I think they've got Lucien in the car at the moment, who's lapping around pretty quick as well. So I think Lucien and Tommy Schetz will be coming together quite soon. Probably not to Tommy's favourable position, but never mind. We'll see. We'll keep an eye. What have we got going on a little bit further down? Beaver Grease.
Yeah, just looking at Goat Racing 1 with our colleague Ertzkel. He's they're in last place now. Nasty spill through the S's and back part of the course. A lot of hits and damages. This McLaren is pretty much undrivable right now. Yeah,
that's the 999, isn't it? Grafham's currently in the car. Yeah, no, the front end looked absolutely ruined.
But they seem to be stacking it through the back every lap, so I'm not sure why they're not coming in.
There has been some big news, though. I did actually see this a minute ago, but completely forgot because we were talking about the grid. Dominic Goltz and I think it's the Revolution Sim Sport something or the other, white or black or whatever it is, that involved in that incident on lap 1, they are out. I think it's
22.
Yes, 22 car, Dominic Goltz. I think they are Revolution something, Sim Sport, something like that. Let's have a look.
Revolution Sim Sport, Sim Racing White.
That's it, yes. They are 6th in the championship and they are out. Goodbye.
They were at the back for so long and they've never got off the back foot this whole race. And
yeah, they've decided to call it a day.
I can't really blame them.
Yeah. Well, no points for them this time out. That's going to put them down into probably outside the top 10 of the championship's order when this all works itself out. But yeah, I'm mightily impressed by Dawkins' performance at the moment. He's definitely a standout driver for me. Absolutely running away, which is exactly what he wants. He's got 3.5 seconds from Bentley Nils behind. That is actually coming down slightly. What's happening between Grantis Caracas? That's actually opened up slightly. It was 4 seconds or so. It's now 7. So yeah, not too sure what's happening there. Antonov hasn't made any moves up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's right. I was just looking at, just really the big winners out of the fact that Revolution Sim Racing White have withdrawn the Silver Racing team, and who are just behind them with only 1 point in the championships at 188 versus 189. And then Vanwall Sim Sport were 3 points ahead of Revolution Sim Racing White. So both of those teams just staying out there are, putting the hammer down on Revolution Sim Racing White with that withdrawal.
Yeah, it's never good to see a team go bye-bye. But yeah, I think it's probably a good decision. You've got 12 hours you've got to commit to this, and obviously if you're at the back with no chance of scoring any points, you've got to question whether it's worth continuing. But I guess someone is always going to finish last, unfortunately, because that is racing, right?
Yes, you just don't expect it necessarily of the people who started 5th on the grid.
Yeah. No, it is a shame. We're watching at the moment the 911, one of the cars that was involved in that incident, lap 1, with the 13 and also the 22, which is now finished and gone. But he's up into 5th place. And I can never say it. Antonov? Why not? Antonov. Yes. Why not? I can say Abeladze quite well.
I was talking on mute like an idiot.
It's alright.
Yeah, Antonov.
Antonov, yeah.
Like the aeroplane.
Yeah, is that an Antonov?
There used to be.
Is that the big thing?
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm such a geek, Jesus.
I'm more worried about your knowledge of national sports, to be honest.
Well, that was pure internet, but yeah, I had looked it up before. And then there was that time I went on holiday and thought I'd learn every national flag. Because it's good to know these things for quizzes and stuff, right?
I guess so, yes. Well done, Rage. You got it right the first time. Thank you. I did like to just double check my workings before I gave up.
And give you that boost.
The Antonov 225, apparently. Oh, tap for Banan Racing. Oh, and almost a spin back there. That was a back marker that got in the way there. That is definitely not good cricket. Anyway, I don't think that's helped them out. That's given Nazarov a run round the outside. That was the 98 Porsche getting in the way. I think it's 98 Porsche. Let's have a look. No, it's not that one. Sorry. Elevator music, please.
As you're doing that, a little bit of a battle going on for 8th and 9th with Nazarov, who's platinum, in the 251, which is the talk slowly whilst reading the list of cars.
Right. It's the Vanwall and Banan.
Shazoo, yes.
Or was it? Sorry, yes, you're right.
Shazoo is 251, but we've got 448, which is the top silver Banan Racing, yes, as you say. And they're knocking on the door, so not content with being silver, and Rage's top pick for a banhammer. Not banhammer, a nerf hammer.
Yeah, a nerf boop. Yes, you've got Nazarov, Smeets, Gang you can see in the back there, and Vanwall Simsport I think is just out of place there.
What does undercut your argument, though, is that teams 871 and 88, who are also silver, are in 10th and 11th currently as well, so there's a little pocket of silver play going on just at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah. Sem Smeets and I think it's Vince Van Merville, they are incredibly fast. They probably deserve to be where they are. I'm joking. But yeah, no, they have just had the rub of the green, I think. They're just doing very well this race. But where is Vanwall Simsport, just generally? They're number 11. Oh, they're 27th. It's Dennis Latz in the car. So no wonder they're fast. They need to start unlapping themselves. That's why they're trying to get past Banan. But they're up against a pretty tough opponent in that car.
Brexit boys as well in 11th place.
Yeah, 11th and 3rd overall, doing very well. We won't talk about that, though, because I don't want to curse them.
Yes, we'll leave them alone to just get on with their things.
We'll run away, actually, yeah. The double E in Smeets is pronounced like an English A.
Schmartz.
Right, you just made it worse for me. I'm just going to call him Sem. Sem Smeets?
That's even harder to remember.
Is it Sem Smeets, then?
Schmartz.
Schmarts? Sem Smarts?
Sam Schmatz.
I like Sem Smeets. It's better. I mean, you say it's pronounced like an A in English. It's not, because it's pronounced in an E in English, because that's English, right?
I see. See what you've done there.
It's like you don't come round here and start ordering Jaguars. Do you? It always reminds me of Clarkson saying the American cars. Was it Hyundai? Jaguar?
Jaguar.
Mitsubishi?
My Jaguar is made of aluminum.
Exactly. Mitsubishi, Hyundai, Jaguar. Smates,
Nissan is
I
the one
think.
that gets me, the American translation.
Nissan.
Your Nissan dealership.
Got a Nissan. Yeah.
We all know it's pronounced Datsun.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's Smates, I think it's pronounced. JSR says. Yeah, but it's a Dutch name. Okay.
It's pronounced however the commentator says
it's pronounced. Yes, actually, well done. Sem Smates. Well, I'm going to call him Smeets. He's now Smeets for me. Sem Smeets.
Keeps it simple.
It does. Sem Smates is how it's pronounced. Well, not how it's spelt, actually. Right, 9th place and currently leading the silver split, so doing very well. He's actually, is that Gang behind him? It is Gang behind him. Old Jan Gang. He's doing very well, actually.
Yeah, and I'm sure that was more than a second a while ago. So under pressure, Schmatz from Gang.
Don't you give in.
Sorry. I thought momentarily about where I was going to go with it.
Don't you give in. Kick me to the fire.
Ben Smeets there, holding off Gang.
He is. This is going to be, I think, probably one of those it's going to happen at some point scenarios for Sem Smeets. It's going to happen. I've been calling him Sem Smeets for the best part of a year, so I'm going to continue. Oh, Jan Gang at the inside. Sorry to interrupt you. They're going toe-to-toe, going down towards the chase, and Gang gets it done. I think Sem's got some damage on that car.
Has another look. See if he can whip the place back immediately. Coming into turn 1. I think he's got the launch out of there. Ooh, and a bit too much curb. A bit of grass. That's not going to help in the run-up to the second turn.
Yeah, I think Sem's got some damage for that little incident he had with the 48 Porsche. You can just see coming across the picture now. There was an incident. I think there was an incident in the S's. Yeah, front left. I don't think you're going to be able to see it. It's definitely there. There's a bit of a scuffle.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just the front generally. Is the bonnet rumbling? No, it's not. I think it
doesn't look great at the front of that car. No.
I think it's just a little bit of damage somewhere. Can't quite get the camera angle right on it to see. And they're going so quick. There's no way the streamer will be able to see it. But trust us, there is a scuffle. Oh, yep. Yeah, the whole left side is completely scuffled up. Is that the left side or the right side? Who knows? Yeah.
Difficult to tell because the livery is a bit scuffed. It looks a bit scuffy itself, but it doesn't. It's not supposed to have that much scoring on it. I'm sure. The right side doesn't look great either.
Yeah, it's both sides. It's been in the wars.
Still doing well, but they either have net problems or they were all over the place coming through Skyline there.
Yeah, I think
maybe the downforce is being affected by all of the scufferage.
Oh, we did have a little bit of a lag situation there, so hopefully we're all good. I know we've got quite a big grid here, lots of custom liveries. It's a big old track as well, so hopefully we don't have any connection issues for any of these guys. Yeah, no, lots of damage on the right side. That the 448. I think it's going to be a matter of time before Van Moor gets past. This is good. I was going to say this is good news. This isn't good news for Sem Smeets and co.
How many times can we say Smeets in the next 10 minutes?
Because
give it a go.
You've got the 88 car coming up soon. I know it's 12 seconds away, but you know, if you're losing a second a lap, that's not long.
I thought we weren't allowed to talk about 88.
We're not, no. There's another car that's got a refresher's livery that has some drivers in that is coming up behind.
Unnamed refresher's car.
An unnamed refresher's car, the number, double 44, is somewhat, coming up behind. So you're going to have to keep your eyes out. If Sem Smeets is struggling, I think it's yeah, it's only going to be a matter of time as Vanwell does go for a move. But Sem covering off the inside. Doesn't want to lose that position, even though it's not technically a position because he's unlapping himself. But he doesn't want to lose sight of the guys ahead, I think, really.
Just news from the front. There's no news from the front.
Okay.
Dal King still around 5 seconds ahead.
Okay. All quiet then on the front.
So as you were, good bit of space in front of the Dal King team. Dal King, some back markers, but it seems pretty thin in front of him. So keeping his head down probably now and just going for it until the next switch over.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be coming soon. Vanwell getting all on the curb there into Skyline. That was not the fastest way through there. He's obviously a bit frantic trying to get past Sem. Not happening, though. Anyway, what have we got going on around? Like you say, Darren King just marching away. Got 5 seconds. Then Grantis Caracas. He's got 6 seconds. It was 7 at one point, so it's kind of toing and froing, isn't it? And then Abeladze not had the pace to keep up with Grantis. And then Anantov in 5th place. Yeah, all kind of even Stevens before you get back to 6th, isn't it, really?
How's our boy Heiko getting on?
He is in Goat Racing, isn't he?
Yes, Goat Racing 3.
I can't
9.
click on him. Is it number 9?
Yeah, I think so.
Linda. Is he in that
the
with
Porsche.
them? On my sheet it says he's in 38th, but he's not, so I'm not too sure what's going on. Oh, they fixed the Porsche. News just in. The number 9 has fixed the Porsche. They managed to pull it in and give it a paint job as well whilst they're there. Those mechanics are fast these days, right?
They are very good.
Very nimble hands.
Yeah, he's in 39th, our boy. Back down with the rest of the Goat guys. And yeah, Goat Racing 1 in the 999. Still looks like it. Oh, no, they're in the pits. They're actually in the pits now. I just zoomed back to them, and they are currently dead last, but they are fixing their car.
Is this
they could be in there quite a while.
Grapham?
Goat Racing 1 in the McLaren.
Yeah. There's quite a few cars in the pits, actually. Maybe these are the ones that are off pace slightly. We've got Tarasov also in the pit. I love the colour of that car. That's cool. Yeah, not having the best of races with the AKKO. I think last time out in Kyalami, they were doing very well, the AKKO, but not this time. They're having a bit of a disaster. Right, yeah, we've got quite a few people coming in now. Silver Racing Team, Eurowash, guys that had an incident in the S's. They are in the pits. Yannick Ralph is coming out in the Pace Hub Lamborghini. I think the only Lamborghini on the grid. They've got their pit done, and they're coming out number 6 in 15th place or so. I'm sure that'll change around in a minute. Right, so when do these top guys pull the trigger? We've got a little bit of time yet, haven't we? Soon.
What's the time? We are 1 hour 48 minutes in.
So they could come in before, what is it, 10 past the hour? Before the stint timer?
Yes. So that would be 9 hours 50 to go would be the limit.
Yes. So you'll probably see them coming in 9 hours 54, roughly, 53.
If it follows last time's, yes.
Yeah. A little bit of time left before people start making those pits. Well, before we do that, I think it's maybe time we just have a little bit of a comfort break. Did you want to go first? Are you okay staying? Are you alright? Need the loo? Need a drink?
Yes. Yes, I will go. I will go and see how the Nighthawks are getting on in Tier 2.
Okay.
And use the bio input and output features of my body. And then be back.
I would definitely go. Oh my god, we're being spammed by web girls. One sec, let's get rid of those.
So yeah, what, 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
If you could, yes, I need to use the facilities as well. So whenever you're ready, yeah.
I'll be about 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
No problem at all. I'm trying to remove all of these, guys. I'm very, very sorry. Don't click on any of those, please. They are all rubbish. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sure there are hot boys and girls ready for video chat, but not in this one, and not on my watch. There we go. Sorry about that. they have been removed. Don't click on them, please. They are all spam, as you all probably know. Right, so we'll wait then for Arc to come back, and we'll continue. We don't want hot girls and boys, we want cars. Exactly, Sam. That's what we want. Darren King currently in the lead. Then we've got Bentley Nils in second place. The gap opening up over 5 seconds now. Then Grantis Caracas slowly making his way through. He is 6 seconds away. And then you've got Abeladze, who is 4 seconds back from him. And then, yeah, Antonov, sorry, a little bit further back, 4 seconds. Not had the pace, really, to close the gap, unfortunately. And let's have a look what's going on with PCDC, because they were making their way through. I think we've still got... You can see him on actually in front of us now. Oh, they got up to 16th place. They are on a mission, aren't they? Hyla's still in the car. Obviously the faster driver. They kept him in. Making his way back up through the grid. Doing a mighty fine job at that, at least. Let's have a little look as well with the team that we won't mention, because they are coming up to the back of the 500 car. Not for class position, but it's for a position all the same. Let's drive on board for them for a little second and see what Tommy Schetz can do inside that refreshed livery car. Third place in class at the moment. Doing quite well. I think there's obviously some more positions to be had further up as well. It was about 12 seconds. But we've got Lucian just ahead in the 500 car, which is for position but not class. As we can see, look, he's in a platinum car, not in a silver split. And we do actually have a little bit of a battle going on a little bit further up with Nazarov getting quite close to the back of Jan Gang. So this might be a worthy race to watch here too. Pit stops will be happening all around about now, but probably got another 10 minutes or so for the main boys before they pull the cars in. Got to remember, I think Abeladze might have to come in a little bit before, because obviously he did the earlier first stop, so we'll see when he decides to pull the car in. Okay, so it looks like in between Nazarov and Gang, we've got the Beaver Grease Audi that's just in between. That's causing a little bit of an issue, I think. Okay, we do have some interesting news. Sem Smeets pulled the car in, so he's going to take a long pit stop here. This is not going to be a quick one because there's damage on that car. Let's see if he repairs said damage. We'll stay with him, see where it drops him. The problem is he came in when he's got a lot of cars around him that are all quite close for position. So the silver split is very, very close. I think it's going to go all the way down to the wire. Being passed by a lot of cars here as well. We'll see what happens with him. That's a long old pit stop, that one. It's a long time to be stuck. I reckon he's got maybe more than 30 seconds worth of damage on that car. So yeah, that's a long time to be stationary. How's Darren King getting on? Still got himself a nice lead, 4.9 seconds from Bentley Nils. Grantis Caracas a little bit further back. So that race that we had at the beginning stint is definitely opened up now, and we've really kind of got pace that's going to be dictating the positions. There's Darren King doing a really good job, keep himself up there. I think probably the surprise of the afternoon for me so far. I don't think we've got any other close racing going on at the moment. We've got a little bit of a lull. Kaz Dambriskus in that number 4. What have we got going on a little bit further down? We've got Mendez getting quite close to the BMW. Oh, that is close. Blimey, let's go on board with it.
I have returned.
Hey. We're just on board at the moment with Mendes in 32nd place.
Bit of a tussle?
Yeah, he's trying to get past, I think it's Arthur Sabota.
The unusually choiced BMW.
Yes. I've got a funny feeling that's Crop's car. I think it's Crop and Shooter, if you know them in the the chat, in the Discord. Got a funny feeling it is. Team Shazoo saying, enjoying the comms, fellas. Keep up the good work. Well,
thank you, Shazoo.
Thank you very much, Shazoo. Keep up the good job in the race. I think you're currently... Whereabouts are you? You are... 9th place. 9th place behind...
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I think behind Jan Gang. Had a bit of a checkered start. You've had a few incidents in the middle part of your second stint. But when I say incidents, I think you just got caught up a little bit by people crashing, not necessarily being involved yourself. Mendes looking for a move, but it's not happening. Where shall I pop the camera whilst I just go and use the loo? Where do you want to be?
I guess I will not be able to sort of switch around in any particular interesting races. So you can whack it at the front. And I'll just go through the national sports of every country in the world whilst you're away.
Okay. Oh, there is a move going on. Mendes up the inside. He's going to have a go into turn 1. Thinking better of it. Yeah. Good drive, though. He's going to get the move done here. We'll just see this one out, I think, and then I'll shuffle off. Dowking bumping into other cars? Question mark, question mark? No, actually. A severe lack of Dowking bumping going on. Yeah, no, he's actually running away. We'll go, I think, to probably one of the closer races towards the top, maybe. Let's see what's happening. Jan Gang, I think, is probably the best place to stay. You've got Gang and Nell getting very close to each other, which should be a very good race. And we've probably only got about 10 minutes before those pit stops start happening. So I will run away quickly and I'll rejoin you in about 5.
Thank you, Rage.
No worries.
Okay. Well, Nell fighting off Gang in the orange Bentley, which is rather a splendid livery. Both cars, Bentleys. Just going to bring up my infotronic. Yep. So just coming up now into, looks like Frog Hollow. Gang still relatively tight, but not bumper to bumper with Nell at the moment, as they come through just into the skyline and ready to get down into the S's and Dipper. Awkward corner this, as anyone who's driven Mount Panorama knows. A lot of scope to be able to hit the barriers coming through here. But Nell negotiating well, and Gang still in touch. As we're see Bullinson just slightly ahead, who's not part of this this race, so that's a back marker. So that could be interesting and change things slightly for these two drivers. See how Nell is able to get past them. So chat, do let me know if well, you want any shout outs or need to know of any national sports of any countries, or any other topics you'd like us to discuss and contribute on. We've got 12 long hours to go, and we've only eaten 2 so far. So as Rage says, about to get into what's likely to be the next pit stops for those teams still on strategy, and we'll be expecting those in the next 5 minutes, 6 minutes, I'd have thought. So no change with Nell and Gang at the moment, but both teams doing very well to be in the top 10. I mean, anyone who's in the top 10, even top 20, is having a great race. 57 laps in. Let's have a look at the weather, because that's been very unchanging so far. So just going to return to the garage on my my client, and yeah, it looks for at least the next 30 minutes the weather's still going to maintain sunshine with a bit of cloud. So track temp is stable, and it looks like we'll stay stable for at least another half an hour. Not quite sure on the JSON file as to what's going on in terms of the overall weather changedness, but it looks like it's pretty set right now. Anyone who took part in the Porsche Cup this week was obviously treated to an absolute downpour in Monza in a Porsche with no traction control. So that was a good laugh for everybody involved, and sadly, personally, I was also disqualified for allegedly driving the wrong way around the track, which just meant I cut a corner at the end, so was slightly angry at that, but everyone, I think, had a good time. It was certainly hilarious to see people spinning off everywhere. But yeah, it's Porsche Cup is a more for fun sort of event. So catching that back marker now, Bullinston. And are they going to throw something in the mix? Flashing lights there from Nell. He wants that car to get out of the way as quickly as possible. And this would have been an ideal place to do it on this straight. So looks like Bullinston has yielded. And the battle goes on pretty much where it was left. Gang, a little bit closer, I feel. And maybe from the frustration that Nell was feeling in just coming past that blue flagger, and Bullinston themselves going into the pits. So let's have a look and see if we can see who's pitting. It looks like not a lot of people so far. So nobody in the top strategy in. We're just seeing pits lower down from around 30th place onwards. Okay. Oop, Gang has a little look there, just as they're coming up the mountain straight to Griffin's Bend, up towards the cutting. It's an exciting track, Mount Panorama. It's one of the ones I enjoy the most. It's difficult without being too hard. There's plenty to do, and it does change wildly. You've got these tricky sections, these fast corners around this section as well. And then, of course, these exciting, huge straights, which are, scary and exhilarating at the same time. So it's a track that I really do like. It's one of my favourites on ACC and indeed racing. Just don't get to watch much live racing there. It's actually a track that's if you didn't hear me before, classified as a road racing track or a road circuit because it's actually part of a housing estate rather than an actual racetrack. Not allowed to do any racing on there that's above the sort of S1 level or GT3 level because it's deemed unsafe because of the runoffs to the local housing. So I think this the peak they do is motorsport, downgraded from any sort of formula level. Okay, so just looking at the top of the grid, and we can see 383. Dalking still ahead, lapping nicely, 201, 201 and a halves. See how the gap is going between those guys. Yeah, still 5-second gaps in between the top four of King, Van der Kolkelt, Caracas, and Abidalze. There's not much has changed there in the last few moments, and there's another 5-second gap to Antonov as well. So that looks pretty much how things are staying for a good while, but we should be expecting any moment now for maybe King to come in. He's not under any pressure to do so, but I think in terms of stint, it is a risk if you don't come in with a bit of buffer in case you missed out with some issue. So we could well see the leader come in potentially this lap as they just come up to. Yep, they're just coming up to the pit lane now. Sorry, you can't see this, obviously. You're still switched over to the other battle. But no, the leader's still out. So they must be looking to come in next time. So Nell still holding off Gang, as I'm sure you're sure while I look around. Looking down to see how everyone else is getting on. 999, still, I think, our last car on the track. We've got Daniel Goltz back in 41st. Erk's in the car for 999. Goat Racing 1. And yeah, no change at the back really either. There may have well been some switching around. So chat, let me know if there's anyone you wanted to talk about. Only Rage can switch it, unfortunately. Again, in Steward's inquiries, nothing really coming in for Tier 1. There was an issue about 25 minutes ago with a 10-second time penalty for car 22 causing a collision. That's 22 and 172. And 172 is Team Snail. and 22 is Revolution Sim Racing White. So I believe that they've retired. So I think that was probably around the time they did retire, and that's what put the nail in their coffin. And they thought, well, thought the better of it in terms of continuing for another 10 hours. So Nell and Gang continuing, just going past Erks as we were talking about just there in the Goat 1. And Nell and Gang coming up to start their lap again up the mountain. Same gap, so these two have been at this for quite a while. Doesn't look like we'll have much of a change. I doubt it will by the time Rage returns. Right, well, let me know, chat, if there's anything else that you want us to cover. I mean, I have all my national sports listed here. I mean, everyone knows that sumo wrestling is the national sport of Japan. Cricket is the national sport of Jamaica. These are all obvious ones. But you've got some other bizarre ones here. Well, bizarre if you don't live in these countries, I'm sure. But Pencak Silat in Indonesia is the national sport. Field hockey, national sport of India, which is interesting. You'd think it would be cricket. And I think it's the de facto national sport of India, cricket, but it turns out it's field hockey. Both strong sports, but you'd think cricket would have pipped it.
I'm back.
We were just saying how the national sport of India is actually field hockey, not cricket.
What? Oh, actually, you know what? I know they are very good at hockey.
Well, they're good at both. So definitely, I think in sort of a cultural point of view, it is cricket, but I think the official government-sanctioned national sport is field hockey.
Now, I know the women's hockey team absolutely smashed the GBR team in the recent Olympics.
Yes.
So, funny enough, I know. I know that's the case.
Difficult to watch hockey. Ball is very wee. Can't really see where it is.
Yeah, it's one of those that's a strange old sport, but when you sit down and actually watch it, it's actually quite fun. But it's never really given any time, apart from when it's on the Olympics.
No, you spend a lot of time watching sports in the Olympics, though, and you wouldn't normally sit down and watch an archery competition, would you? But because it's like the Olympics, you think, well, actually, this means something. Let's have a cup of tea and see this out.
Why not?
So
what
I do.
Right, I've returned just in time for that little window of opportunity for pit stops. It looks like the top guys haven't come in yet. Don't think. I think they're still running around.
No, they didn't. So, well, they hadn't in the last lap either.
They must
be.
So
they're leaving a bit late.
King's coming
around.
Yeah.
Just coming to the Liquid Moly line, so should be turning off. Yes, he is.
Let's see if the guys behind do the same thing. Big mistake if they don't. Yes, looks like PPR coming in as well. It's a very quick entry there for Dow King. Got to be careful. He knows he's got people behind him that are on the move. Grantis Caracas, he's also in. Almost having a little bit of a knock there with that back marker, but all good. Right. Anantov also coming in. Yeah, I think everyone's doing the right thing now. Stint timer definitely running low. Everyone coming in. One that... have we got him in? Yeah, he came in a little bit earlier. He must have done Denis Strelenikov in that the Simware Pro team. They did an earlier stop last time, so their stint timer must have been a little earlier. So that's why the number 2 car have already come in. Interesting though, where will their early stop put them when they come past the pit stops? You know, are they going to be close to anyone around them? We'll stay with this number 2 and see what happens. Now, I've got a couple of slices of orange that I would like to eat, otherwise I'm probably going to die. So I'll let you just have a chat.
Get sugars into you, mate.
I know, I've excreted them all out through vigorous beer drinking last night.
Yes, well, we'll get onto that later. But Nell also coming in now for Team SimSport Racing Black. But that's the top 5 in and having pitted. So yeah, it looks like we're getting changes of drivers. Yeah, for Dalking, we've got Van Ommen in now. And then it's Strelnikov in for PPR. And Klimaskas in for Brain. Beaver Grease, of course. Beaver Grease. And yeah, so it looks like everyone's out. The gaps appear to be pretty much where they were. I think the Dalking team have got 8 seconds. I think it was closer to sort of 6, 7 the time they came in. So may have stretched it out a little bit further there. But the gaps between everybody else was running at about 5, and that seems to be how they're continuing right now. It looks like Antonov is staying in the 911. So he's continuing in, doing a double stint. I think that's correct for the 911 like and subscribe team. So doing a sterling job there. Yeah, and that's pretty much how I think this will play out maybe in the next hour, barring another set of incidents. I think the tight racing that we saw at the beginning of the day, which was very exciting, very good, but those gaps now are a little big. So I guess the sort of stages that we were going to see any sort of conflict or at least rubbing together of cars would have been just coming out of the pits if there was some issue or some sort of repair, which would have brought the cars closer together. But yeah, everyone's come out with a more or less a decent gap between them. So as you were.
Yeah, I think everything's working out hunky-dory. Anatov, like you say, stayed in the car, the 911. Let's hope Like and Subscribe can find a bit of pace in this second stint that Anatov will be doing. Or Antonov, I'm still getting it wrong. Yeah, I think that's probably the closest gap. Jelinek just behind. I think that is the Banan team, is it not? No, it's not. It's the H7K Racing. So, yeah, look at that. The SIMSOK Banan Racing car, all the way down in 13th because of that damage. They are now 3rd overall, and that car that we don't talk about is in 2nd.
Wow.
Yeah. They've got a very experienced man up the hill in the car, Dan Robinson. We often have a chat with Dan. Going a bit slow. Not too sure what he's doing there, never mind. First time in the car this afternoon, so it will just be, finding the areas where you can push and where you have to hold fire. Dan doing a good job there, so just getting in the car for the first time. It's scary, right? Getting in that car after, teammates have done such a brilliant job.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I've got to do it later. And, yeah, currently Northern Ireland Nighthawks are running in 15th, or at least were as of 10 minutes ago when they texted me. So yeah, we'll see. They were started off 37th, they're into 15th, so I'd rather they were doing really badly because that means there'll be no pressure on me.
There's always a bit of pressure. Never get away with even the smaller bit of pressure. There's always pressure in an endurance race. I think it's because it means so much to a lot of people taking part, right?
It does mean a lot to people, and they take it seriously. Well, you just have to see people's sim setups and rigs, and to know how much people invest in this. I know you and I have both invested in a DD.
I saw your video, your unboxing video.
My stupid video.
I saw your unboxing video. It was. I am very impressed. Very impressed. It's such a sturdy unit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just. I was so taken aback of how stout it was, and how just
weighs a ton.
Thick. It's just thick. I'm using a table clamp. Would not recommend. I think, yeah, you need a rig. Really, I unfortunately don't have a rig yet. I can't get that past the other half. She says,
no.
The only way you're getting any more sim stuff is if I have a ring. So, never mind.
Yeah, I think I know what you got to buy first.
Yeah.
So get the ring done. Go to Argos, Elizabeth Duke, 40 quid, get it done, and then spunk the rest on
sim gear, right?
Sim gear.
Yeah, I've got
a sort of a half rig, which is like a.
Yeah, I saw your little thing.
Omega thing. So that's quite nice. You can move it around. It does also weigh a ton, and especially with a DD on top of it, it weighs a ton.
Is it quite sturdy though? Does it move? Does it move with the wheel?
Nothing will move that.
Oh, okay, fair.
Now, I lock my chair into the front of it, so it doesn't. My chair doesn't move around, and I race like that. Still don't have it set up exactly as I'd like.
Yeah.
Because I am still using an office chair, which does rotate, which isn't ideal.
Yes, so there's still a bit of movement. Are you using like a racing style office chair?
Yeah, I got a TT Titan Omega,
okay.
And it's very smooth and very rotatey. So ideally, I'd have some sort of hugging cockpit seat, but yeah, for now, I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I've got a GT
find out how much it costs.
Wheelie chair,
Yeah. You can get another part that clips onto the back, but I have a problem that my office is the size of a shoebox.
Oh, I feel that.
Extend my house to actually make it work. But there is an architect coming around next week, so maybe it will happen.
Who knows?
Who knows? So yes, no, I have to go straight in with this DD into the endurance race in Tier 2 later on, and Yeah.
Any practice you done with it?
I haven't had a lot of practice with it. Although they are using the Aston, which I do know as a car. So
I found that I would just lose the car on the rear a lot more than I did before.
Yeah.
And then, overcorrecting was definitely a thing. I've enjoyed racing Dirt Rally 2 a lot on the DD. It's good fun. I have played some F1, wouldn't advise. I've done very limited ACC, just because just not had the time really. I always find if I'm going to do ACC, it's something like this. But obviously, I don't do the racy bits as much anymore, so I don't have enough time to sit down and put time into ACC. But it's a shame.
I have to make a confession that I've actually been playing quite a lot of Forza Horizon 5.
Oh, what, with the wheel?
It doesn't actually work.
Yeah, I didn't think it did.
There was an update recently, but I haven't gone back into that. I've started using controller because the wheel didn't work, and I've just gone back to controller. But
is it good?
It's fun. It's enjoyable. I just worry that I've been playing it so much that they're going to throw me into a ACC car with my wheel, and I'm going to expect to drive off a ramp and score points because my mindset is now about doing wheel spins rather than actually racing.
Yeah.
So that's my big fear. Should have practiced more. Should have done more homework. But here we are.
Never mind. Well, we are watching a little bit of a fight going on. Ooh, as Anatov does scrape the wall. He's all good though. We're not too badly going through the S's. He's getting very close to Strelenikov, which is going to be a very hotly contested fight, I think, here. 9-1-1 versus the number 2 for 4th place. He's been building up to it for a little while. Yeah, we're going to see, hopefully, a little bit of a battle going on. Aston versus Aston. Are you muted?
I'm muted.
Okay.
I wondered why everyone was ignoring me.
No worries. It's all good.
I'm just thinking, am I seeing it right that PCDC are up into 7th?
Yes, they are, but they have a pit to do in a minute.
Oh, of course.
Because they're off strategy, aren't they? By probably about half an hour. So they'll be doing one shortly, I would have thought. But yes, you are right in saying that.
Yeah, that took me by surprise for a minute, and until the incredibly obvious answer that you just supplied, which was they are completely out of sync with everybody else.
Yeah, never mind. They're still doing well though. It's not the end of the world.
I think after their pit, they'll end up being better. I think they'll have pulled up quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out. I'll keep an eye.
Yeah. Well, Antonov is getting close. He's going to make a move soon, I think. He's going up towards is it the cutting? Is that what it's called? Yeah, the cutting. Goes round the outside. Nicely done. Strelenikov actually didn't fight it at all. That's a little bit of endurance wisdom coming in there. If you know there's a car that's faster than you, it's going to cost you time. Maybe just let them past. You get them later on, You jiggle around seats and, it's not worth sometimes fighting a car that you know that's obviously quicker than you and is going to make the move and obviously, possibly, ruin your afternoon if the pace isn't there. So, yeah, I think that was a wise move there by the number 2 car to just get out of the way. It's,
also intimidated by the corner they were in, the cutting. This doesn't sound very friendly.
No, doesn't, definitely not. Nowicki, we were speaking to him in the chat earlier, actually. He is in the silver racing team, Eurowash, the ones that had that awful crash in the S's. They're getting very close to Kaz Dambruskas in the number 4. It's the other Beaver Grease team. They're getting very close at the end of Forest Elbow. Oh, a little bit of rubbing. We're all good. They're going side by side together. I think he's got the job done. That Bentley just very quick in a straight line. But you never know. The Audi is right there trying to come back. Bentley's weaving out. Oh, it's getting close. He's going to have a go, I think. No, thinks better off it. That's aggressive there. Aggressive moves. Kaz Dambruskas then down to 19th place. I guess it's not for class position, but it is overall. Yep, Nowicki then upper position, so good stuff from him. Currently in 18th place, and he's got a couple of seconds down the road to get onto the back of Mo. Yeah, good stuff. Right, let's see what we've got going on in silver. What's happening with the 448 car?
Just looking at those boys now, they're currently in third in silver, and they're nibbling at the back of the unnamed Refreshers car.
Yes.
About a second behind.
There we go. Yeah, Vince van Mervelde. Yeah, I think you're right. This is probably going to be a matter of time. I think Dan Robinson's just taken a few laps to get up to pace by the looks of things. 2:04 was his last lap, which is not as quick as some of the people around him. About the same speed as Kaz Dambriskus down in 19th at the moment. Obviously, Vince van Mervelde that little bit quicker at this point in time. About a second quicker a lap at the moment. So, again, endurance smart's going to be coming in here. I think Dan Robinson won't fight him. He will let him past.
That's coming down too quickly, I think.
He'll let him past and he'll follow him. He'll use him as a guide, I reckon, to keep his pace up. Because Vince, I think, is just that little bit quicker at this stage. Vince doing a 2:03. Dan just did a 2:05. So, yeah, Dan's struggling, I think, with the car just to get it into that window of operation. Dan can do faster laps in this. He's definitely a 2:02 boy or a low 2:03. So, more pace in that Bentley to be had. Dan just can't unlock it at this moment in stage. I think, there you go, he won't fight this at all. This will be a nice, easy pass.
I shouldn't lose too much time there either on that straight. Just lifting off slightly and tucking in behind.
Perfect.
Just as you say, to follow him round.
Brilliant stuff there from Dan Robinson. I know it's horrible to see losing a second place, but trading it for third. I think just realising there that driver in front is just that little bit faster at this moment in the race. It will come back to Dan. He just needs to stay with the car now and hopefully use it as a bit of a guide. The next guy down is, I think it's Thomas Kenin, which is 10 seconds. So he's got a nice little gap. So yeah, just stay with Vince, pummel them in, get your car up to operating time. Oh, we got a little bit of a crowd of cars there. That was close. I think that was an Audi or a McLaren coming back onto the course in the background there. That was the 48 Porsche that's not had a good afternoon. And I'm not too sure who he was with. Yeah, so it's Penelope Dobbins in the car at the moment, and I think that might have been Vanderbilt that was off. No, actually, that's Van Sim Sport. So no, I don't know who it was actually, who was off in the dust.
So I'm just looking at the gap to the 871 H7K team. Dr. Jellyneck currently driving.
Yep, leading silver, right?
Yeah, leading silver. So there looks to be about 12-15 seconds between them and Van Meerveld as it is now. So interesting to see if Van Meerveld can translate that pace to catch Jellyneck and H7K.
Yeah, well, he struggled with that damage that they picked up through the S's.
Early on, yeah.
And that's obviously lost them time in the pits. I think probably they could maybe catch up. So just as a guide, last time out was a 2:04, but he was behind Dan Robinson, so I think he's probably a 2:03 for Vince. And Daniel Jellinek just did a 2:03 mid, so they're roughly about the same pace. So who knows at this stage? It probably could stay roughly around the same. We'll have to see. Have to see what happens. So yeah, Dow King's community team still in the lead. Got 7 seconds actually on Adam Chmielewski. Adams, that's third. No, they have swapped around actually, because it was Bentley Nils before, wasn't it? So Bentley Nils only doing 1 hour stint and coming out. So obviously swapping around quite quickly. That team, the PPR. Then we've got Kleminskas in the Beaver Grease in third place, doing very well actually. 7 seconds behind Adam. He's actually really close to the PCDC car, which is. Has that moved down yet? The PCDC? Have they pitted? I can't see Hyler. Can't see Hyler in the car anymore.
Down in 15th, they're up to 7th, so I think that
they have pitted. Yeah, it's Lawrence in the car now because it was Hyler before.
That's a bit more respectable. 15th. That's real. They can keep that. There's no more penalties or anything else like that to deal with, and they can just get on and do their racing. And it looks like they've got quite a bit of space in front and behind them. Yep.
I mean, they were. I think last time we saw them after their pit, they were around 23rd. So that's the amount of time they've gained. You know, they've really put their foot down and moved forward.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously the pace in that car is being used. What was their last lap? Obviously Martin's getting used to the car. Fastest lap so far, 2:01 dead. They are the fastest boys out there. They are the fastest boys
of the race.
Yep.
In that team. And so they're doing 2:03s right now, which sounds not great, but it's around about what everyone is doing around that neck of the woods. And, you know, even the leader's doing 2:02.6s right now. So
I think he's getting used to the car. Yeah, he's only just got in there, Marcus. So just you know, turning the page, getting used to it. He'll be up to speed quite soon, I think. Yeah, they. Oh no, that says a 3:01. So that was because of the pit. So there you go. So maybe that's why it's just being a little bit slow at this stage, because he has literally just pitted.
That 2:03 must have been around you know, the last lap before they pitted then, which would explain why it was a bit fatter.
Right, what have we got going on? See, the problem is everyone at the top is quite spread out. We don't have any races yet. I think the next race we'll see will be Antonov on the back of Kleminskis. 3 seconds is the gap between them two for the top spots. We do have a battle for 14th and 13th place, which is Thomas Kinnan and Yannick Ralph. Yeah, so Yannick Ralph is in the number 6 Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini we've got this season. Oh, there's a spun BMW.
The only BMW we have.
Right, I'm going to have a little snack, if you don't mind.
No, you go. Got to keep your strength up, Rage.
I have to. Growing boy.
Outwards.
Yes.
Don't see the BMW. Who were they? Oh, yeah, here they are. They're down in...
I think it's
612, which
Crop's
is the
team.
Spanko Racing Gigabyte.
Yes. I think it's Crop and Shooter in that car. I've got a funny feeling.
They don't come up as Crop and Shooter in the driver.
I don't think they do, no. It's Jersey, that's Crop. Anyway, we're watching 14th and 13th getting very close at this point, so just so you know what we're looking at, so you can have a little look. I will do an outside view. I think it's Pace Hub versus R&D Racing.
Yeah, Kinnan on Rolf.
Yep.
So they're just starting their next lap. And the gap currently says 0.5, but you can see clearly there that Rolf just grailing up the first straight into the second corner. Don't think he's going to have a look, and Kinnan moves to a defensive line just to make sure, just before the corner, as they come round, avoid the barrier. It's very sensible, stayed racing at the moment as they both come into the third corner, which is the cutting. Horrible cutting. Up into Quarry Corner. Still maintaining that half-second gap, so it doesn't look like there's much space for any work here. I think a lot of the time when you're chasing someone up here, you're really looking for them to make a mistake, because there's quite a lot of room for that, especially coming down the skyline into this double back switch into the S's. But both negotiate it well. Coming in now into the S's, full on the Dipper. Kinnan. Got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. I don't think it's anyone who's involved with this current race right now. Igros, Van der Waal. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone there who's actually taking part in this. So might well be slowed up by these button markers now. Right. So it's coming down the Conrad Straight, through the chase. It actually looks like Roth has lost a whole half a second, so didn't see what had happened there, but they're that much further back after this lap, so they've lost half a second on that. Just as a back marker slides in between the two as well, and that's not going to help either.
Right, the snack has been completed.
What did you have?
I had a Dairy Dunker.
Oh.
Yes. It's very nice.
That's the sort of a mobile, I'm doing something else type lunch if ever I heard. I haven't had any lunch.
You didn't get a snack?
No, I had a brunch. I had a big fat bacon sandwich at about 10. So is that brunch technically? 10? It's more of 11 brunch, isn't it?
I had eggs. Poached eggs on toast. It's good.
I love a poached egg. It's the pinnacle art form of the egg for me, because it's like a boiled egg, which is really nice without the faff of the shell.
Yes. I have poached eggs every day.
Poached eggs are nice.
Yeah, 2 poached eggs every day on toast with ham. It's become a bit of a ritual throughout COVID. Every day, poached eggs on ham.
It's sort of a Euro-style meal. Eggs and ham.
It's good. It's good.
Nice.
Since working from home, I've been able to take a little bit more time when eating breakfast. It doesn't just have to be Weetabix.
See, I always worked from home. I've been working from home for 10 years now, even pre-COVID, so you're all Johnny-come-latelys to me in terms of the home working thing. It's great.
Home working's good. I'm not, I'm not too keen about going back, to be honest.
No, I don't think we're ever going to... I've changed jobs recently in the last 6 weeks, and my new company were quite strict on going to the office, but I don't think they're going to turn it back on. I think they've just actually downgraded to a smaller office. They're just going to hot desk in case you need to go in, so that sounds about right to me.
Yeah. Chinson's saying, poached egg, rage you posh lad. There's nothing posh about poached egg.
Well, it depends what kind of bread you have it on. If you have it on a ciabatta...
Now that is posh.
That's been roasted, then yeah, that is posh. If you just have it on a slice of Warburton's white, then well, no.
Well, at the moment, unfortunately, I've only got white, but normally I'd have like a nice seeded brown.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I prefer brown bread over white. It's good stuff. But if you want to be really posh, you're right. You could have like some sun-dried tomato ciabatta.
Artisanal sourdough.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure you could probably get all those kinds of weird bread somewhere in London.
What eggs are you using as well? They're using the orange-scented Burfords, or
oh, just standard large eggs. Yeah, nothing special.
Treat yourself to some orange-scented Burford Browns.
What are they?
Come back to me. You get them in all supermarkets, but they're like quite posh eggs, which are made from... Well, not made from chickens, but the chickens make them.
Made from chickens?
made out of chickens. Like a Scotch egg.
Oh my god.
You can. They're very orangey in the middle, and they taste different.
What are they called? Orange scented.
They're just Burfords. Burfords. If you look those up, other eggs are available. Burford Browns.
Oh yeah, Burford Browns.
Yeah.
Are they nice?
Yeah, really nice. It's worth the extra bit of money. I don't skimp on the eggs.
You don't skimp. One does not skimp on the egg.
The price of an expensive egg is not that much more than a cheap egg, so I tend to go for that.
I mean, it's really nice when you can get a nice egg, right?
Yeah.
I go through probably about 12 eggs a week, so it is quite expensive. £4 is a pack of 10 large Burford Browns.
Right, yeah, you're not going to... With someone who's consuming eggs at the rate that you are, then maybe it's to consider. But I would suggest you do a test batch and see if it's worth a test 6 and see if it's worth the difference.
I think I should try a test batch of eggs. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Shall I get some really pretentious ham and bread to go with it?
Yeah, get something like a torchon French ham or something like that.
I think you're right. Okay, all right. I will report back when I've had some pretentious eggs.
I need to know your thoughts on pretentious eggs.
Okay.
Because I'm king of pretentious food, so... I realised recently I didn't know enough about wine, so I went on a 3-day course to get a sommelier's qualification. So I have that now.
Oh god, we're being told off. Action going on in P3. So sorry, chat. Sorry, we're too busy talking about pretentious eggs. You're right. Kleminskis getting very close to Anantov. We don't want to miss that. Thank you.
But what eggs did he have?
Simonis. Yeah, what eggs did he have for breakfast? That's what I want to know. More so than if he's fighting for P3. That's definitely more interesting. I love the helicam going up the mountain. Have you ever tried it?
Yeah, you can see the horizon sort of comes up as the helicam goes over.
It is absolutely fabulous. I wish I was on board that helicam right now. Look at that, look. Fabulous stuff.
They're doing well to have fuel for 12 hours in that helicopter.
They are. That helicopter is on another level, right? Yeah, right. I will report back on the egg front. I will try. See, I'm a little bit poor at the moment. mainly because AOR doesn't pay me. Secondly, small dick.
So true.
No, joke. Secondly, I'm the only one working at the moment. My other half has just had a baby, so she's off for a year. So pretentious eggs might have to take a back seat, but I will open up and I will try a batch and let you know.
Yeah, I think a test run on the eggs. I mean, it's about quality of life, right?
Mm-hmm. See, I do that with beer. I don't like to skimp on beer, but of recent, because I'm poor, I have to. So I have to go what's the best offer.
What would you suggest skimping on beer, though? What have you gone down to?
Well, I have in the past skimped very harshly on beer, almost so getting unbranded Tesco's own beer. Now that is bad. Now that you know you're in dire straits.
Did you drink it on a park bench?
No, I did not. I didn't. I had it I didn't actually. I had it in a glass, not in the can. Sometimes it's quite good. Morrison's own beer is not that bad. It's actually quite good.
Do you mean lager or bitter?
No, as in lager. Yeah, just lager. They did at one point. They did a pilsner, which was very good. But anyway, I digress. The best.
God, I want beer now.
I know, right? The best non-branded beer you can buy comes from Lidl. It's called... Oh, God, what's it called?
Everything in Lidl is non-branded, but you can get these, like, fake... Well, they're like fake sort of pit stops and neck oils there that are actually really nice. I get them quite often.
Oh, what's it called? It's a really nice beer. Like, really, really nice beer. God. I used to drink it all the time. Like, all the time. Can't remember what it's called. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, I've resulted of recent to Foster's, and it just kills me inside.
Oh, cooking lager.
It's literally, I would rather eat your pretentious eggs than raw. Than
they're not my eggs.
Sorry.
They're eggs for the world.
They're eggs made from chickens, right?
I just promote them for free on YouTube.
Oh, gee. Eggs made from chickens.
There's a bit of fuss going on at the top as well. We've got
you're right.
Just like a second and a half in between first and second, and there's a lot of traffic. A lot.
Yeah, you can just see Van Ummen just ahead.
Yeah, so he's clear of the traffic, but Kimliowski having to fight through with Ruff and Van der Vel, who's not been in part of the action today, but has been certainly taking part in holding up both the silver race and the platinum race.
It's opened up now to 2.5. I think it closed up through the S's.
Where it
where
must have been that Van Orman was having a problem with those back markets,
got caught, maybe. Yeah.
Kimliowski then inherited that problem straight away afterwards. So maybe they're back to pretty much how they were.
Well, it has been cut quite sizably. It was about 9 seconds. So something did go on with Van Orman that was a bit of a bad omen, and it made him lose a little bit of time. Klemenskis and Anatov are still somewhat close, but yeah, slightly being robbed at the moment, aren't we, of seeing some action in the top.
Yeah, get the crystal ball out of the driveway.
I know, right? I just threw it out the window. Yeah. So, what's your favourite beverage? I know you said you've just been trying the wine.
Well, I've recently got into German Mosels.
Okay.
From the Mosel Valley, and they're quite interesting. The Rieslings from there, but yeah, I just did a 3-day course in wine and drank some really nice wines, and now I'm really pretentious about it, as if that's believable. But yeah, beer-wise, I'm quite into the Estrella Galicia. Quite like that. We had a party recently and I ordered a load of that, and there was loads left over, so I've just got a garage full of it now, and I'm just drinking my way through those. Also had some Sols as well, just in case anyone fancied a light beer or Coronas. And they once you go back to something like a Corona, it doesn't really taste of anything.
I've never been fan.
Super light, those beers.
Yeah.
I like a bit more nuttiness to it. And I've been drinking the neck oils recently. They're very nice. And the pit stops, those sort of craft IPAs.
Neck oil
Enjoy
beer.
Those.
Yeah, I never got into the whole craft bandwagon. I kind of tried to stay away.
I tend to drink wine generally, and have a beer every now and then. That's why it's taking me so long to get through them. Just every now and then when I fancy it, as a little aperitif before dinner.
Yeah, I do like a beer. It is good with like a roast dinner, a heavy meal, a nice fresh beer. Yeah.
Ah, jeez, I really want a beer now.
Oh my goodness, I'm assuming it's a silent T. Singato is all right, says Chris O'Neill.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm gonna have
Tsingtao. It's Thai beer.
Thank you very much. Tsingtao, you're right. I didn't read it correctly. Tsingtao Brewery. Let's have a look at it. Never tried it. Actually, I might have done. You know when you get those packs of foreign beers?
Oh yeah.
You know, those promotional packs. Yeah, well, there you go. Never tried it. Well, I might have done. I'm not normally a fan of, like, Far Eastern beer. Like Tiger and...
Ahi and Tiger and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, just never really... What's the one that's Japanese?
Asahi.
Yeah, not a fan. I thought it always tastes a bit... You know? A bit...
Yeah.
Never really got there. Have you ever had...
What about
a
lovely curry and a pint of Kingfisher?
I just... no. Again, one of those beers, not really. Not really gone, oh, that's a nice beer. Yeah. Maybe I need to try it a bit more. I always find, like I say, that the Eastern beer's not the one. I'm very much a European beer.
You're fussy, is basically what you're trying to say.
Belgian, Czech, sometimes German.
What about wheat beers? How about those? Things like Hoegaarden and there's that.
Isn't Carling that wheat beer? That kind of thing.
Is it?
Carling wheat. Oh.
Yeah, the Hoegaarden sort of stuff, and I'm sure a lot of our Dutch colleagues were brought up on that as children.
Hoo-ha?
Hoegaarden. Or Hoegaarden.
I'm gonna Google. Ah, that stuff. Tried it. Not a massive
It's quite
fan.
perfumey. It's quite different to sort of hop-based barley beer.
Yeah, never tried it, as in a lot of. Yeah, so my sister's boyfriend is Belgian, so he normally, you know, for the holidays gives us some like really rare beer. One that is from a local brewery called I'm gonna butcher this. I think it's Westfalen.
Oh yeah. There must be loads of little microbreweries in Belgium, but there's a big culture of that. What's up, chat, as well? Just thanks for contributing to your thoughts on beer. Tsingtao is alright, says Chris. Drinking Foster's is going too low, says Alex Crawford.
Yeah, I know,
I tend to agree with that.
I know. But it was a pack of 10 for £7.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's fine.
It's like 80 pence a can.
Fine.
Right, I'm poor.
Foster's is alright. Out of all of the cooking lagers, as I call them, the general range.
Cooking
those,
lagers.
Carling, Foster's, all of those sort of general lagers. Then, yeah, Foster's is probably the better of those.
Just to answer, I know Alex has just jumped in and helped us there. Sim Racer Shrek, you can sign up for the upcoming season, which I think season, oh god, is it 9? Which will be just a generic GT3 season. It's not been announced yet.
It'll likely be in the new year. I think what Heiko was saying is that there's we're expecting an update to ACC.
Yes. Which
will probably come out in Q1, maybe February, March.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're waiting to find out more about that, because I think they'd like to run it with the update. So that's why I think there's a little bit more of a gap than we're used to between seasons.
So I think there is... Where's the... Nightbot normally comes along and says go to the website, right? You can go to the website. Let's have a look. I'll post it. There you go. If you want more information about how to join, don't forget to visit our website, Apex Online Racing. You can find the Discord on there. The Discord's much more lively than the website. Website used to be very popular back in the days of forums and stuff, but it's since died. A little
Kids
bit of a death.
these days, it's all Discord, isn't it?
It is all Discord, isn't it? Yeah, you're right.
In my day, we didn't have internet.
Back in my day, I used to communicate with spoons.
Capital.
Yeah. Chris O'Neill, who's into some whiskey? Right, well, that is my area. It depends on what you like and where from. I like a good bourbon whiskey.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. The reason I feel a bit crispy today is because there was a nasty accident last night where a bottle of whiskey fell over.
Into your mouth.
most of the content spilled inside me.
Ah, damn! How much? How much of the bottle did you take?
Well, to be fair, it was a half bottle of Glenmorangie, and I drank like most of it. There's a shot left, probably. So it felt a bit crispy this morning, but not too bad. But I do love whiskey.
I find if you have a good whiskey, hangover's not that bad.
Went to a great whiskey shop in Southwark the other week, and they had like whiskies from all over the world, and some Japanese exciting ones, and they had some like 25,000, 30,000 pound bottles in these cabinets. You got to imagine the diminishing return on a bottle that expensive. But I did buy myself a very small bottle of whiskey that had been made from water that had run off the side of Ben Nevis.
Random.
And it was fine. It was nice.
Yeah, I'd like to try some Japanese whiskey.
Suntory whiskies. They won the Whiskey of the Year, I think.
They've won it quite a few times now. They, as far as I'm aware, they tried to replicate some of the Scottish system, and they've done quite well out of it.
A lot of the distilleries out there are basically Scottish guys who got married to Japanese girls and sort of went out there and knowing that there's a big appetite for whiskey in Japan and just set up their own distilleries. So it's the heritage is pretty much Scottish, and that's where they've taken all these sherry cask techniques. And I think it's the Suntory Yamazaki sherry cask edition was the first one to win the Whiskey of the Year.
Alex Crawford said that's still £7 wasted. You're quite right. Yeah, no, I like. I guess it's if you are a whiskey connoisseur. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit of a taboo to say that you like bourbon rather than Scotch or Irish. I just
there's some pretty posh ones out there. I was in Waitrose yesterday, and there were some exciting looking bourbons on the shelf. It's Christmas time. I think they've got a load in that are interesting.
Got a fight going on, starting to...
Oh yeah, the race.
Yeah, I know, right? Starting to come for the lead here. Szymanowski and Van Ommen getting very close together. Got blue flags again, so this is probably why.
They
again,
are very close.
Chris says, come to Glasgow. The pot still has an 800... Sorry. The pot still has 800 whiskies to give a bash. Okay.
I can't get through 800 whiskies in a day.
Yeah, it's not really feasible. Unless I really want to be dragging myself along the streets of Glasgow in some kind of, like, fuzz.
So I'm going to have a whiskey and a beer when I finish this, I think.
Oh, God. After the whiskey of last night?
Yeah, I feel alright now. I'm recovered now.
I'm all fine. No,
There's only so much of it left, thanks to last night, so I can't actually hit it very hard, because it's all gone anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it for a week, I reckon.
I mean, it was a bit of a sad situation sitting in my office playing Forza Horizon, drinking whiskey on my own.
Oh, that is quite sad. I was playing Halo. The new Halo is good.
The Infinite. I haven't actually loaded that up. I was never really a Halo person.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good new addition. It seems
you
quite
know me,
fun.
Rage. I'm more Tarkov than Halo.
Oh, see, I do like a bit of Tarkov as well. It's in dire straits at the moment, though, so yeah.
It is. I think we're waiting for the lighthouse, and we're waiting for some things to happen.
Yeah,
well, I'm out for now. I'm out for the minute. I'll be back later.
Yeah, I will come back. They say whisperings around Christmas time, so I will come back for the wipe, of course. Yeah. How long are you into the old Tarkov grind?
What, did I ever get Kappa, you mean?
No, as in, like, how many wipes? How many wipes?
Oh,
how many badges you got on your arm? Yeah, 3 or 4.
4.
Cool. Good. Yeah,
I was there in the big wave that happened after the Twitch explosion.
Ah, okay. So Twitch drops wave, yeah?
So we all went crazy and got the Edge of Darkness edition.
Oh. Nikita made a
lot of money. It's been worth
money.
every penny. I've played it so much that I can't really argue with it.
Yeah, I'm a standard edition boy, and I've had it since day one. Yeah, me and my friends got it literally as it was whispered on the airwaves. I think at that time it was only factory, and then customs.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a long journey, literally a long journey. I think it's 2017 it came out. Yeah, it's probably the slowest development game, second to DayZ.
Second to DayZ.
Second to DayZ.
The world record, I think, is held by Duke Nukem forever.
Oh yeah. Oh dear. Some of those games though, you just think, you know, you had a good game, right? You're literally just licensing the name at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's like Quake, you know, good game in its day, just let it die. I feel I'm getting similar kind of vibes now from Call of Duty.
I bought the more recent one because
Vanguard, yeah.
I enjoyed it because people get their limbs blown off, and I thought that was hilarious. And I haven't played much COD, so for me it's relatively new. So I was just enjoying the counterplay to that. And like I said to my friends, COD is to Tarkov what Forza Horizon 5 is to Assetto Corsa.
You're quite right.
Same sort of thing, but just a bit more relaxed. And you know, because Tarkov I've never had my heart rate go as much as that in a game.
Have you ever played DayZ?
Yes, I played that again. I played that back in the time when it was just a mod of Armour.
Yeah, that's the only other game that's done a similar thing to me. Tarkov.
Yeah, it's
Tarkov
the same principle. It's like, I got my stuff. I need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Kimlowski is sniffing.
We're on it. Yeah. No, we've been watching it whilst we've been chatting about Tarkov and such. No, I've recently got Battlefield. Seems good.
I cancelled my pre-order.
Oh, really?
Mainly because the rest of my clan didn't buy it. So there's no point playing it on my own.
Yeah, no, I get that. You can try it for 10 days for free on the Game Pass. 10 days? Sorry, 10 hours. Portal is great fun. Everything else is rubbish. So the Portal, you can go back and you can play.
Yeah, I heard that, actually. I've watched a few reviews, and people said the Portal was good, but people were jimmying it to have just XP farms, apparently.
So there's different things you can do on the Portal. Obviously, you can make your own game modes where, yes, you can XP farm. But there is like the set game modes where you can play in 42, you can play in Battlefield 3, you can play in Bad Company, and it's 2 maps of each. And that's
just shout out Bad Company 2 for life.
Bad Company 2 one is very good. Those are the good things. I don't play the player own made ones. I just play the two that are on the thingy there. And I think that's what they should do. You know, the Portal is really good. They should have just released that as its own game. It's great. Yeah. I'm not a Battlefield fan really. I played, to be honest, I don't think they made a good Battlefield since 1.
I'm so old that I played the original Battlefield 1942, and then 1943, and then 1945. So me and my brother used to do it on a serial port link up with 2 PCs, which didn't have graphics cards. They just had. I kept having problems with IRQ interrupts and things like that. So that's how old I am, which gives you an indication.
Well, I think mine was my first foray into Battlefield was the Vietnam one. Can't remember what it's called.
Yes, I had that one too. Well, it was called Battlefield Vietnam.
Was it? Cool. So Battlefield Vietnam, and then I did some
music. You can play music out of the speakers as you're flying the helicopter.
As you're flying the helicopters, you can play the music.
Son.
Fortunate Son as you're blasting down some Viet Cong. Yeah, no, it was good. What was the other one? I then played some of the Battlefields on PlayStation 2 because I moved from PC to PlayStation and then came back again.
I liked the one that was just a couple of islands, Wake Island and a few others. I think it was called Battlefield 1943, actually, now I think back to it. That was just on PlayStation. That's just available as a download at the time. And that was great, because Wake Island, you know, shout out to Wake Island. Great map. Greatest map of all time, potentially.
Yeah, I'm not massively sold on the new 42. The new modes is it's just too chaotic. I always find Battlefield just too chaotic, you know?
Oh, it's chaotic as well. It's just, especially when you play Das House. Good God.
But Spitgate is pretty decent if you've tried it, says Chris. Are we still talking about alcohol, or are we talking about games?
Yeah. I think it's booze. Chris is quite boozy. So I think he's talking about booze.
I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Are we talking about Battlefield? Who knows? Anyway, let's focus more on this race because we're getting distracted. Chmielewski and Van Ommen are so close now; they can literally smell each other. They are running first and second, and they've been very close really this whole race, haven't they? You know, the Dalkin community team and PPR, they've been trading places really the whole time. We are, what's the time? 9 hours and 6. Are we coming into another pit stop area?
I think it's going to be another 15 to 20 minutes to pits next.
Yes,
But
you're
with 3
right.
hours in, 3 times 5 is an extra 15. So we'd be looking at 8:45
About
to
20
go.
minutes, yeah. Right. You're right. I'm going to eat some wheat crunchies. Good crisps.
Very nice.
Underestimated crisps, these.
Yeah, we could get onto lentil crisps later, sure, but that's another shout out for non-potato based crisp type snacks, which is a whole world of discussion that's I'm not really prepared to go into right now. But just looking back at Zelk versus Nell in the battle for 6th, and Nell's dropped back a little bit since I first started looking at this, but yeah, that's another battle towards the top end that's happening right now. Oh god, I can still taste whiskey. Good. Sorry, clear my throat. I'm lost alive. Yeah, so the gap now down to 0.2 for Kimilowski, and they're all over the back of Van Omen. How long can they keep this up? I mean, they've got to keep Ian out there for another 25 minutes on this stint. So
As long as it takes.
yeah, look, Kimilowski having another look now down the last corner. Oh, took the curb very heavily there though. I think that's probably set them back a little bit and given Van Omen a bit of breathing room, at least for the next few corners. So Kimilowski in danger of making a mistake, and did make a little mistake there in that last corner. Potentially, pushing themselves further back. So see if they can chase it back up through the mountain straight.
Alright, I'm back after my wheater things, whatever.
I think we all experienced the wheat crunchies there. The crunchiness of it certainly was true.
Sorry, I did mute the stream. As much as I could, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's lovely to hear you enjoying it. Especially after the passion of which you've spoken of beer and eggs so far.
I know, right?
And here's me having had nothing.
You go and have a comfort break. Go grab something.
No, I'm fine.
I feel
fine.
you're just like frothing over food right now.
No. I'm just obsessed with beer now.
Oh dear.
Now you said that. I think I could drink a beer during commentary.
You can have a beer? Yeah, of course you can have a beer.
That'd be all right.
Go for it. Why not? What's the
I'll go
time?
and take a beer break.
It's 2 o'clock. You can have a beer now. It's socially acceptable. Are they cold? That's the main question.
Well, they're in the garage, so
Probably.
yeah, sort of. Not as ice cold as I'd like it.
Put it in the freezer for half an hour and then have that
Yeah.
crisp.
I always panic about stuff in the freezer though, because I'm forgetful like that.
Have you ever had some beersicles before?
Yeah, I do it with wine all the time because I like an ice cold white wine.
And
So
you've left it in there.
I had Mule Frites for tea last night, and I had an ice cold freezered Albarino. It was very nice, but I was panicked that
What did you have for dinner?
Mussels and chips.
What did you call it though? Oh, there was a move and there was a spin.
And Kamilski is off, and they've just got back onto the track. That's now a huge gap, and here comes
The Brexit boys. Oh, an R&D getting past. Brexit boys having to let them through.
behind that group of cars as well.
That's a shame because Dan had been keeping the R&D car behind him for so long there, and that was actually for position, not class, but still position. Oh goodness, and yeah.
I said that Kimilowski had a mistake in him. He was pushing really hard behind Van Orman, and yeah, same corner I think.
Look at this mess that's behind him. That you've got PCDC out of place. You've got the Brexit boys in there in the middle of the sandwich, and then you've got Antonov just a little bit further behind in the 911, all kind of vying for position.
You don't want cars like PCDC there in between you when they're out of place either. That's the worst case scenario.
Well, Dan's quite cleverly let a couple of those cars past by the looks of things. The 911's been let free. You can see that meat snacks livery glaring in the sun. What are we now? 9 AM, right? We're well into the morning. Look what we've not been taking much notice of. Track temp 25, 26, or ambient 25, track temperature 26 degrees. It's starting to heat up here.
I did a weather check earlier, and it still seemed clear, and it's been clear for a while, so I've been checking in every now and then on that. Like Kinnan off there as well, that rejoins the track.
Took the quick way there through. He'll get a slap on the wrist for that.
Slam on your brakes. You can avoid the no time gained. You can get a no time gained, rather. So interesting to see if he did that, but maybe not. So that'll be a mark on the book for him.
Well, this that's all helped out Dalkin community. They're off. We've got 7-8 seconds now, I think. 6 seconds.
We might look back on this and say that was the point where they won it.
You're quite right, actually. Really good shout. That could possibly be the case. I hope not. I hate to see a race being won or lost because of a spin, but you know, quite possibly could definitely have been the pivotal moment. We got Anantov trying to get past R&D here. 224 getting in the way slightly. Doesn't have to move just yet, but he will have to as he goes off into the barrier. Oh, and that's going to be good for Dan in the Brexit boys. He should be able to get onto the back. PCDC going through there too. There's going to be damage on that Ferrari, and Dan does dive up the inside. Good stuff. Brexit boys got past that car that took the mickey a minute ago. We've got PCDC on Anantov. Oh, goodness. This isn't for position. This is really just for argument's sake.
It's all happening down here in the 8th to 12th.
I know, right? It's cracking off. PCDC didn't get past after that little run. Antonov really needed to get onto the back of Adam there, but wasn't able to do it because of all of that traffic. Look, it was an opportunity for third to come in the mix there, but wasn't able to do it. No such luck. Have to try again. Try harder. Must try harder.
Very tight group of cars, and they're all in different parts of the race.
What kind of times are they doing at the moment? 202s, mids, by the looks of things here.
205 from Dan Robertson there, that last lap.
Had a bit of traffic to hustle, didn't he? So, bless him. 205.4, yeah, you're right. It's going to slow people around him, though, you know?
Yeah. Same for Kinnan there with the 205, but
he went
all
on
over the place.
A little excursion, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bless him. Never mind. 3 seconds then from Adam, from Antonov. That's a shame. It would have been nice to see a little bit of a... Obviously, it's been forced by the accident that happened between Adam and Van Olmen, but almost got top 3 back together again. Obviously, Strelenikov a little bit off the pace now. That number 2 car really dropping back. And it's been displaced, obviously, by the number 12 of Kleminskis. That's a little bit further away even still. Whereabouts is P4? Let's have a look. Oh, they're on the back of this pack, look.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 seconds behind Antonov.
This is all going to be quite messy for the transfer into the pits, isn't it? You know, we're going to have people coming in quite soon.
13, 14 minutes till... we start seeing the real influx, I think.
Well, we'll see Strelenikov come in first because they're slightly early than everyone else. So Strelenikov should be the trigger for the pits, a lap before everyone else. So as soon as Strelenikov comes in, we know that it's going to be 1 lap later. Because they did that early undercut on the first stint, remember?
Yes.
Testing, you know?
Just said yes to make you stop questioning.
Just said yes to shut you up, actually. Yep.
Yeah. I was just looking at PCDC Motorsports as well, and they've slipped back to 21st. Did I not say that they were nestling in about 13th as a
They
true
were,
position?
you're right, yeah. He has dropped.
Slumped, I think is the word, back down to 21st. So
Nice
I
adjective,
wonder what
that.
happened there.
Slumping off.
Yeah.
Slumping away. Not sure, actually.
Not been their day.
Nope.
Up and down.
I was mighty impressed with the performance of Kyle Army. Did very, very well. And yeah, I think it's been all downhill, excuse the pun, since qualifying, really.
Yeah.
Having that accident in the Super Pole that caused them to have to settle for 6th place. And yeah, after that incident on the opening lap, down now in, like you say, 21st, the number 13 car, and they're 12 seconds adrift from the next car along. Not looking good.
No, Goat Racing still languishing at the back, both
Bless
cars together in 34th and 35th. So Heiko Nertz, our noble organisers, sitting around at the back at the moment, and not many cars behind them still running, I don't think.
How many non-finishers have we got?
5, I believe. 5 people I can't click on at the bottom of the list, put it that way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Louis Stockman, Dominic Goltz, Anton Tarasov, Sergei Daniluk. I think we do have some pitters now.
Daniluk, I believe, from Tier 2. Yeah, starting to come into the pits now. Just at the back rather than any front runners right now, but that's starting. Van der Velde in the pit. And Dan Robertson as well, who we saw take a bit of a smack.
Sorry? Don't say that.
Did we see him take a smack?
No, he's fine. He's off. He's second place in class. He's got Grantis Caracas coming up behind him quite quickly. So he'll be probably jumping out the way in that refreshers Bentley. No, I think the 88 have kept themselves... I'm not going to say it. I'm just not going to say it. I'm not even going to say it.
I think we're talking about 2 different Dan Robertsons.
Oh yeah, of course, there's 2 in this race, I remember. Yeah,
yeah, unspecified car of refreshers origin.
Yes.
Robertson is fine.
He's all good, yeah. Yeah.
I'm talking about the goat racing team, in fact.
There's a Robinson down there as well?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Maybe my thing is just crazy out of whack.
Yeah, no, there isn't another Robinson. There's a Daniel van der Linde and there's a Erskabel in the 2 goat racing cars.
I'm going to screen grab it because it says here there is, but then it is ACC broadcasting widget, so
it is a bit screwy, isn't it? I was going to use the other adjective then, beginning with F, but I didn't.
So yeah, let's draw a line under that whole sorry 3-minute interlude and go back to confirm that Dan Robertson of Car 88 is fine.
He is. He just got passed by Povis Kaminskis. I'm really bad at these.
I'm going to make you say it.
Povilius Klaminskis. Povilis Kaminskis? That'll do. Yeah, got past Beaver Racing, or Beaver Grease. What is Beaver Grease? Is that actually a thing? Or is it just like a saying, you know, like elbow grease?
It might be a thing, because...
you know, they are Lithuanian.
In the Alaskan wilderness, I don't think you can get grease from anywhere else except beavers, can you? I'm just assuming.
I was choked on my coffee. Oh, I swallowed a lot of air then.
You got coffee as well?
Yeah. Oh, that really hurt.
Sorry? All my nourishment I'm getting is from the light being emitted from my stream deck. You're desperately trying to photosynthesize.
Just getting really second-rate vitamin D.
Really poor vitamin D.
Yes, no, I got coffee, I got water, I've had my snacks down there. I've done this before.
Oh, yeah. This is me. I'm usually out after an hour.
So funny. You have to snack, otherwise you'll be looking like SpongeBob when he comes out of the water, you know.
I'm also a growing boy outwardly, so it won't hurt me. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, Chmielewski, can never say his name either. Adam, P2, he's kind of rocketing along. He's 5 seconds off.
Antonov looming large in the back of the picture there, or at least my picture I'm looking at, right behind. So he's stalking. He's stalking that second position, Antonov.
I think he's got the pace to do it. I think it could happen. I hope it. You know, I hope we get another race to watch. To be honest, because it's been a little quiet this last section of pits. It's not. I think it just opened up the gaps, didn't it? After what was quite a close first stint, wasn't it?
It didn't. I was just going to say add excitement. It's all obviously exciting, but it didn't make the race any more tight.
No. Louis Selch was getting close to the 6, 7, 8 of Shinnikov, but it's just opened up slightly. It was under a second, but must have made a slight mistake. We're on board at the moment with the 911. I wonder who's going to go in that car next then. Do you think it's going to be Soldatov? I think it must be.
Who I've seen the least. Soldatov, we have seen the least, I think.
Yeah, we've got Vasily Anafrev went in first, and I think we'll have Konstantin Soldatov. I think that's his name. Could be wrong. He should be going in next, I would have thought.
I wonder if we'll see Darren in the back into the 383 as well. next?
I think it will be the long Dutch name guy in next. Oh no, we got him in now. Who else is there? Oh, Mercedes in the wall.
James Parker. I don't think we've actually seen him
No,
yet, so maybe
he'll be in next, I reckon.
that'll be him.
Yeah. Antonov having to take avoiding action there, coming out for a elbow.
That's a very battered-looking car from Dobbins.
Oh, what's Penelope Dobbins doing? Is that the Porsche?
Yeah.
Not having a good afternoon, eh?
It looks a bit scrapey. I wouldn't want to take that back to the rental company in that state.
A nice team, that team. Is it the 48 car?
I believe so.
Yeah. I would say it is a inspirational team, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
A good mix, and that's what we like in sim racing. So, Antonov, unfortunately, we've got beaver grease in the way again. Should we get some more information on what beaver grease actually is?
I think we should.
I think we need that in our lives. What is beaver grease?
AOR Racing, bringing you the facts that matter.
Oh, I spelled grease like the place. There we go. No, I don't want what a Eurasian beaver is in Greece. Greek beavers.
You've confused it now.
There we go. Helps if I spell it right. Beaver grease. Okay, right. That's funny. Do you want to know, or should we leave it there?
Are you allowed to tell me?
Let's just say when it gets rather hot. This is Urban Dictionary, right?
Right, Urban Dictionary. You've explained yourself almost well enough.
It gets rather warm in the nether regions, and it gets a little bit sweaty. So that is what beaver grease is supposed to be. So there you go.
I thought it was a real thing made out of beavers. So.
I mean, let's just say for argument's sake it is today. Oh dear. I want like a tin of like pure Alaskan beaver grease, the only natural lubricant.
I just thought it's what you greased your sled with when you were out in.
How does one collect the grease of a beaver?
Well, you just boil a beaver, don't you?
Do you?
You just render it right down. You eat the rest, and then you boil down the fatty bits, and you're left with
a bar of beaver.
Quite useful pot of grease that can be used for around the home issues such as oiling stopping the squeaking on your log cabin door, or
hey
or
darling,
any of those things.
Go oil up the doors with that darn beaver grease.
Or if someone's got a cough, maybe you rub it on their chest, a bit like vapor rub.
No.
Wrapping them up in like rags and beaver grease to get rid of them chills.
Oh god.
I had this whole thing worked out, and now you come and tell me that that's not what it is, and I'm disappointed.
I really want it to be what you think it is, though. Really badly. Oh god. Whoever, if anyone, makes like a synthetic oil company and calls it beaver grease, you're onto a winner.
Well, I'd buy it.
I would. What would you grease up with said beaver grease?
Just frontier type things.
Just only frontier type things.
Only things that would allow me to live as a wild man in Alaska. And then the camera would pan into me, and I would turn to the side and just nod.
Holding the can.
Yeah. That'll do.
That's enough grease.
Beaver grease. That'll do.
That's all you need. I'm just trying to think of the things you would need to grease up in a frontier style situation.
I've already given you lots of options to use it.
Your wood cabin door. I guess you could
rub it on your back.
Oh,
and Erzkul in the 999 right across the.
Oh yeah, I see him there.
2.
Oh dear.
And how's he going to get out of there?
I'm not too sure. That's a horrible place to be. Where is he? Is he still there?
I can't see him.
He is still there, bless him. He's having a little rest.
He's on the side, having a picnic.
Oh, he's got to look for a place to rejoin the track. Don't do it dangerously. Admins can still be penalised. Oh.
Admins can still be wrapped.
Yeah. He is on the way again.
That's harsh.
Could you grease up the repeating action on your Winfield rifle?
on my Winchester.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to get at, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
That's what you'd use it for, right?
you would. You'd have to use it quickly, though. You can't keep beaver grease because it does tend to sort of go off. It does tend to smell.
Are you sure you
after a while.
can't, like, come up with some kind of, like, preserving way of keeping that grease fresh?
You could reboil it, I think.
Just have to boil it down until it
down
becomes,
again.
like, you add some pine notes to make it beaver soap.
It's like a bit like a good sourdough starter, is that you kind of retain it, the whole thing. You just keep adding to it. So, you know, some part of that beaver grease from a homeopathic point of view was the original beaver grease, but you just re-render it down.
Darling, we need to boil up that beaver grease again. It's starting to get stanky.
Go fetch more beavers from the dam.
We need some more beaver. All jokes aside, beaver is actually quite nice. And that, oh god, that could be read so many different ways.
It's already too late for us.
Actual beaver is actually not that bad to eat. Apparently, it's a bit.
I can't really think of any other rodents you would eat. It's not really like anyone eats rodents like regularly.
I'm sure, like, if you're ever caught short, you could eat one of those capybara thingies.
Yeah, you can eat capybara. You can eat everything, but is it nice? It's
Rodent.
not like,
Peru.
Oh, rabbits. Rabbits are rodents.
You could eat guinea pigs, can't you?
Yes, they are also rodents. Rabbit is probably the most accepted.
Is rabbit a rodent?
Yeah, it's a subclass of rodent called Legomorpha.
Oh god, of course you know the the Latin.
It is a rodent, yeah. Legomorphs. Lego is the Latin for rabbit, and morph is shape of. So legomorphs include hares, rabbits, and some others.
Right. Okay. Do you know the Latin for wolf?
Lupus.
Of course you do. Good.
Lupus.
It's the best one, isn't it?
Fox, vulpus. That's a good one.
I like lupus. Wasn't on Harry Potter wasn't the professor called Lupus? And he
Sadly, I know that Professor Lupin. Yeah.
Yeah, he turned into a werewolf, right?
I don't like Harry Potter, but I'm being forced to read it every night by my children. So.
Oh, see, it's not that bad.
It's alright. It's not as good as like proper fantasy. Don't get me started on proper fantasy.
It's not very good as proper fantasy.
Really?
What is it like? Half-rate fantasy.
Oh, it's just, everyone's going on about how great wizards and stuff are, and there's been books out for ages that are 50 times better. I mean, Wheel of Time started last night. I watched that.
What's that?
It's a 14-book series written by a guy that took so long that he died sort of most of the way through writing them. It's like the most popular fantasy series after Lord of the Rings, probably.
What's it called?
Wheel of Time.
Oh, okay. And he ran out of it, did he?
Just made it into a TV series that started yesterday.
Okay. Where can you watch such shows?
You can watch such shows on Amazon.
Okay. All right. I'll maybe give that one a look.
Yeah, I watched it. It was very good.
Are you looking forward to the Lord of the Rings Amazon series that's coming out?
I feel like we've done Lord of the Rings a little bit, but my God, I'll watch it, yeah.
I think it's overdone, but hell yeah, I'm watching it.
Oh, well, when you compare it to other stuff, that you start watching something with your wife, don't you? And then she really enjoys it, and you're like, and so it just ends up being her thing that she watches. I'm looking at you, Morning Show and Sex Education.
I've never got into those. Have you watched?
No.
Have you watched You?
No, I've seen it. I hovered over the button to do it.
Yeah,
but
it's all right.
I was enjoying Arcane that came on recently.
I saw that advertised, but never really dived into it.
No, that's good. The animation is unbelievable. It's really, really good. You don't have to know League of Legends to enjoy it, because I know that because I don't know League of Legends, and I did enjoy it.
Oh, looks like Borgus just got past Lindener, I think, or someone similar. Let's have a look. Maybe it was Amalas. Yes, no, it was Mantis Amalas in the Beaver Grease Racing Audi. Looks like, yikes, the bus has got past. The mystery bus is through. Mystery Machine, is it Mystery Machine? Mystery something? It's a mystery. Anyway, what have we got happening? Adam DeBille, quite close to Nazarov, which is unheard of. So let's see what Adam's doing. Has he got past? No, he's been past, I think, himself, maybe. Maybe he had an incident that's caused the... Is it the Shazoo? Yes, it is. Team Shazoo to get past. And Shazoo's now hammering on the back of... I don't even know who that is. I can't remember that liveried Bentley. The 172.
172.
172 is Michael Loeffler in the Team Snail Esports.
Oh, yeah, they've cropped up a few times.
Ah, these are bronze boys. That's why we haven't seen them. So they're jumping in to help us. Filling the ranks. The reserve drivers. It's a cool looking livery. But yeah, Team Shizou getting past with little hesitation. In 8th place, doing okay. It's not the end of the world for Shizou. I like that livery. I think it's quite good.
Looks like the Silver lads have come together as well, with Smeets back in the car, leading out in
Oh, he's got to the front, look.
448 Audi.
How's he done that?
He probably was so enraged by his name being butchered for about half an hour that he decided to prove himself.
He's got back out in front, and by some margin, look.
Dan still in the 88, so holding it together in 12th and been there for quite a while. So
doing quite well in that podium position. Yeah, won't say any more about that car though. As we move away quickly, run away. Darren King is back in the car. It wasn't.
I was right.
You were right. You've got the crystal ball now. It's a big responsibility. All right.
James Parker has obviously continuing to do something else. He's probably out shopping with his mum or something, and it's only available a bit later on today.
Yep. Darren King back in the car then. And we got whatchamacallit Niels, Bentley Niels in the Bentley, yeah, for PPR. And Soldatov is in the car. I thought it was Konstantin Soldatov. Oh, as a Bentley goes off for a little ride across the grass there. Did that end in tears? No, it didn't. We're all good. We're all fine. All fine. I'm not too sure what.
Safely through there and the last corner through those back markers.
What's the gap now? We're getting somewhat of a true representation of the gaps now. 5 seconds, then 3 seconds, then where's... oh, goodness gracious. P4. Oh, jeez. Let's just call him
It's kind of
Geddy.
where we've always been, sort of just hovering around this.
Can you say the name in P4? Is that possible for you?
Crixtalatis.
Crixtalatis. Alright, you did that much better than I expected. Well done.
Is that Greek?
It sounds Greek, but I think he's still Lithuanian.
Oh.
How do you say his first name?
I don't know, it just comes up as G with me.
Gedimanus?
I'm gonna find him on the list.
I have to point out, I am dyslexic, so this is why I do struggle.
Gediminus.
Yeah, Gediminus and Cristalatus. Yeah, you mastered that surname.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Or is it Kirkistalatus?
No, Crick.
Crick?
Crixtalatis.
Okay, good.
I don't know what the upside down hat means, though.
Upside down hat.
It means you have to say it in a certain way, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well, it could be an S, it could be like an E, it could be... You've got no idea.
It probably means that you pronounce it sh, so it's Crixtalatis.
Probably. Very well, yeah, thought of.
I work with a lot of Europeans. I run European stuff, so I have to get used to the names a lot.
So what do you do in your day-to-day?
I run research projects in...
I was really hoping that you say, I can't actually tell you.
I manage projects for drug research, so I've worked on COVID and vaccines, and I develop drugs for pharmaceutical companies, and I manage those projects globally. So
big pharma.
Big pharma, big pharma. Yeah, so I just team lead a group of guys who are currently working on anti-cholesterol, lower cholesterol drugs.
You should have said beaver grease.
And Monday morning, I'm pulling together the research team, and we're going to look into it.
How we can whittle down beavers to their grease.
Well, I think I've already sort of dealt with that. We'll have to obviously upsize the whole boiling it over a fire thing, and do it into massive industrial vats.
Just lines of beavers being led into a factory.
We can just beckon them in with twigs, can't we? And that should be pretty easy.
Chris just says he's a drug dealer.
Well, in a way, yes. I don't actually sell them. I make them for other people to do that. My parents think that I pour test tubes into one another, like different colours, but actually I just write people emails.
Right. Chris says he's calling the police. Be right back.
They already know about me.
They already know. Call the police. They're like, the Beaver Man. Yes, we know about him.
So I'm a scientist. I worked on COVID vaccines. So, you know, I've saved humanity, frankly.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you have all of your vaccines before everyone else?
No.
Still in the list.
You don't get preferential treatment.
Well, they should prioritise those making them, right?
You'd think, wouldn't you?
You'd
honestly think, but no. So yeah, I'll just rest here, commentating, knowing that everyone's alive because of me.
Everyone is here. The world has been saved. The whole world.
The whole world.
The whole world. We are on 98 laps, almost ticking down to 100. How many do you reckon we'll do? We are, what, 2.5 hours in? 3.5 hours in? 2.5 hours in? Not maths.
Are we 2.5 hours in? No, it's 3.5.
It's 3.5, yeah.
Thank God. I mean...
So how many is that going to be? It's what, about 350 maybe we'll get in the whole thing? 369?
Yeah, something like that.
No, maybe more than that. Who knows? I'm sure someone with a calculator can work that out. 2-minute lap.
I can't process it anymore. I think I've gone.
You've gone like nose blind.
Yeah, I can't process how much time there is left.
Well, yeah, 8 hours, 30 minutes to go. But yeah, they've all done their pit. We're now getting to the point where it gets confusing to work out when people are going to pit, right? Because it's been so many hours down the road.
It's been a bit of a while since we looked at the stewarding, and there's a report about an hour ago.
Go on then, crack us in.
We had an incident between car 500, which is Forza Italia Racing, which have been pretty anonymous, and we haven't really covered them much. I'm not quite sure where they are.
Forza Italia is the 500 car in 14th place
at the moment,
yeah.
And they had an incident with 251, which is the Shizou team, which we mentioned earlier. So a 10-second time penalty for the Shizou guys for causing a collision with the 500. No license.
Okay. So, that would be that little tap that we saw that we got a slap on the wrist, remember?
I'm going to say yes again to make you stop talking to me. But
right at the beginning, there was a little tap into turn 2, and I said that would be a little 5-seconder, or a little tap on the wrist, and they've just got to it. That was ages ago, wasn't it? They only just got that up.
So we have the Rev Sport team also in an incident with the N7 Racing team.
Okay.
Shout out to Matt Shepherd. A 15-second time penalty for car 117 Commander Shepherd for causing a collision with the car 48.
Okay, so Battenberg in the car at the moment for N7. Now, you know it's N7 because of, what's that game?
Effect.
Yes, Mass Effect.
You didn't have my Commander Shepherd joke.
Oh, see, I never played.
Well, I never played it either, but, you know, I'm meme lord, so I just knew what it was.
No idea. Literally straight over my head.
I don't understand why people like it.
Straight over my head. It came out at the same time as Halo was popping, and I was more of a Halo fan, so I never really went over to Mass Effect.
I don't get it. I'll die on the Mass Effect isn't great. Hell, everyone says it's brilliant, and it's just a cover shooter. Don't get it.
Yeah, I never got it. It's probably one of those games that you'll go back and play and be like, wow, what did I not play this for?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going back very soon to play the whole Master Chief collection. It's going to be good. Doing that at Christmas.
Yeah, that's available on Xbox Game Pass, isn't it?
It is, yes. You can get it for £1 at the moment.
Which I have to say, it has been worth every penny, because just get random stuff on it.
It is worth it. I don't pay monthly. Like I say, I normally wait until good stuff comes out, round about Christmas time, and then I'll pay the £1 entry, and you normally get a couple of months for the £1, and then cancel it again.
A sound business practice.
I'm cheap.
I can't be bothered. I've just got it. So yeah, no, it works on my PC, works on my Xbox. Doesn't work on the PlayStation, but I've got PlayStation Plus as well. I don't play my PS5. My son just has it and plays Fortnite on it, and that's kind of what it does. So
if you've got the Game Pass, you can play Xbox and PC?
Yeah, you can.
On one account?
Yes.
That's pretty good.
All linked in. It's pretty nice.
If you've got, say, a couple of people that use an Xbox and, say, a PC, you could just, use it. Can you use it at the same time?
A lot. seconds as well with the Xbox thing, so that's quite good.
I'm glad that EA came over and realised that they needed to join the party.
Yeah, did you see about Bethesda though? Because
No.
Microsoft bought Bethesda, and all of the Skyrimery that goes with that.
Skyrimery.
They're no longer going to be available, those games.
Why?
Because Microsoft bought them, they're rivals.
So no longer going to be on what? Sorry, Steam?
No, none of it will be available on PlayStation.
Ah, got ya.
The older games.
Oh
yeah,
God, we're being hounded again by women.
Oh God.
Let's remove it.
Russian ones. It's all Cyrillic.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of it now.
Think about having a hot thumb. I can't quite.
Getting rid of it. Don't you worry, it's coming thick and fast.
So, still no change to the level of chat or the top of the leaderboard. We're still struggling for any sort of fights to happen at the top. Got 6 to 4 second gaps, well, 5 second gaps on average around the board. I mean, Strelnikov in the
So
Aston.
you're struggling now.
Yeah. Well, God, I'm no good to anyone. 2 second gap, which is small compared to everybody else, but it's not really a tight fight race. We do have the barrier in the McLaren, who's just a little way behind Nazarov.
Just got passed.
Oh, they have,
Yeah, just got passed. Looks like that happened in the S's, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nazarov has a go.
It looks like barrier. Wait for it. Looks like barrier has hitting a few themselves.
Boom.
That McLaren has seen better days.
It has. It's a cool livery, but not when it's been absolutely battered. It does look cool with the patina on the side though, from the dirt.
Yeah.
Shazoo getting past there quite quickly. I think they may have swapped around and then swapped around again.
Just having a look at Smeets, they're still pretty secure, 15 seconds ahead of the 10th places there in 9th. Robertson up to 11th, actually. In that little sword battle. Top 3, doing a great job. Trying to see the gap, 18 seconds, about what it was before. So, yeah, Schmartz doing very well.
Don't you dare. Linda is getting close to, I think it's Mantis, excuse me, for 17th place. It's Beaver Grease, but the Audi version. He's been causing problems, hasn't he, for the midfield, this Beaver Grease Audi. He's always been there, you know. One of those cars that's always involved. Oh, he hits the wall in that very pivotal place where everyone hits the wall.
Jinx.
Yeah, the Pertec wall. I jinxed him. Skyline then. That Lambo. I do, doff my cap to that Lambo. The only one.
Shout out to David Rogers from Tier 10, who drives the older Lambo like a lunatic.
That is pretty loony. I'm removing all of these. I'm incredibly sorry. Hide user on this channel. Yes, please. You have been banned. Thank you. I wish I could ban just...
Well, at least they're chatting to us.
Yeah.
But it's only us and the Russian hot girls and Chris actually doing anything.
I know, right? I don't know how many people we got. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at some of the stats. Unstatten. 34 people currently watching. We did have a dip, though, earlier on. Not too sure what happened there. Went down to...
Lunch.
Sorry? Lunch,
maybe?
Yeah, possibly. We started off, and the highs of about 70. We've petered out to about 30-odd now, so welcome, everyone.
We're doing badly.
Oh, no. It has a very good rewatch.
People have wandered off.
No, it's...
Yes, we have a good rewatch, don't we?
It has a good rewatch. It's like I say, it started at 11 o'clock at about 70-odd, and it's petered down very smoothly, nothing crazy, and it's steady at about 30-odd people. Yeah, see,
Thank you to RDS8870 and Taddis for getting in the chat, getting with the party.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's kick things off in here.
Let's get one's party started.
I'm going to put an amusing icon in the chat just to get it really going.
Yeah, you amuse away.
Saxophone.
I will also do some stuff there. Look at us and our amusing
Chris is saying
bits.
the Beaver Grease talk could bring in bigger crowds if we extend it out.
We went back up after the Beaver began. What happened to the Beaver Grease Audi? No idea at this stage. Where is he?
No, they're secondary to the actual Beaver Grease itself.
He's P18 currently. He's not doing that bad, I must say. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th in class. So yeah, Beaver Grease Audi. We were with them a second ago.
Going nicely.
The diversity is not what we have in the Russian championships. This diversity, sorry. How do you mean, RDS? What diversifies the Russian championship, or lack of, that you're explaining there?
The breadth of your great nation, that it spans the most time zones, in that sense of diversity, or cars.
I love these facts you like slip in.
Chat about Greece, or
we've got another joining us there. What are the digits called? I can't remember. So like
what, the Cyrillic?
Cyrillic. Is that the same for like Greek as well? Is that also Cyrillic? Or is that something else?
No, that's
what do you call Greek?
It's just classical Greek, isn't it?
Because they have different digits, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's because you go to most countries and there's a sign and it says ristorante, and you're like, well, I'm pretty confident that's a restaurant. But then you go to Greece and you're like, well, that could be literally anything.
Yeah.
You've got half a chance with the Latin alphabet to be able to know what something is. Half a chance. With Greece, you're just like, well, that's completely, I don't know what that is.
Oh, so that's it. We've started them off talking now. The Russians, they're here. They are among us.
Are they angry or? I don't know.
Oh, funny. I guess it's a little bit like if you go to Japan and you're looking for a toilet, right?
I think the Japanese stick a lot of English stuff in, don't they?
I think it's all very different. I guess you have to kind of match up the symbols, right? It's a bit like spot the difference.
Let you into a secret.
Yes.
I would really like a Japanese toilet.
What one of the ones that gives you those extra sprinkles halfway through?
Yeah, I feel like it would make me happier. To have that automation.
Would you just want it to talk to you?
Well, I like technology, and I think that the Japanese got it going on with their toilet system. I wouldn't want to use a public toilet that has a spray nozzle. But if I had my own,
you would go into town with that spray nozzle. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he was saying we all ride Aston and Martin and McLaren, but you have Lamborghinis. That's what you meant by the diversity.
Okay.
I get you. Russian invading the chat. Indeed, the Russian invasion has begun, and it started off with the AOR chat. Welcome. I welcome our new Russian overlords with open arms.
I am Clinton.
That is a very, very meme topic at the moment, isn't it? Right?
Yes.
Do we want to get into that? I don't think so. No, maybe not. Love a good Putin meme. Yeah. Very aggressive with their military movements at the moment. But it's good to see.
I'm not biting on that particular round.
He's still not biting. How about China? Taiwan? Interesting.
I was interested in the China tennis player story, though.
Yes, that was very... Do you think she's still alive?
Yes, I do. But I think she's making number plates somewhere.
She's now painting walls.
Throwing mailbags somewhere.
No. I hope not.
She still hasn't been.
She hasn't.
The email was hilarious. Hello, everybody. It is me. I am fine. Don't worry about me. Everything I said wasn't correct. Bye.
No way. Has she actually? Is there actually?
It's a screen grab, and it's still got the cursor in it.
Shut up.
It is.
That's
true.
Really funny. I've not seen that. No. So it's like it's a really fake attempt at saying that I'm fine, right?
Oh, it's
100% doctored.
We've gone into geopolitical territory now.
Oh, it's fine.
We've started the Russians off as well now.
We can. Okay, no, we won't, because I don't want to get some angry Russians in the chat. No, we're fine. It's always good to talk about politics. Only a little.
You could just slag off the French instead.
Oh, I do a lot of that, and I fear.
My wife is French, so I'm allowed to.
Oh, that is epic. Do you really tease her about it?
I'm not really allowed.
Oh, why not? Does she always give up the argument halfway through, or?
The worst part is my children are French, so I have to look them in the eye and.
To look them in the eye.
And she's half Dutch, actually, not really truly French. So,
all right.
My children are quartered for Dutch and French as well. Now,
okay, well that's not too bad then.
Well, I don't know.
You see a little glint now, and it's just
Come down in the morning, and they're eating toast with sprinkles on.
Oh no! The croissants come out the cupboard and everything.
Putting orange clothes on, and they don't know why. Confused. Strelnikov is close to Chris Solantis.
Oh, funny. I don't even know where he is. There he is. Okay, we got him. Taddis says AOR political hour. Oh, goodness.
Well,
we have strayed away.
it's a 12-hour race, people, where there's some filler.
There has
especially
to be.
in these sort of middle hours where things have stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, there has to be some filler. I remember that the first time I started asking people who their favourite wizard was, the amount of funny responses I got, I could just see them squinting at me with weird looks, even though I can't actually see their faces. Like, why are you asking me this? Why not? It was my response.
It's memorable.
Exactly. You've got to talk about something. I then moved on to, I think it was like, what was your favourite forest-dwelling animal? That's a tough one though, because it has to dwell in a forest, right?
Does it have to dwell exclusively in a forest, or can it sometimes be found in a forest?
I'm going to say exclusively.
Okay.
And, you've got to be careful, because what determines forest? Is it a jungle? Is it an Amazon, style forest?
If you've got the Amazon in there, then there's a whole load of stuff.
That opens up a whole can of Amazonian worms. But would you say that it is a forest, a type of forest, right? Because it's a rainforest.
Yeah, I think it's in the name, right? Rainforest, jungle. If it's a rainforest, then you're okay.
But a jungle, that's different though, right? What is the difference between a jungle and a forest?
I think rainforests technically have to be on a certain latitude on the Earth to be a true rainforest.
I thought it had to have a certain amount of rainfall. Because there's a rainforest in like the West Country somewhere in the UK.
Yes, I feel like I'm not educated enough now in forestry to.
My forestry knowledge is a little lacking.
Forestry knowledge is not good.
I'm only saying this because I've had like a what's that game that you play that's really like Trivial Pursuit. There you go. There's a Trivial Pursuit question, I swear, that I've answered that is like, which is a rainforest in the UK? There is a rainforest in the UK.
Oh, because technically it receives the correct amount of rain.
It receives a certain amount of rainfall, yeah, something like that.
Oh, it's probably in Wales then. I'm from Wales, you see, so I'm allowed to say that.
Okay. British rainforest. Temperate Celtic rainforest in the UK.
Oh, it's Celtic then?
Apparently. Are there any rainforests? Rainforests in the UK are part of the coastal temperate rainforest biome. It's globally rare, and some say it's more threatened than tropical rainforest. There you go.
Don't think so. But...
Where is it?
Yeah, where? I need to know where.
Oh, this is a brilliant article. It's in The Guardian. It's called Life Finds a Way. One of England's forgotten rainforest.
There's no exciting stuff in there, though, is it? It's just foxes.
It's literally just wood and moss.
Oats.
Yeah, nothing else.
Strelnikov just closing the gap a little there into fourth place. Krikstalatis down to 0.2, sniffing all the way, just coming up through into Skyline right now, and then through the S's. So see if any mistakes are being made by the number 12 car, because I'm not going to say the name again.
Oh god, don't leave that to me to say. Krikstalatis?
Krikstalatis.
So much better than me.
No, I think it's Krikstalatis, I think.
Krikstalatis. It sounds like you've just had a little schmock and a pancake in the middle.
I just made it up.
Yeah.
I could look up what upside down hat actually means.
Do it. We need to know. We need to know. Talis says, if it rains in a forest, does it become a rainforest? No, it does not. And then Nubusnell says, how are we doing? Brackets 25. Taking a breather. What a stint. 25. You are 6th. Borchers is in the car at the moment. Doing well. You are just behind this little battle that I'm watching with Storenikov and Krikstalatis. Or Krikstalatis, as we now think it might be. And there is a move coming from Storenikov into Murray's. And you're on the outside of Murray's. That's not going to work. Get the cut back, though. You can get a run down towards Hell's Corner, but I think it's going to be tough. into turn 1 to make a move here. You're going to have to do it into turn 2. Storenikov, though, he's got a good drive out of this corner if he can get it right, sorry. This car is definitely one to be in, but that Bentley's got legs right. It's going to be tough. Where can you overtake in an Aston Martin against a Bentley? It's a tough old race. I have to see where they can get the job done. Just becomes a rainy forest. That is the best answer. Literally has it in the name. Oh, funny.
Right, the upside down hat is called a hat check.
Okay.
And it is first attested in 1951 from Czech. Its pronunciation is... Oh, God.
You could do the, the click on this and it says it for you in the native tongue thing.
Yeah, I feel like, well, I've bought into it too much then. I think I've gone too far down a road. But, you know, I'm just surfing the internet for, like, things on letters now, and, you know, I didn't want to be there. Oh, looks like we've got a penalty dished out.
We've got a couple, yeah. Nazarov and Battenberg have got penalties.
Must be game penalties, nothing in the stewarding.
No, they will be stewards added penalties.
Oh,
those.
no, hang on, there is a 251 was part of that initially.
Taddis says the Beaver team is going to wig out his tail and crash out the Aston.
Well, I'll look forward to that.
Yep, same. So yeah, that's Shazoo and Battenberg, which is N7, right? Getting penalties.
Mm-hmm. So that ruling was a while ago, but they've only just applied the penalties.
Takes time sometimes. Busy boys.
So yeah, and I was thinking earlier that you could potentially have issues with beaver grease on your steering wheel or wheels, and you know that could potentially cause traction issues or control issues. So that may have been what's happened.
Do you reckon I've just got images of them sitting in like vats of grease just derived from beaver remnants.
Well, a bit like, you know, tennis players go and have an ice bath after they've finished a match. Then, you know, once you've finished your stint, you just slip into a body temperature vat of beaver grease.
Oh, can you imagine what that smells like? Just like a really rancid, gamey smell.
Yeah, it's got that sort of tartness to it that you can't quite identify.
You know, when like you hit that little gland that they use, like, you know, on a deer.
No, I don't know what little glands they use.
Okay, see, on a deer, there's like a certain gland that you shouldn't cut when you're like skinning the deer because it spoils. Yeah, it spoils the meat. Do you reckon there's one of those on a beaver? Like,
yes,
there must be.
They live with muskrats, don't they? And they're very musky, obviously, hence the name. So they must smell a bit like that.
Yeah, I reckon. Just imagine dipping yourself into this vat of somewhat, like you say, body temperature grease. Just
it has to be body temperature just to get the real aroma going.
Oh, with that like very musty smell that's just been emitted from that weird gland. Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Quality.
Oof. Top shelf beaver grease action. And they are actually under pressure. Slippery as they are, they're under pressure. Storenikov's trying to find a way around. He's very good in the twisties, but can't catch him on the long stuff.
No, he's been there a while, and the smell must be unbearable.
AOR segue, doing a segue of, I was on the internet and I found this, ... Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty much. Oh, that is a move! Round the outside! Nicely done!
Will he be able to... Oh, he has. He's shut the door. Can he just hold it out through this? I think it will be his to keep forever once he comes around this last corner. Yeah, and there's too much of a gap there. Very
well done. That was smooth as you like, wasn't it?
Nowhere, almost.
He helped himself to that position. Nothing they could do, the number 12. Just had to just go with it, I guess.
Maybe he just gave in to the inevitable, because there was a lot of pressure there.
There was. Not really much you can do. Just have to go with it, I guess. But yeah, that is the first time we've had a move towards the top end for quite some time, right?
Quite a while, yeah. That's right. I'm just thinking now when the next pittage will happen, and I suppose it's going to be down to 7 hours 40 to go, around that sort of time. So
yeah, little while. Still got half an hour, I reckon. Or so.
Won't be any shenanigans around that for a little while.
Well, 8 hours remaining, so 4 hours in. do you know what time some of the other boys were coming in? I know that Cardinal said he might be around at some point.
Well, that's not good enough.
I
don't care that he's just had a newborn.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. But I know Chin will be joining us later on for the second part of this race. Let's have a look in the chat. Cardinal said he missed the start due to his child, and he'll tune in.
Well, if you're there, good to hear you. Get in the chat, say hello. I was rather intimidated by the level of detail that both you and Cardinal offered in the hot stint, sorry, not the Super Pole, because it was very impressive. And here's me talking about imaginary oil-based products from animals.
I mean, this is exactly up my street. Don't you worry.
Whereas Cardinal knows the facts.
He's a strictly fact-driven man. However, we like to divulge into the remnants of beavers once they've been boiled down.
I haven't had the privilege of commentating with Chinson, so...
Also likes a laugh. Yep. He's a good guy. You're going to spend some time with him towards the end. I know you're jumping in the car at some point, so there might be a period of time, actually, where Chin's on his own.
It might be. I think I'm up after 6 hours. Otherwise, my wife has a suitcase by the door.
Okay. On the sheet, it says you're there for the full 12, you know.
Well, I kind of put that there so that people would know that I was available to do a certain stint.
Okay.
Because, you know, I was free at that time, not necessarily 12 hours because my wife will leave.
I have done a 12 before on my own, and it is tough.
I'm sure.
It is very tough.
It's tough to see their faces when you come down for a break and they're like, have you finished?
No, I haven't.
There's plenty more to talk about in terms of non-existent oil-based products.
So not only do you have to suffer with seeing their disappointed faces when you come down and you're not finished, you're still disappointed when you see that 25% French.
Yeah, and it just you know,
that little twinkle in their eye that just says bonjour.
Yeah, that twinkle that says that, you know, they are
they're bad.
about to put on a yellow jacket, a gilet jaune, and protest something.
Oh god, the girls are bad.
They're keen, aren't they? Obviously big fans.
Very keen. I can only put them in hideout. I can't get rid of them. Hide user in this chat. I want to just replace them. I want to get rid of them for good. Time out, please.
They're not really saying anything either.
No.
I don't even know where to go.
No.
Oh,
they've been timed out. Well, they are gone. See you later. Never mind. We have had it before. We'll just have to ignore it, unfortunately. Sorry, chat. I mean, don't click on anything that they posted, obviously.
No, that would be madness.
It would be madness. They'll run away and steal your whole life. You'll find a Frenchman in your bath or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. What's going on in silver towards the back? We've stayed at the top for ages now. Let's see what's going on in the middle part.
I couldn't work out how your boy Dan Robertson is up to 11th.
I'm not sure. I've tried to just not look at him, you know. You know, if you just don't look at it, it's going to go fine. So I just haven't. I've just gone, you know what? Let it be. But they're, 11th overall, yeah. 3rd in class, doing quite well.
There's big gaps down there. Not like we're sitting at the top of the race with Schmitz, Neltz and Robertson. There's big old gaps between those guys down that end of things.
They are being chased, actually, by Fabian Urquhart. So that's the next one on the grid, I think. Well, Fabian was R&D. These guys were in the top 10 shootout. I do feel bad for this team because their race pace is just never there. They are a fast team, but just can't turn it on the race. They've had 3 bad ones on the trot. Obviously, good qualifying session, but paid the price in the race.
I didn't have any notes on them, but I did have a sad note that next to Dalking that have been unlucky in the past, says Rage.
Oh, what, Dalking's team? Yeah, just never been able to get like the result together. Either, I think they team didn't turn up for the last one. It's just Dowking did 4 hours on his own in a 6-hour race. Unfortunately, had to get the disqualification because his team didn't turn up. So that was the last time. But yeah, no, never. I don't think it's ever got a podium, let alone a win, in a endurance event. And this is before, obviously, the endurance championship. We used to just do the run-off community special events, and they would take part, but never see them get any silverware, you know.
This is the story.
Oh yeah.
This is the story.
Hopefully, you know, they can prove me wrong and come away with a good result. I don't want to say any more because I'll curse it. You know what it's like.
Could it be today?
Could
Stay with us and find out.
Yes. Yep. Light a candle of beaver grease, and
absolutely.
I mean, that's what you could use it for, right?
It does burn with a very sooty flame.
It's a very dirty flame, that one.
It's a dirty flame.
It's not clean. It's not clean. The aroma as well is just not pleasant.
No, it burns pretty much like it smells.
Just a musty aftertaste.
Exactly. You can eat it, but you wouldn't really want to.
No, I wouldn't. I did, as I said earlier. I have. I watched a series on Netflix called Meat Eater.
Yes, you mentioned it before. It's clearly touched you.
Stephen Manella, really good hunter in America, and he trapped a couple of beavers, and he actually cooked them up, and they did look quite nice. The meat fell off the bone. Let's say it looked quite tasty. What he did with the grease afterwards, no idea, but I'm sure there was some.
Yeah, he probably licked it off his fingers.
He made it
after he ate it.
This is the best part. Save that to the end. Yeah. So I know you can eat it.
KFB.
KFB, yes, Kentucky Fried Beavers. I'm not sure. I'm sure there'll be too many jokes floating around that if that was a thing, right?
Yeah.
Just like to talk. So we are talking about the woodland creature, nothing else.
We didn't actually get back to your main point of your favourite woodland dwelling creature.
Yes.
I know it wasn't woodland, there was it, because it was forest.
It was.
We got ring-fenced by the whole forest issue.
Yeah.
And then we found out there was a rainforest in the UK, and then things just slid off.
So, forest dwelling.
I don't like any of them. I say burn the forests.
Burn the forest. You can't do that.
Burn them all down.
No.
It helps with regrowth.
Maybe some sort of like shrew. I can't remember what I said when I asked. Maybe a deer.
What about those like sugar gliders? Because they're cute and they fly, so it's interesting, and they live in forests because they jump out of trees and glide to the next one.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with that.
One of those sugar thingies, sugar gliders.
Yeah.
They're cool though, aren't they? Right.
They're marsupials. So
are they?
They only live in Australia.
I know they've got lots of skin.
Flying squirrels are not marsupials; they're actual rodents. Back to rodents.
It's come full circle. I guess you could vote for a squirrel.
What if it was running for election?
No! Can you imagine? He'll probably beat Joe Biden. Live longer anyway.
Geopolitical again. We're on nature.
It would live longer. How long do you reckon he's got? Do you reckon he's going to get there? Do you reckon he's going to do it?
Okay, I'm going to say it's a strictly political thing now. Okay, it's the one time.
Okay.
So Joe Biden is not the best president the US has ever had, but he's certainly the best one they've had for a while.
Do you think?
No, but I mean, as in a while, I mean like in the last 4 years.
The man's half dead. They have to prop him up.
He's better than what could have happened.
I mean, at least there was a bit of drama with Trump, you know? There was a little bit of something to talk about.
Confucius once said it is a peril to live in interesting times, and I don't want to live in interesting times. I don't live under.
He'll be back, you know. He's going to be back next term.
He's not healthy enough. He won't be well. He'll have a stroke or something.
Do you think?
Yeah.
No, I reckon he'll be back. He's rich. He's got that healthcare, you know.
He's not rich, though, is he?
Yeah, he is.
It's all fake money.
Do you think?
You've pulled me into a political conversation now.
It's fine. It's all good. No one minds. It's back to political hour. I don't think I'd be so surprised if old Biden could, get through it. How many drugs
Kamala
must
Harris
be on?
seems okay. So she's the VP. So I think it's all right. They've got a safety net. She's youngish.
She's got a safety net.
Well, that's what the vice president's for.
It is. Did you see the video of him falling up the stairs?
No, I chose not to watch that.
Why?
I'd like to pretend that it's not a nightmare.
It's so bad. I don't know how that they're managing. It's like they picked someone out of a lineup who was asleep when they picked him. They propped him up. They put like wooden stilts on him, and just walked him down the White House. Oh, it's funny.
It's better than the alternative.
It's not.
It's not brilliant. It's better than the alternative.
We got this fiery guy who wants to shake things up, who's just incredibly racist, or we have this man who's asleep. What do you like? Which one?
I think the asleep man is safer for everybody, surely.
It's the man who is asleep. Yeah, I guess. Did you see at COP where he actually fell asleep?
Yes, I did.
It's so funny. The aide had to come up and ask him a question.
A friend of mine was at COP. And,
oh, yeah.
I said, do you see anyone famous? And he goes, yeah, I saw quite a few of the big names. I was like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, there was Dr. Steltenberg, there was da-da-da-da. I'm like, these are famous people in science, aren't they? I meant, did you see like world leaders? He's like, oh, no.
No, I didn't see any of them. No. Biden was asleep, though.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Sleepy Joe. Never mind. Yeah. When are they ever going to get a good one, There hasn't been a good one since...
Obama was good.
That's what I mean, since Obama.
All right.
When you think of presidents, though, like, they always want to be the greatest, Like a JFK or... I guess like not a Biden, an Obama. We haven't had one since like that, for a long time. I want one of them back,
Yeah. Like Roosevelt and...
yeah, like a Churchill character,
guys. Yeah.
And we haven't had one of those for a while either.
Oh, my God.
I know, right? Do you like Boris?
No.
No? Are you red or blue?
I've been all over the political spectrum, actually. Yeah? I actually canvassed for the Liberal Democrats.
I was going to say, I do like the yellows. They're not that bad,
I only did it because they were the least worst option, and I got to meet Hugh Grant.
Worst.
And the candidate had the same name as me, so I thought that was cool.
I liked their... Is it a manifesto? Is that what they put out before they go to try? I thought it was quite progressive.
Actually slaughtered. I did get to meet the candidate, and I got to meet Hugh Grant because he was canvassing for them because it was anti-Brexit.
What's
and I met
to do with anything? That's a bit
lawyer
random.
Gina Miller as well. I had a chat with her.
Okay. Yeah, I like their stance on the whole cannabis reform. I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know why we're still not doing that.
It's so stupid. We could just end world hunger, like with a switch, a flick of a switch. It's so funny. No, Chris, no. I'm gonna turn you off. I'm actually gonna time you out in a minute. He said Scottish National Party.
I'm not Scottish though. I don't have to have an opinion on the SNP, which is nice.
Oh gee, I wish that woman would shut up. It's not Scottish National Party. What's her name? She just annoys me. The Scottish lady, yeah, I can't remember her name.
Sturgeon.
Yeah, the one that they just prop up again, a bit like Biden. Yeah, she just keeps going on about it, didn't she? Just like, oh, you get it one day, right? The last time you allowed your free time, you started building walls, and like it went crazy. Like we had to come in and sort you out, and now you want it again. No, I'm not too sure.
Well, you've really just sort of swum across a load of political divides today.
I know, right? I would just like to add and point out everything we say is in jest and we're joking. Nothing we say. I still can't look at my kids. Everything we say. Is...
I never said anything. I just nodded.
I nodded.
Like you do to a racist taxi driver.
Yeah. Okay. No, everything we say is all in jest. At least from my point of view, it's all for entertainment. Apart from
my wife came in then and started panicking about where the iPad was, and I just totally, nobody even knew.
Oh, it's so smooth. I didn't know either.
Smooth.
Yeah.
And
my girlfriend came in at one point, and I just swatted her away like an insect.
Yeah, they don't understand.
And they don't. They just don't.
If it's not about ponies or ribbons.
Ponies or ribbons. Can she hear this? Mine can, and she's shouting at me. Chris said setting fires everywhere. Indeed.
Yeah, that's need to stop. Surely something is happening.
Yeah, there isn't at the moment. We're watching Darren just lap round after lap after lap after lap. I think there's a fight down in 21st. It gets like this in the middle of the race, you know. You kind of settle in and you just have to just see what happens. There are some people in the pit, stop-go, actually, for 101.
Should we give some love to people we haven't mentioned?
I think so. We should go through maybe and have a look what's going on. Barnabas Concolay and Victoria's Secret. I haven't talked much about them today, have we?
They've done nothing.
they're in a respectable place. I think they're in 7th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. They're in 8th.
Are they?
I think so. In class.
Oh, in class, yes.
Yeah, in class. We talk about the classes here.
So they're in the well, the rather smashed about Aston. Is that right?
Yes, the orange and red one. That the one we're looking at?
Black on mine.
Orange and red. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's orange and black. Victoria's Secret, 55.
Yes.
Yes. Don't know why I said orange and red. It's obviously orange and black.
It's a bit scrapey.
It's a little bit scrapey. I know they had some incidents at the beginning. They should have fixed those. I like the orange bits on the back on the diffuser. I think that's cool.
Yes. Don't think it's really coming up on mine.
Is it not?
No. Still, not the viewer's problem. It's just me, so that's fine.
We do have some pitters. Not too sure why. The 111 car is in.
Yeet Gaming we haven't really touched upon. They're down in 24th, languishing. Jay Fang, who's of Tier 2, and he's a good racer. Gets involved in a lot of incidents, though. Usually drives a Mercedes in Tier 2. So they're in the Datsun for this championship.
It does go quite well around here, the Datsun. It's not a car that I've ever really jumped to.
No. A lot of hype for the Lexus in my group of friends at the moment. But that's not something I've really shone out to me.
It's a little bit of a funny car, the Lexus.
Yeah, we got Strugler from the STMP Endurance, who we also haven't really talked about much in a Lexus. There aren't many Lexi actually taking part today.
You used it actually in conversation.
I was trying to work it into a sentence. I think I managed.
Janik is taking over for Baston Lindener in the number 6. Lamborghini coming out. Good stuff.
So the Fast VR team, Team B, despite doing the whole thing in VR, have also been given 20 seconds worth of penalties.
Do we know why?
I don't know why.
Whereabouts are they on the grid at the moment?
They are...
I can't find them.
They're 111.
Ah, 30th. They got stop-go.
And then also we had a penalty just flash up for 55, which is our friends...
That's Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret.
10 seconds.
What's the penalty for the fact that their livery doesn't load properly on my computer?
I don't know. It could be. It could be.
I like to think it was. So tell me, Rich, what's your next big purchase that you're saving up for? Is it probably a ring, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. Who knows at this stage?
Well, have you written something in your Christmas list that you'd expect?
No. I mean, we're poor. We can't afford Christmas.
Christmas is cancelled.
It is, literally, yeah.
What about poor Timmy?
What?
Oh, there's a spin there from... That's Himmel? And that's taken Conkley out as well at the back. What is Himmel driving?
What number?
Well, Conkley was 55. I don't see Himmel anywhere. Even if there is a Himmel.
Is your thingy playing mischievous activities again?
I was trying to read his name as he spun very quickly down Skyline, so there's an im in it. But yes, no, nasty incident there of people I can't describe.
Right.
Could be anywhere.
So he got. Conkley didn't get taken too much out. He just seems to be okay.
Yeah, he just went off onto the sand.
Okay, almost like trying to avoid.
Yeah, it may have had a bit of a touch.
There is a very good battle going on between Fang and is it Ratchazik in 24th and 25th. They're on top of the mountain at the moment.
Oh, I need to think about pronouncing this. Ratachak?
Yeah.
Ratachak?
How do you say his first name?
I need to find it, please.
It's WOJCIECH.
See, I wasn't listening. It was like somebody telling me the directions to go somewhere.
You weren't listening. I think.
Oh
it's
yeah, I can see it now. It's Witchak.
Witchek Ratchik.
Witchak Ratchik. No, it's got Witchak Watchich Ratchik. This is his actual whole full name, apparently. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, that's somebody else. Wojciech Ratchik.
Oh, the 48 Porsche is spinning into the chase.
Someone else has come off just there as well.
Yeah,
That was,
the Lexus.
The Lexus
760. Yeah, I think got caught out by the 48 that was just absolutely pounding his way down and spinning towards the chase. That was scary. Alex Gates is all right though. Don't think they touched the wall. Not having a good afternoon, that Porsche. Kept it out there.
Struggling.
What's that, sorry?
No, I'm not going to repeat it. It was a terrible joke.
Are you talking about the 26th placed car by any chance?
Yeah.
Oh dear. He was struggling, do you think?
Yes.
STMP
yes.
endurance.
It was something like that, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll ignore it. It didn't happen. Nobody heard. It's all fine.
It was fine until you maybe repeat it.
Okay. Right, let's see what's going on. Let's lead him down. Darren King then still in the lead. 9 seconds back from Bentley Niels. Konstantin Soldatov in 3rd place. Like and subscribe then, gaining a place in this stint. Denis Strelenikov in 4th place, making their way past, Crystalasis in the Beaver Grease team, dropping a place, swapping round. Then we've got Corne Borches in the 25 car. These guys were silver split last time out. They've been promoted. 6th place. Really, really well done. And then we've got Team Shizou and Nazarov in 7th place. And then Max Neltz in 8th place in the H7K Racing team, and currently leading the silver split away, which is really, really surprising. 2nd place is a team of non-description in 9th, but
I'll
2nd overall. No, you're all right. No. Then in 10th place, we've got the 448 of Vince van Mervelde, currently 3rd place in class, and off the strategy on pit stops, as you can see, because they've dropped down out of their leading position because of that pit stop.
Some pits soon, actually, in the upper echelon.
What's that, sorry?
We should be seeing some pit stops soon in the upper echelons.
We should. Now, one thing we could just stop on here. Oh no! Anyway, Brendan Fizimon in the Goat Racing team has retired. Never went our way. That was the yellow Goat Racing Porsche right down at the back. Unfortunately, they've parked the car. Never mind.
Yeah, it was a tale of woe really from the start, and
It was.
Which car was that? 999.
Not 999, the other one. I think it was
9.
just 9.
Just 9 with Heiko
And Brendan and another one who's Dutch. Can never remember his name.
Van der Linde.
There you go. Yeah. But
yes,
the 999 is still going, and is last.
they oh god,
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry.
They had a worse time of things, I think. 999, and
They're still there, in spirit.
still there.
Yeah. I think they're a good 5 laps behind.
Yes.
Maybe even 6. Never mind.
Well, Brendan Fizzymon, I know. Congrats for sticking in there, but if it doesn't go your way, it doesn't go your way.
Yeah.
And it's probably best to pull the plug and try and repair the damage that you've no doubt committed with your partner spouse by taking part in a 12-hour endurance race on a Saturday.
Heiko was unable to connect and the car just continually dropped itself. It did look a little bit skittish when we saw it going through turn 1, and that's not exactly a hard corner to get round. So yeah, the middle section at the top of the hill must have been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. So it's Heiko's fault, we've established.
Yeah, it's all Heiko's fault. Don't worry, Brendan, we got you back.
Nice.
Yeah. All
Well,
Heiko's fault. Yeah. Oh no, they're back. Oh dear. I don't know how we can ban these people. I might have to ask an admin to do this.
Surely somebody at the great state of YouTube can help you out.
I'm going to... Oh god. I'll give Fizzy moderator status. See if you can work out how to ban that person.
Hasn't he suffered enough?
Yes, he has. Hide user on the channel. I do it every time, and I put them on timeout, but they just keep coming back. Yeah. Brendan, you've got mod status, by the way. If we could work out how to get rid of that webcam chat, that would be fabulous. I've hid them all now. Moderator should be able to see them. I'm not too sure I can do it, you know. Manage participants.
So, Strelnikov has just come out of the pits. Darren is still in the car, but I don't think they've pitted. Kakelt, I don't think they've pitted either.
Oh, Dowking's in.
Dalking are in, as are the number 2, PR.
Yep, PPR in. Who goes through? PCDC continues, obviously, because they're off strategy, aren't they?
911 are in as well.
Yep. They're all. Everyone's all on the same strategy. It because it's such a long lap, you can just push it to the last possible, you know, pit stop, and everyone comes in exactly the same time. There's not really much, you know, not really much difference in this strategy. It's all very similar, unless you're off by a lap or you're, you know, a little bit different because you've had an incident somewhere. But
yeah, just keeping an eye on King and the Coquette car, Coquette, and King does get away. Well, Parker now driving for Dalking Racing, so he's our new guy, isn't he, Parker?
Yeah.
About to show us his mettle.
Yeah, not too sure the pace. I'm sure it'll be fine if he's part of that team. We'll see. Wonder who's going to go in the PPR car. I'm assuming it'll be Adam. It'll be Adam, won't it? They have to. They've only got 2 drivers. What a day in the office for them.
Yeah.
6 hours each. Whew.
They'll have to be peeled out of those seats.
Yep. We're on board with Bogroditsky. In the Simware Pro, currently 5th place, I think, might be promoted to 4th. We'll see roughly where they've come out. Yeah, there's Beaver Grease, look, just behind. So I think they got a little bit of... they got some time on the Beaver Grease guys, so it might be another battle coming between the 2 and the number 12 later on. But yeah, James Parker then, the new leader, or new driver in that car, still the leader. And we've got Antonov back in the car for the 911 in 2nd place, and they have actually jumped the PPR guys by the looks of things.
Wow.
Yeah, 20 seconds is the gap now to the leader. That's huge. Done a really solid job, haven't they?
They've their strategy has it's not been faultless. That's not the word I was looking for. It's just been what they thought it was going to be. They've not had any incidents. They've come in whenever they needed to. They've kept their just over an hour strategy going, and that's, it's paying off. They haven't had to think about anything else.
Apart from not getting a drive-through, I guess.
Yes.
Not making a mistake. Just like to point out that no, I'm not going to actually. That team of nondescription is in 7th place and currently leading the silver split round, so doing very well. Sorry?
Sure, they have a pit left in them, though.
They will have to come in, yes.
Oh, they are in, actually.
There you go.
In fact, it's, sorry, nondescript team of Refreshing Sweet.
Yeah, of unknown origins are in. We will see then Van Mervelde snake his way into the lead again. There you go, he's gone through.
Yes, he wasn't far behind.
That Pork Scratchings car is wiggling to get his tyres up to temp. Down the back straight. Yeah, so Van Mervelde then up into 7th place. I think he's actually behind the Bentley of Zelch. Zelch, yes, Lewis Zelch is in Team Shizou, so doing very well actually. Being held up by the 48 Porsche though, which is frustrating I think for Shizou. They'll want to get past that quite quick. A little bit in the way. Oh, okay. I think we've got Bentley Nils ready for a chat.
Yeah, nice.
I'll see if I can drag him in whilst we watch this little...
Don't call him though.
Sorry?
Don't call him that.
Oh, what?
It's not his real name.
What, Bentley Nils?
Bentley. He's made that up.
He doesn't mind. Bentley Nils, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit disappointed after that last stint, but all in all, I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you?
Very good. Bentley Nils, I'm going to turn you down a bit because you're very loud. 1 second. There we go. Give us a mic check. Oh, now you've gone very quiet. No, it was me. I think it was a me problem. Never mind. You're good. You're all good.
Oh.
So,
Right.
You've dropped a place by the looks of things. It's a tough
Yeah.
old race at the top, isn't it, at the moment?
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely loving it, man. Yeah, it's I think we have the pace to win this race. It's just that, during the 4 stints that we've done now, we've just been making at least one mistake every time.
Mm-hmm.
And the last stint I did, I clattered the wall pretty hard. I got about 12 seconds of damage, so I had to get that fixed. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's why we dropped back quite a lot. But honestly, I'm confident in Adam that he's got the pace to at least get back to P2. The Dow King team is obviously very fast, but I don't think they're making any mistakes either. So
Yeah.
No, they're not.
yeah, they're just they're having an absolute stellar drive so far. To be fair, the 911 is having a great drive as well. But I reckon it's going to be interesting for the remaining 7.5 hours. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Adam is feeling good. The car is feeling amazing. So as long as we just actually manage to keep it out of the wall for once, or out of other people, yeah, that would be great, because I really think that the pace is just amazing, and we're absolutely having a blast, man. It's been a great race so far.
Hey, I mean, how are you finding it with just the two of you in the car as well, with the quick swap overs? Is it a bit more intense, especially for a 12-hour race?
Yeah, it's a little bit tiring. Like, I think, I'm not trying to make excuses here, but I think the reason I actually hit the wall was just because I lost a little bit of concentration compared to my first stint. So yeah, it's definitely tough. I've got another race tonight as well, a 6-hour Laguna in SRO America, so... Whew. Yeah, I'm putting myself through some shit today, but
Wow.
it's nice. It's a different dynamic, of course, being just with 2 people instead of having a 4 or 5-man squad ready. So yeah, I'm really enjoying the day so far, and yeah, let's just hope things will go a little bit more our way.
6 hours seems like a sprint compared to this.
Yeah. I probably will only be driving 1 hour in that as well. So yeah, it's gonna be that's gonna be a very short race compared to this, but yeah, especially at Bathurst, it's like it's actually very taxing to do this in a duo, but I think we're up for it. I just need to hydrate a little bit,
Yeah.
and then I'll probably be, hopefully at least, I'll probably be focused again for the next stint.
have you got anyone else with you in the team that's, you know, maybe being like a race engineer or giving you information, or is it literally just you and Adam sat down, you know?
Yeah, it's just us. From time to time, someone from the team, from PPR, will hop in and have a quick chat, but yeah, overall it's just the two of us.
Sounds like a match made in heaven. Do you think you've got enough to maybe get back up towards that Dow King car?
I think so. Like, obviously the race is still long, and you know, from experience at Bathurst, the race can like turn around within 10 minutes. Like,
yeah.
Only one big crash needs to happen, and we're back in the running again. So, yeah, it's
a gap to Antonov at the moment. So I think Adam's doing jobs out there at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Like, to be fair, there's a lot of traffic, and it's not been very easy to navigate through the traffic today. Some people, well, I mean, obviously the intentions are always good, but you know, it's
the bits and spills, yes, that's what you're saying.
It's pretty hard to you know, let people by in this track, in a position where you're not really losing a lot of time. So it's been a little bit messy at times, but overall, I think, yeah, it's worked out pretty well for us. We've not really had too much trouble with the back markers. I had a small tap with a back marker in my stint. I just finished, but you know, that wasn't anything serious. We kept it on the road as well. So, but yeah, it's you know, obviously traffic could still come into play later on in the race, because I mean, obviously people try their best to avoid any incidents, but you know, you never know you never know when that may happen. Like, someone might just, I don't know, not see someone, and boom, there you have an accident. You're in the wall with a minute of damage. So
it might not even be your fault either, you know.
Yeah, that's just I guess that the nature of racing, but especially on this track, it's just so easy to, you know, even get caught up in shit you're not even, you know, involved in. You just get caught up in it. So yeah, we'll see how the remaining 7.5 hours go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long old time. You got a long old way to go.
Oh yes.
But, you know, like we just said, Adam is closing down Antonov quite well. I think the thing is, you guys at the top three, and technically the Beaver Grease team, you're all really about the same kind of speed. You know, you're all very, very quick. And obviously it ebbs and flows when you have different drivers in different times of the race. So I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities to come, and there will be drama later on with, like you say, Bathurst things. So, yeah, best of luck. And we're watching with bated breath to see what can happen. I'm sure more drama will happen later, though.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, obviously, it's not very sporting to hope for that, but
I'm
still kind of hoping for it.
Everyone does,
but,
you know.
Yeah, cheers, man. Good luck to you guys, too, and, well,
no
maybe we'll talk to you after the race.
Oh, you know, don't count all your chickens. Yeah. Well, best of luck.
See.
Yep, best of luck.
Cheers, guys.
See you soon. There we go.
See, I called him Bentley then as well.
There you go, Bentley Nils jumping in and giving us the lowdown on what's happening with PPR. It's an old thing. I've been doing it probably for about 3 seasons now. In Tier 1, he drives a different car each time. And we had about 3 Nils at one point. So I just called him Bentley Nils, or McLaren Nils, or Porsche Nils. So he's well aware of the Nils.
It's a badge of honour.
It's a badge of honour, exactly. Yeah. So, no Jason. So how's it going out for PPR? Jason being Black Gold Saw. Still very well, it seems, even though their stablemate isn't joining them this afternoon. Oh, I forgot to ask them about Luke. Damn him. Not damn him, damn me and my memory. I was going to ask him why Luke Whitehead hasn't joined
you already
the PPR.
Said you were going to do that.
Never mind. I could have asked, but I didn't. I forgot. I'm sure Luke has probably got other commitments. That's why he's not here. But it would be good to see Luke, you know, pop up at some point. I know he's part of the PPR team, at least in the normal stuff. But yeah, shame he hasn't dropped by for any of the AOR endurance bits and pieces. He's a great chat, is he, old Luke?
Good to hear from anyone else who's available as well.
Yes.
Taking a moment to their cars, and once they've hosed themselves down, obviously, come and have a chat.
Now, I don't want to say this, but I think there's been an incident with that nondescript car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's down in 26th place, and he's in the pit. Oh, no. I can't click on him.
Oh, God.
Okay. I will get the inside line. Do continue keeping people updated of what's going on. I will be back shortly. I'm not going
I was
anywhere.
thinking
Just
about
going to have a look.
running through the list. We only got to the top 10, so let's
Go for
let's
it.
have a little look.
Go down the top 10.
So, Prochnico, who I don't think I've seen in the listings up to now in the Ferrari in 11th. Gang, who we saw before in that battle that we were on for a little while last time the Rage stepped away. Car 871 there in 12th. Kinnan in the Ferrari in 13th. Zytek in 14th place. Another Bentley for Maudsley in 15th place.
Oh! I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ark, but we've got Dan Robertson ready for interview, so he might be able to tell us what happened. Let's get a little update on the 88. Dan, give us the damage. What happened?
Jay disconnected twice.
Oh no! In a row?
At the same... Yeah, 2 laps in a row.
Oh,
that's the worst kind.
So
controllable.
What's the dealio?
We don't know. We don't know. He had a bit of a disaster. His headset broke this morning, so he's been off down Curry's.
Oh.
Braving Curry's, but and then first lap just disconnects when he gets to the top of the mountain, and then he joined back in, and same thing happened.
Oh, gee, it's happened before though, hasn't it? It happens to people. Sometimes certain tracks they don't work. I know his Suzuka is a bit sketchy as well.
Well, he's just been doing. Yeah, he's just been doing practice laps as well, and it's absolutely fine. So it's something related to, I don't know, the liveries or the race server we're on or something, I don't know. But yeah, out of P10, like P11.
You were second or third in class as well?
Yeah, second in class, I think, maybe third.
Heartbreaking, man. It's tough. You were doing so well.
Yeah. It doesn't. When it rains, it pours, right? We can't get lucky.
No. Yeah, I know.
I don't know what the plan is now. I don't know whether we'll keep going or just give up our job.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I see you're still in the pit as well. Nothing. What's the actual engineer doing now?
It'd be a 2 minute.
90-second. Yeah, it's 90-second wait. Just because your race has already been ruined, so let's make you wait even longer. So and this time he's got damage. So I think he went in hard this time. So
that's a shame. Well, unfortunately, you were on for your first silverware with Brexit Boys there. Don't think we've done it yet, have we?
Yeah, and to be running top 10 in Tier 1 is something that I didn't really anticipate,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's a shame.
So,
that is a shame. Just for chat's view, we're looking at... whereabouts is he now? He's probably fallen right down to the back, eh? There you go.
Yeah,
just
come out
straight now. So maybe we should keep an eye on him. Once
we'll stay on board. Whereabouts was the disconnect happening?
Just before the corkscrew.
Okay.
Yeah, twice.
Before the
twice
S's.
in a row. Yeah.
I was going to say because we're not in Laguna Seca, Dan.
I call it the corkscrew. It's basically the same to me.
It's kind of the same, you know.
Much
you are right. You are right. Well, we'll go on board. We'll see what happens. All the pressure is on. At least the car looks good.
Yeah. Just I think it's full of tears at the moment.
It is 90% tears. I can see them sloshing.
Yeah, that blue is actually just the water level.
Making it sad.
Oh dear.
It's 4 hours into a 12-hour race, and for this to happen it is heartbreaking. But it's racing, isn't it? If you can get your car can break down in real life, or get a puncture and game over. So at least we're able to reconnect and see what's what.
He seems to be through okay. He's just coming out of Forest now, so that appears to have been okay for him.
Yeah, that's a start. I did say to clear out the liveries folder because I know that can be a bit janky. So maybe not having anything is going to help.
Well, at least he was the first driver. He could just rejoin, almost coming to a stop before the chase. Bless him. Oh dear. Well, pass on our condolences to the rest of the team, Dan. I know it's a bit of a nightmare when you put so much effort in and time for something to go wrong like that. I think the last time we had a disconnect, God, might have been when I disconnected at Spa. Yeah, I can't remember the last time we had a disconnect.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I think he's probably oh no, he's just letting everyone through.
Yeah.
So I think I'm a bit delayed.
Okay, yeah, no, watching on the stream you will be.
Yeah, so it's, it's one of those. We'll see.
Yeah, part of the game, but just it's one of those frustrating things that you just don't want, especially when you're running so high.
Yeah, now we're 3 laps down as well. There's not really much we can do. Maybe we can get back into the top 30.
Yeah.
But we'll see. If he disconnects again, I think that'll probably be us.
Call the day, yeah. Oh well, never mind. You're not lost. That's the main thing. But yeah, keep plugging away, and obviously, if you want to call it a day, call it a day, man. It's you guys have the choice. It's your call.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what goes. But yeah, thank you guys.
During the stream, I wasn't. I was saying that the Brexit Boys car was a car of non-description. I wasn't calling the number, calling the name, or anything at all because I didn't want to curse it. And then something happened. Like, oh.
Yeah, well, I was like, I want to go speak to Rage, but at the same time, I don't want to jinx it. And then it.
And then it happens.
And it already happened, so you may as well.
Yeah, I think maybe this championship is a bit of a lame duck for us, and we'll have to come back next time round and have another go.
Yeah, always come back and have another go. We've got other championships that we're in as well that are going well, so don't count yourselves out just yet. It's one of those.
Yeah, it's all good practice for 2 weeks' time when we're back at Bathurst.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Never mind.
Maybe we can convert that to a consolation win or something.
Yeah, never mind.
So yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us again, Dan. Obviously, if it goes wrong again, always hop back, or if you want to chat later, it's always open.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just, pop a little bribe to someone in the staff to just reset the server or something, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll get on that.
Yeah, we'll try.
That might help. All right, catch you later.
Yep,
cheers.
See you soon.
Dan.
No worries.
Bye.
That was Dan from the 88 that's unfortunately 95% tiers now because they've disconnected.
Heartbreak.
In the top 10 in a silver split car. Second place as well. Never mind. That's racing though, isn't it, right?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it happens to everybody, and it just happened randomly it can happen randomly to any of the drivers here. An angry squirrel could chew through your internet cable and you could be out. So I guess it is part of the game in that sense, but it's frustrating when it's something that's really relatively beyond your control.
Yeah, never mind. They will come back strong, I'm sure. But yeah, out of this race, I think, for a little while. Never mind. Okay, what's going on? Top 10 is pretty much still the same. We're really kind of stalemate, I think, at the moment, mate, to be honest. I don't think anything's going on at the top.
I would just say that after we've been speaking to the PPR team, that I was slipping back slowly from Antonov. Not to any great extent, but he was 3 seconds back, and now he's 3 and a bit, nearly 4. So not making any headway on Antonov like had been hoped. So that's kind of the story from the top at the minute.
Yeah, so not making inroads like they thought they would.
No.
Yeah, I think it's it's just going to be an ebbs and flow kind of race. I think for them, they're just going to have to. I mean, it's only a few seconds, isn't it? They've got between. It's only what?
Longer to go. As long as you can stay in touch, I think it's job done.
Just got to stay at the point where if there's an incident, you can capitalise, I guess. But Parker's doing the business. 15 seconds. He's dropped a couple though. It was about 20 seconds at the pit. So yeah, dropping a little bit of time as I think Antonov's slowly reeling him in.
Yeah, that could get interesting further down the line. I mean, there's most of an hour left in his stint, so he's out there for a good while yet. So if that pace continues to drop, then maybe it will Constantina back together.
So last lap was a 2:03.7 for Parker, whereas Antonov did a 2:02.5. So 1.2 seconds faster each lap, or at least that lap. So yeah, James Parker obviously the slower driver in the team at the moment. Then. It is the big story, yes. So it's going to come down, I think, a little bit while the like and subscribe team slowly reel them in. And I guess Adam Czebalewski's going to have to stay with them. Just stay there to see what can happen. So it's not over yet. Anything can happen, and possibly will.
I'm going to take 5 minutes to go and scream into a bag under the stairs. So I'll be back in 5.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. See you in a second. There you go. Right, so we'll lead through the grid. I think we'll have a little read through and see what's going on. We've got Parker, James Parker still in the lead, running away, 13 and a bit seconds away from Antonov. Oh no! Pro tip: don't put on used tyres. Yeah, I would advise against that. Antonov in second place, Adam Chemanowski in third. We've got Niki Bogrodovsky in fourth place. Grantis Caracas back in the Beaver Grease car in fifth, 5 seconds behind the number 2. So a little bit of work to do for Grantis. He's so quick in this car, Grantis. Just give you a little on board with Grantis for a second. So quick down the mountain. Ridiculous. Grantis Caracas then in 5th place. I'm sure I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but anyway. Doing well. Then we've got Corne Borges in 6th place in the Revolution Sim Racing Black. They're doing okay. And then Lewis Selch, you just saw him go past there, in the Shazoo Bentley in 7th place. There he goes, coming down the hill there. Vince van Merville, Banan, just going past there, in 8th. Then we've got Alex Kopstov in Desperate Measures, doing well, doing the business in 9th place. They are slightly behind Vince van Merville, 4 seconds back. And then, wow, okay, well, making moves. PCDC, they'll be coming into the pits soon, but currently in 10th place. Just goes to show you the pace that car's got. It's currently still, I think, got the fastest lap under his belt. 2:01 dead. Really, really quick. But he'll be coming into pit soon. Lucian in the 500 in 11th place. And then we got Jan Gang currently in 12th place. Thomas Kinnan in the R&D Racing class car. That's in 13th place. And then Bartosz Zajtek in the Mystery Machine in 14th place. Sam Maudsley in 15th. And then Tadas, he was in the chat with us earlier, having a little chin wag. He's in the Beaver Grease Racing Audi, doing well. In 16th place, Yannick Ralph in 17th, and Mark Brophy 18th. Trevor Wenham in 19th. And then we got Christian Kampweger in 19th place in the Team Snail Esports. That is the top 20 as we see it. It's a bit disaster and scary behind that, so we won't go any further. But yeah, we're getting to that middle point of the race where everything starts to kind of like get into a bit of a rhythm, really. Not a lot going on, unfortunately, guys. It's one of those, you just have to watch the gaps and see if there's any racing going on quite close. Well, that's scary. Very scary. Blue flag car trying to unlap himself on Landijk. Remco doing a good job in the Victoria's Secret car. He's close to Watson in the Porsche. I think Watson must have had an incident because he was upside the top 10 earlier. So that's why, is that right? Why, Wurtsy? Because of the used tyre? Is that why that the 174's dropped down, that Porsche? Do let us know. Navarro's got himself a 20-second time penalty. Not really too sure why. Fast VR team. Let's see if we can find out. 111. Right, race control. Inquiry of cars 737 and 111, 20-second time penalty for 111 for causing a collision. There was also 737 and 55, 10-second time penalty for car 55 for causing a collision. That would be the Victoria's Secret car. And then cars involving 14 and 147, 15-second time penalty for 147 for causing a collision. I'm going to get rid of this again. I don't know why we keep getting it.
It's because of those websites that you signed us up to, Reg.
Ah, yeah, that'll be why.
So I've been downstairs and I've stroked my wife, kissed my dog, and got a beer.
Oh, nice. It's that time, is it?
Yeah, I also ripped all the Brexit Boys posters off my wall as well because of the frustration.
I would. Get them off.
When you go out in a penalty shootout and I just rip up the World Cup wall chart, that sort of thing.
Oh, no. Oh, did you watch the penalty shootout?
I don't remember anything about it. I think I was so drunk that the whole thing... I had to try and remember who we were actually playing.
I had a little cry.
I think I just drank really heavily after, because it went badly very early on, didn't it? It wasn't like...
It went badly, then came good, and then went bad again.
Yeah.
It was one of
I
those.
don't remember much of that.
Yeah, it was not the nicest day to be an England football fan. I'll tell you that much.
No, we should be proud is the sad thing.
I know, right? First time the boys have ever done really good in a major championship. In a major tournament, sorry.
Yeah.
So only the Euros, granted, but, you know, did a very good showing at the World Cup a couple of years before.
Yes.
So, yeah, mighty proud with how well that team's gelled together. Especially we've got lots of new boys coming through, like Foden and stuff like that.
Like it's a young team, that feels good.
Mm.
And we've got the Desert World Cup at Christmas time next year.
Desert World Cup. We're in now, aren't we? We got through. Because we absolutely spanked someone 10-0, wasn't it? Something stupid.
San Marino.
Was it San Marino? Bless them.
I've been to San Marino. I was driving past it in Italy, and there's a sign for San Marino. I go, I've always wanted to go to San Marino. So we drove up there, went round the roundabout at the top of the hill, and then came back.
Oh, dear. Right, I need to take a comfort break, desperately.
Yes.
I'm on board with Szymanowski at the moment. I've done a rundown to the top 20. If you want to go further back than that, you can do, but I said it's all desperate and disastrous behind there, really. Anyway,
It is, but I think they deserve their shout
they
out.
do. I'll leave it with Szymanowski, because he's 3 seconds adrift from Antonov. You never know. I'll be back shortly.
Okay. So, from 21 onwards, we have Langedick, who's in the Aston in 21st place. Pretty tight, actually, with Watson just in front of him, and Ratchak just behind him, too, in 22nd. The Audi of Wajoris in 23rd. Willspin, which I think is not a real name, in 24th in the GTR. Janisic in the Lexus in 25th position. Moving down. Arensman, actually one of the bronze competitors in the McLaren in 26th place. Bridport then in 27th in the Porsche. Navarro in 28th. Zabotta in the BMW in 29th. And then the Mercedes of Nirola in 30th place. I don't know how many more people we've actually got. We've had quite a few people retired from this point onwards, and quite a few of these guys are in the pits. So Zamora also in bronze in the Bentley in 31st. Ellis in 32nd place. Polyakov in 33rd. And Jan van Reuten in 34th place. And I don't believe anybody else is still left, if I look. Retirements then with team number 9. That's the Goat Racing team that we talked about before. That's our most recent retirement. So let's head back to Adam. So he's brought that gap down actually now to 2.7. If you remember, he was about 3.7 before when we were looking at things. So that's interesting to see. James Parker in first is lapping now at about 2:02.6. So an improvement in pace there. So I think still bleeding a little bit in terms of the distance to Antonov, who was 15 seconds last time I looked. So that's now down to 12 seconds in terms of overall gap. So things tightening up a little bit at the front. I'd like to see what Bogoditsky is doing. He's lapping relatively slowly. The last lap was 2:03. He's a 2:02.5 now. And he's got 21 seconds to make up to get into that top 3. So still a long way to go, but has to keep the foot down and keep steady to get back up into that top 3. And all the time under pressure from Caracas in the number 12 Beaver Grease car. So that's where we stand right now. So, hi in the chat, Jay. Can you give an update on car 29, please? PCDC. Let me have a look on my list. Ooh, don't see them. Oh, here they are. So, yes, 29 currently running in 26th place. So they're doing quite longish laps. We're getting 2:04s and 2:03.5. So not really on the cutting edge pace. And I think the best lap from that team so far is a 2:02.2. So haven't really gone above that 2:02 or low 2:02 pace for this for most of this race. But you know, 26th place I think is going pretty well in such a long stint. And the gap ahead to their nearest rival. As I say that, I think they got a 5-second penalty that they need to serve as well, so that's not great either. But it looks like they're at least... Well, I still got to tell. Most of a lap down on Janicic in the 760 Lexus, which is the STMP endurance team. So there you go. That's car number 29, Jay. Going okay-ish, I think my overall summary would be. Okay, Kunowski slipping a bit now to 3.2 behind, but you've got to remember that's 3.2 behind Antonov, who's now only 11 seconds behind Parker. So in terms of overall positioning, Adam Kulowski is actually gaining on Parker, even though Antonov is shifting in the gap between the two cars. So yeah, definitely coming together, and I think by the time Rage gets back, things could start to get pretty interesting. In terms of swap outs, we're what, 7 hours 9 minutes to go. We should expect to see something about the sort of 6:35 mark, I'd have thought, in terms of driver swap outs. So, you know, another good sort of 34-35 minutes to go until these stints are done. So we're around halfway in these particular stints with these particular drivers, and as we know, they all tend to come in at the same time. Anyone else in the chat that would like me to follow up on a car, I'm happy to do so, although I can't show them on screen, unfortunately, because Rage is fiddling with all the knobs and levers on his end of things. I've just got my own screen to go. Shout out to everybody in the Tier 2 race, if you're listening in between as well. I hope it's going well for you, and that there's been no major incidents, although I have seen quite a lot listed out in race control. But it's been quiet for a little while in race control. So I think things are going a bit more smoothly. Okay. So just trying to see where there's any gaps around, where any potential races could be on. And everyone's pretty much stretched out, especially down the further back in the field. Looking into the top 10, sorry, just outside the top 10, got Gang and Pruchnica from the 500 team, which is not listed here. I can't read it quickly enough. Forza Italia, and they're fighting again. I believe they were fighting before with 871, which is not listed here, but yeah, they were fighting before with Gang, and again they're quite tight with one another, just 1.3 seconds in. So we may go back to that if there's no more coming together in the top 3. Again, that gap down to 10 seconds with Antonov and Parker. So what's that? Right, a second a lap we're seeing right now. So that's another 9 laps worth of 2 minutes, so 18 minutes. And that's well inside the time in which any changeover would happen. So maybe in around 10 minutes' time, we could see a coming together of these cars, or even sooner. Hey to Liam, need a safety car. Get a bit of bunching up on the pack, get some restart carnage going on. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? If we've got a safety car, bring everyone back together. I mean, I've always thought safety cars are deeply unfair. If you've worked hard for 6 hours to pull a gap out and then have a safety car come in and pull everyone back together again. But it's certainly great for the fans, for the people watching. That makes it much more interesting. That gap down to 9.6 now. Parker obviously doesn't have the pace that the rest of his team has had in, and you can see Kimlowski fiercely going past those back markers. He's dropped back to 4 seconds behind, but overall he's gaining on Parker, if not gaining on Antonov. So that's overall, I guess, going okay. It could be potentially, if you think about it, second place, even though they're not going to make it past Antonov at that pace. So on we go. We've got 7 hours and 6 minutes still left of the race. I'm just going to take a sip of my beer. So let me know what you'd like me to quiz Rage about when he gets back. I'm thinking probably favourite marine animal or fish. See if that gets him going. So I'll save that one up for when he gets back. But something to think about. I was pretty excited for the idea that we'd have a new update in the new year. I don't know if anybody saw the interview that was being had with the KUNOS guys when they were releasing the mobile version of ACC. They hinted at what was going to be put into the new ACC PC update, and they didn't really mention specifically what they were going to do, but hopefully it'd be some new cars, maybe some new tracks. But I think what I'd like to see more than anything is some updates to the physics to make them even better than they are. They're already pretty decent, but I'd like to see something for the engineers, like in these endurance races where you have a third person who may not be contributing to the driving, but checking the tyre temperatures and working out how the car is getting on. There's not enough telemetry in the game for that third person, even though they're logged into the server to see what's going on. So it'd be good to have more control, maybe for them to be able to select the tyres and select the tyre strategy by themselves, so that where the driver doesn't have to do it and they can come in. I'd love to see something like that in the game. So Liam, back in the chat, maybe even a virtual so people don't lose their lead if they gain, but open up a pit option for tyres. Gamble on strat and track position. Yeah, I mean, anything like that. Anything that adds an element of drama. Yeah, that would be good. I don't know if they do safety cars necessarily in GT3. I went to a GT3 race recently in Brands Hatch, and that was really good. But I didn't see any incidents or safety cars. Favourite Spice Girls? That's a bit of a 90s question, isn't it, Liam? Bit of a 90s question. I mean, I don't really like any of them. Who's the most racing Spice Girl is clearly Jerry Halliwell, because she owns her own Formula 1 team. But, I guess she's the more interesting one in that sense. Okay, quick time check. Antonov in his cargo plane is now only 8.5 seconds behind Parker, and gap with Kimlowski is still sort of settling at around 4 seconds, and it's been up and down between 3 and 4 seconds. And these last few minutes, sorry, I said this last this half an hour, but yes, both of them being pulled ever closer to Parker, who's at the front leading right now. So this is going to end up being tight. So Liam responding, I'd like a bit more of an inbuilt rating like iRacing and make it a bit more of a grind and reason to play. Yeah, the ACC inbuilt sort of safety rating system and all that sort of stuff isn't really fleshed out enough. It's a good start, but it would be good to know what your safety rating is, or your rating is in certain car types and conditions and that sort of thing. So yeah, that could be flushed out a bit more, made a bit more car PG, as Skill Up says. But yeah, anything that's got sort of developmental edge to it and helps you buy in a bit more to your game is a bit better. So a bit of traffic for Kimlowski, getting past a few of these back markers. Oof. And Ratchak goes very wide there, and I don't think they were that far back to be wanting to make that much of a mistake. So, yeah, Adam coming up through the mountain straight with Zelk and Zitek in front of them.
I'm back.
Hello.
No, sorry, it was a little longer than normal.
That's fine.
To,
You've gone away a long time as well.
I had to have something to eat. Like, I was lagging. I ran out of sugar.
This beer's helping. Well, I've been talking nonsense since you were gone.
Nice. She'll do. It's all good. I've got another coffee as well.
Oh, I'm getting some interesting pronunciation advice in the chat. So it's Hamiowski. Ignore the first letter and read the Hamiowski H as in H for hat.
Hamielski?
Oh, I see. So it's Hamiowski.
Adam Hamielski. Okay. I was doing it completely wrong.
To be fair, it's not very obvious from the actual letters on the screen.
What's Chapman saying? Can you give an update on car 29 PCDC?
Yeah, we gave them a bit of love earlier on. They're middling performance.
Liam saying you need a safety car. Funny.
Yeah, we decided that the most interesting Spice Girl was Jerry Halliwell because she owns her own Formula 1 team.
Does she?
Yes. You may have heard of them. Red Bull, apparently.
Ah, yes. Fair enough. Favourite Spice Girl. Cosmic Space, close enough. Okay, we got there close enough.
Okay, good.
Hamielski, is that what we're saying? Or Hamielski? Hamielski.
Welcome to Pronouncing Names with Rage and Arcetuthis.
I always struggle with Arcetuthis, to be honest.
Yeah.
Don't make it easy.
No.
So what is an Arcetuthis?
It's a giant squid.
Is it?
It's the Latin name for a giant squid. Of course.
Oh yeah. Arcetuthis.
Yeah, it's spelled slightly differently, but I don't know why. I like giant squids.
Do you? Have they actually proved that there is like a mega squid out there?
Yeah, more or less. They caught some off Japan. The coast of Japan. There was first ever live video of a giant squid. There's rumours of colossal squids, but the only evidence for them so far are these sucker marks on sperm whales, which they fight with down in the deep ocean. So they don't often come up to the surface, but you can see that there's sucker marks there, which would indicate that they are bloody massive.
So how big is a giant squid? Is it like 6 foot or something?
Yeah, they're not as big as you think they are. Giant squids are like 6 foot, but then you've got like colossal squid and these other mega huge squid that are thought to be, with tentacles up to like 60 feet long.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, scary things.
But no one's found one yet.
No.
See, the thing is, if there was such a thing as a colossal squid, wouldn't one have washed up?
They live in the really deep ocean trenches, so not necessarily.
Surely we would have spotted one, though.
You'd think, but there's a lot out there in the sea that... sea cryptozoology is a bit of a hobby of mine, but you'd think that, you haven't explored a lot of the ocean. Things don't tend to wash up.
So giant squid is a yes. Colossal squid, not too sure.
Yeah, no, there's evidence for them. It's not unlikely.
But they only just proven that giant squid are real, right?
Yes. I don't know what all the different naming solutions are. Some of them they've gotten up to a certain size in proof, put it that way.
And what's the biggest one?
No, you've got.
What's the biggest squid that we've found? That's what I want to know. Don't forget Captain Barbossa's pet kraken. Now that's my favourite mocap CGI face in a movie ever. Was it Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean? where it was Bill Nighy as a squid man.
Sorry, I was reading about colossal squid.
Sorry. Said no one ever. Bill Nighy.
Estimated to reach a size of around 600 to 700 kilograms and length estimated in the body at 9 to 10 meters. That's a colossal squid.
I'm looking at pictures of mocap Bill Nighy dressing up to play Davy Jones.
Let me just fill you in on the...
Just send it to you. Look at him in the little dress up.
Parker's bleeding to Antonov at the moment, and Kimlowski. Kimlowski and Antonov's gap is still remaining about 4 seconds, but they've pulled one another up to Parker, who's only 5 seconds ahead now.
Grantis Caracas is getting close to Bogradovsky. Bogradovsky? Oh, goodness. Him. Bograditsky, let's just say. There's another O in there, but I can't quite fandangle it. Battle for fourth incoming. Yeah, we're watching. That's a big squid. Yes, it is.
Big old boy.
That's a big old boy.
So yeah, I think there's going to be a reckoning in the top 4.
It's just round 2 for these boys, isn't it? They went toe-to-toe not too long ago. Actually, it's probably round 3. Because they did go toe-to-toe. He got past, then incident ensued, dropped back, then got past again. Now he's got to do it again. Grantis versus Nicky. Let's see what Grantis to do. I'm going to go on board with Mr. Karekas. I'm sure that's not how you pronounce it in Lithuanian. Don't get me started. But that's what I'm calling him. Beaver Grease then versus the other one. Can't remember what they're called. Only the most professional comms team bring you this information. Simware.pro.
Yeah, Simware Pro.
Yeah, we got there. Come on, Grantis. Reel him in. Grantis is so quick, and he's in the grass! Oh, he's in the barrier as well. He did that in qualifying. Almost got caught there by Sem Smeets and co. Vince Van Merville, I think that was, in the Banana Racing, going round them. Whew.
Got to have big damage there. That's got to be a pitting, surely.
Ruddy good pitting.
Like right in
the pitting.
Right in the pit.
He's going to find himself full in the pit, like all the way.
Just see if he does come in.
I think he'd be all right. Yeah, little tap to the front, I think. Little nose tap. Yeah,
100 miles an hour.
No, he lost a lot of that speed going sideways. It was a little tap. True. Yeah, little tap. I reckon it's not too bad. Not as bad as it looked, to be honest. The one way of seeing how bad it was, if he's got a wobbly bonnet. And he doesn't, so no structural damage. We're all good.
No, and he's ignored the pit entirely, so no.
He's fine.
He's had a look, and he says no.
Yeah. Never mind. Well, round 4 will be in about probably half an hour's time when he makes his way back up there. Yangan getting close, I think, to Lucian. Let's see what's going on there. Yes, he is. Very close. Going down Conrad. Oh, that's a good coffee.
What did you have to eat?
Just lots of sweet things.
Oh, yeah.
I think I was like sugar deficit.
I've consulted with my wife, and we're going to get delivery pizzas.
Oh, don't, because I asked mine the same thing, and she said no, and we got mince out, so I've got to make a lasagna after this.
Oh, God. Could I actually manually make something?
Oh, I wanted chicken. I wanted KFC.
I want a word.
No.
Not acceptable.
She would have taken the offer of KFC as well, but she already got the mince out, so what can you do?
Oh.
It's out of the freezer now, so got to have it.
I love pizza, so I can just say pizza anytime and she'll go with it.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's lasagna, so it's not like the end of the world. It's still yummy.
It's not that. It's nice. You just got to make it.
I just got to make it. Yeah. I do make a good lasagna, though.
I've heard you make
lasagna. I've heard that on the grapevine.
I've heard it in other commentaries about you and lasagna and pasta bakes as well, actually.
Oh God, whose pasta bake was that? That was
That was one of my teammates.
The Nighthawks. Didn't put crisps on it or something.
Cranston brothers put crisps on their pasta bakes. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, they do. It's a Northern Irish thing, I think.
Is it?
I'll ask Cardinal about it.
Do you reckon? I reckon he does as well.
Yeah.
I heard as well that they did something with like a oh, what was it? I'm going back now. With a garlic bread. They did something with garlic bread. I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
Something dodgy with garlic bread. Something only Irish people would do.
Yeah. No one has ever felt the full force of Northern Irish rage as I have when accidentally shooting one of the Cranston brothers in the back of the head during a Tarkov raid.
Oh no. They play Tarkov as well?
Yeah.
Oh gee. I bet that's scary.
It is.
I was always a danger with grenades. Oh, gang! Up the inside of the chase. Lovely stuff. Has he made it stick? We'll find out. Let's have a look. He has! Yeah, good stuff. That was a good overtake, that.
Settling at about 4-second gaps between the top three now, so
yeah,
getting interesting.
Yeah, well,
but not quite yet.
He's managed to pull him in, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Antonov. What was it when I went to go for my excursion? It was
like about 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Jeesh. Let's have a look at the laps. Last lap for James Parker. He's obviously got the hurry up. 2:02.9. And Antonov was 2:02.5. So half a second. Not as bad as it was earlier. It's obviously putting the foot down a bit now. But yeah, feeling the pressure maybe for James Parker. We've probably got a little while to the next pit stops as well, haven't we, to be honest?
Yeah, I was trying to work this out. I think I was estimating it was about 6:35 to go, it would be.
Maybe it's coming up then, yeah.
Yeah, he's still got to stand there for at least another 15 minutes, though, I think.
Maybe we'll get... who's going to go in next? It's going to be Oman. Is it Oman? Is that his name? Jan van Oman or something like that? Going in that car?
Yes. Willem.
Something like that. He'll be going in that car, the 383. I'd like to see that car do well. I'm surprised there's no, like, Dalking-esque livery. I just want a big, like, print of his face on the whole car.
Yeah.
Just his face.
Thumbs up. Face and side. It can be done.
No, I just want the whole face dragged over the whole car, yeah. Right. So it's literally like just a moving face, just facing upwards. So like the headlights are like the eyebrows.
We can do that. I think the livery editing is flexible enough to allow that to happen.
I think that's what we need to ask them.
We want something that Toaster will complain about.
Yes, definitely. Something to make him work.
Yeah. Something that doesn't quite fit, it's too large, which makes him rage generally at the whole process.
It's a big undertaking to do the liveries.
Yes, and he does it superbly.
I know. I think it was Domino with many O's used to do it before, and gave it over to and Crop did it for a bit maybe. I can't remember. Yeah, it's constant amending.
Yes.
Obviously, you got people joining and changing around mid-season. It does get a bit frustrating, especially when you send people like a million edits of the you know, the skins that you're using. I'm not surprised that someone like and Subscribe here just can't be bothered. Just got the standard one on.
I think it's true that people only really download the first pack, and the updates don't tend to get put in.
Yeah. That's why you need a solid pack straight away, and no amendments allowed.
I just remembered why I can't see anything is because I didn't download anything.
Well, there you go.
Well, I can see the meat snacks. So
meat snacks is a standard livery.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What do I know? Here's me commenting on a 12-hour race.
I didn't know that either, to be honest, until someone told me.
It seems bizarrely like it wouldn't be like it's something that was in.
Yeah, well, King's Meat Snacks is like a bit like you know, Fridge Raiders, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know where they hail from. I think it's
it
beef
must be
jerky.
A real car.
Yeah.
like the Panda Sport one, I didn't think was real, but then I saw it in real life in Brands Hatch. I was like, oh right, like an actual thing.
If you want a real laugh, there's some really funny cars that drove round in the Nürburgring 24. Some very German-esque cars, BMWs mainly, with some quite risque liveries.
Yeah, I'm wondering how far you can push it before Toaster just sort of deletes it and your name from the internet.
We on the first outing for Brexit Boys, we made a copy of the Top Gear 24-hour one.
Yes.
You know, with the Penistone oils.
Larson's Biscuits.
And Larson's Biscuits, yes.
I noticed on Forza there are a lot of Top Gear inspired ones. Well, my favourite being Roz's locking up Crims in the community.
Locking up Crims in your community.
I do love that.
That's good.
Or, yeah, Polizei. the police call 999 or something. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
Right. Well, 6:45. We're almost halfway. You know. We were watching Adam DeBille's team. I think it's Lucian in the car at the moment. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong as well. Who have we got in the pit? 172 in the pit. Christian Kampfreger. That's again a mouthful. Team Snail Esports. They're one of the leading bronze car to come into the pit. That's an early pit, that, isn't it? Slightly early. We'll expect him to come in maybe half past or so, like we were saying, but no, early pit. Yeah. We will probably see an early pit from Nika Bogradovsky. I'm not too sure when, but this guy will be the first one to pull the trigger out of the top runners.
It's a Parker 1.9.
Yeah, I know. I literally just saw that as you said it. We'll go on board with Antonov. He's been absolutely pounding the laps in. Yeah, look, 2:03 was James Parker's last lap, and Antonov's was 2:01. He's losing the fuel in that car, so he's going faster and faster and faster. And, oh, look how quickly he's gaining through the S's. We're going to see a change for the lead here. Like and subscribe. Woo, they're on fire.
And Parker could be in danger from, wait for it, Chmielowski as well, going at this sort of pace.
Well done.
Because what between Antonov and Chmielowski has steadied at 4 seconds and hasn't really changed, then that means that he's now 6 seconds behind Parker.
Awesome. We do have someone in ready for interview whilst we're watching. 1 second. Obviously, we do have quite a pivotal part in the race coming up.
Is it my wife?
What, sorry?
Is it my wife?
Is it your wife? No, it's not. It's Vincent and Mats. Let's pop them down. Vincent and Mats, are you guys in the same team by any chance?
Hello.
Yes. Yeah, we are.
Okay, what team are you? Remind us.
The PCDC number 13 car.
Ah, okay. PCDC. What's that? The car that's had a checkered start, right?
Had a very, very rough start.
Yeah, you're off strategy as well on the pits, aren't you?
Yeah, we're very far off when it comes to the plan.
I mean, you're working your way back up. You're currently 13th. No, sorry, you're 12th.
Yeah.
But, yeah, obviously you're going to be pitting at different times, so it's all going to be thrown out when it comes to the end. I mean, it's just operation damage limitation at this stage, right?
Yeah, truly. I don't think like top 3 or anything up there is possible, but who knows? Bathurst, anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been honestly very disappointing, but we made some unnecessary mistakes here at the start, and also when Marcus did his first stints, we also crashed twice in the mountains, so we had to pit again.
Oh.
Yeah, it's honestly very disappointing because we have here Maciej Haila in our team, who is the best driver I've ever seen in Bathurst.
He's quick, isn't he?
Since being racing competitively ACC since 2 years, so it's really insane. Like when you watch him down the mountain, you think he's gonna die every time, but magically he doesn't. It's very stressful to watch him actually. But
he's brought you right back into it. So
he's a very impressive driver, because he only started sim racing 1 year ago.
Oh wow!
So he's insanely talented guy, but he's also still very young. So here were some maybe examples of the mistakes of youth, you could say, because there was maybe a bit too much pressure he was putting on himself to really overtake everyone and everything like that. But it would have been better to just approach the start with a different mindset of just trying to survive. It's a long race, man.
Parker's just come in, so Antonov now has the lead.
Yeah, swatched over the lead. Sorry, boys, just a pivotal part of the race. Just got some pit stops coming up. But yeah, I mean, we've noticed, obviously, Hyla's incredibly fast. The Super Pole was impressive. Still coming 6th after having that incident down the mountain. But yeah, how do you control him? What are you going to do to keep him all, out of the barriers?
Well, the barriers hasn't really been the problem with Hyla. It has mostly been the traffic or trying to do the overtakes on cars. Sometimes he's not fully committed where he needs to be. Sometimes he's kind of, he does moves he shouldn't go for. Should wait a lap, or be a little bit more patient here and there. And I think that's what he needs to work on: his patience and decision making when going into the overtakes, when and where, and so that is probably the main issue.
That does come with experience, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you don't just you develop the forethought of what's going to happen when you put a car in a certain position, or what's going to happen 100 meters down the road if you do this. Yeah,
for sure. I think that's how we ended up having that very rough start, basically, because we did have 2 unnecessary collisions into other cars on the long straight. Well, was it? Yeah, it was our fault.
You got the penalty for it?
It was. Yeah. We did. It was, and we had one with our sister car as well, an incident, but yeah. We don't talk about that.
Never mind. Are they...
leave that.
Sorry.
No, nothing.
Just saying Antonov's coming into the pits now, so they had an extra lap over the Dalking team.
Yeah.
And Himilowski also in as well at the same time. Sorry, boys, go on.
It's alright, no, go on. It's all good.
So now the plan is just to keep Hyla as much as possible in the car. I'm not looking forward to driving myself, because I was out, had way too much to drink last night, so I'm very tired. So it's going to be a very scrappy stint for me. And hopefully that's going to be the only stint, and then Hyla can keep doing another double.
And then you can start drinking again.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. What do you call it? Repairing buyers?
Hair of the dog, we call it in
Hair of the dog, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's a testament to the skill of your team and your resolve that you're in the position that you're in now, because it was looking very dicey at the time, and we'd seen you slump right back down. I think you were last at one point even. So,
yeah, we were.
Pull it back to this is, really good damage limitation, and I think you can be proud of what you achieve if it stays like this.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed by seeing how insanely consistently fast he's banging in those laps, Hyla. Because he had earlier on, when the temperatures weren't this high, he went for a 201 blank, like race pace with full tank of fuel. Just went into the pits and just mashed it out. It's like, what the hell? You're on quality pace, mate.
I think you're still the fastest lap of anyone on the track.
That is the fastest lap.
By far.
Still, yeah.
By far.
Yeah, 201 dead. There has been I think so. Maybe towards the end, I don't know, but it's just going to get hotter, isn't it? So probably not. But I was going to say, there's been a change at the top. I think Dalking's had a bit of an issue on his outlap, because he is well off the guys ahead. Whether they just did a really quick stop, but yeah, Bentley Nils in the PPR, they've resumed the lead. And Antonov in second place, 6 seconds down the road, Darren King, and stuck behind traffic.
Yeah, big change then, all on that pit stop and all on that pulling together that we saw from Parker letting the two cars back in, and of course any sort of slight mar to the car or anything like that, or any issue with the pit stop or cold tyres, it's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons again.
Maybe Parker had damage, that's why he was going slow.
Maybe do an
And they had to heal it.
And they had to do an extra bit of repair in the pit as well on top of that, so bleeding time all over the place.
Yeah, it's just been confirmed. 11 seconds was the damage in the pit stop that they had to do, so that's where the distance has come. That's why they've lost the lead. So unfortunately,
doesn't seem like a lot, 11 seconds. You might just leave that in a 1 hour race, but you know, over this course of a 12-hour race, that's going to add up to quite a lot in lost time that you could be potentially otherwise gaining.
Well, guys, where do you think you're going to be able to get yourself up to towards the end? What's the aim?
I'm thinking it would be cool to get up to P6. That is still realistic. If you think about Harla's pace, that is realistic. If nobody crashes or does anything weird, you could say.
Pace, just P6, but it's Bathurst. It's still 6 hours 36, so someone from the top 5 might still crash.
Yeah.
So never
not even halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still 6.5 to go. Plenty of time to have other death incidents.
Yeah.
Plenty of time for other people ahead of you to have incidents as well.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
I mean, Bathurst does throw up things like that, so you know anything can happen. We were just talking to one of the teams in the silver split. They were running around in second place. They had 2 disconnects. Now they're out.
Yep.
So you know.
Yep.
Anything can happen inside and outside of the game that could cause issues, so you never know. You really don't. But yeah, looking good for now. Obviously, like I say, you're off strategy with the pits, so you know it's damage limitation. I think you can get yourself up into the top 10 quite easily. Yeah. Well, you're in the top 10 anyway. You're 10th. But hey,
currently.
Yeah. Well, guys, thanks for jumping in. Appreciate the talk. Obviously, if we could touch base maybe a little bit later on, that'd be good. See how it's going. No worries, no worries. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
See you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So just an update for the Brexit boys as well. They're still in it. They're still going.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the tears are sloshing around in the back of the car like it was some Top Gear challenge where you had to not drive around as fast as you can without spilling all the tears in your car. But yeah, they're still going. Bless them. Making an effort.
Yeah. Well, it's not like them to give up, unfortunately. They know there's still a few points in the bag, so they can still get something out of it. They're possibly getting up to the back of that BMW that's been in the walls a few times, so they'll probably be hot on the heels of that. And then once they've done that, they've got a couple of laps, I think, before they get up to the next car. So, yeah, inside the top 30 is probably the best they're going to do this afternoon. But hey-ho, you know, it's a long day in the office still to go.
Yes.
Right, shall we have a look what's going on at the top? Yeah, unfortunately, I decided to have the interviews at probably the worst time. Never mind. Bentley Neal's currently taking the lead for PPR. And then we've got Antonov in second place, 3 seconds adrift. And then Darren King probably quite annoyed, a little bit further behind. With blue flags at the top of the mountain, that's never good, is it?
He is pulling it back, though. He was over 6 seconds before, so I think if anyone can do it, he can bring it back.
So, chat told us the reason why Parker was slow is because they had serious rear damage. So, that's why. So, yeah, unfortunate for them, but, you know, it keeps this race alive for everyone watching. We've still got to fight for the top 3, which is incredibly close. No one's run away. And the
rear
guy...
damage suggests that someone has punted you as well, rather than it's an error. So I wonder if there's a...
Yeah.
Well, Stewart's inquiry doesn't really help you when you're at the top, looking to get pace, but cathartic point of view it might, especially if it's one of your near rivals.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. It looked like they were losing time, you know, halfway through their stint. So whether it was, like you say, a punterino, or they lost it and went rear end somewhere into something. It's quite a weird thing to do, but, you know, could have hit, you know, did what we saw with Grantis, spun it at the top of the mountain. No, you never know. You never know. But hey, we've got a fight on now.
Pretty stable though, that gap between first and second, Antonov and Van der Kokelt, or sorry, Bentley Neals. So yeah, that's been hovering around that sort of 3.7, 3.5 for a bit. So steady pace there. I think these are evenly matched drivers that we have so far.
Yeah.
Darren King lost second that lap actually.
King's a fast driver. We obviously know Antonov's a fast driver. He was just chasing down Parker quite aggressively. Obviously, we know Bentley Nils is quick. So, yeah, it's anyone's race at this stage. The gaps are so small. He's losing time in this traffic though. Is Darren King at the moment? So, he has to see if he can make his way past as quick as possible.
Simonis, our mole in the Dalkin camp, has said that Parker actually crashed into the wall going down the hill.
Oh, there we go. I'll put the ball away. Okay, right. What can we look at down the grid? We are almost halfway through this race. 12 hours is a long old time.
How's Silver looking? It's got Schmutz still
No.
Still Smeets still in 8th in the 448.
Lost my mouse. There we go. Smeets,
The
yes.
Banan Racing Team.
Nerf incoming. They're doing a great job, considering they're a bit like their PPR, aren't they? Slightly off the pit strategy by probably about 15 minutes or so. So how that is going to affect them at the end of the race, no one knows really. They've just got to build their gap to Nels, which I'm assuming is their nearest competitor. Now the 88 has disappeared, so the 187, isn't it? Really, whereabouts is that? Is it 187? 871. Sorry. Yeah, Max Nelts. That's the closest competitor.
We're way back because they're 30 seconds behind Kopstov, so at least 30 seconds. So it's about 50 seconds back.
They got a pit in it, haven't they?
Oh yeah.
So no, I mean they've got a pit in it. Is what I meant. Sorry.
Oh, right.
They've got a pit in hand now because of time.
I don't know what anyone's pit strategy is. I'd love to see that. We were just talking earlier about what updates we'd like to see to ACC and perhaps the February-March update, and more engineering tools for people who aren't driving, like putting the tyres on and all that sort of stuff would be one, and perhaps a bit more data about who's pitted or total amounts of things going on for us poor commentators.
Yeah, a little bit more information on the broadcast view, you know, of what's going on, so you can see. But the problem is, it opens up people to snoop and look, and you know it causes problems for teams trying to keep strategy close to their chest. But the thing is, there's normally really only one quick way round, isn't it? To be honest, maximise your stint timer. See if you can knock a pit out by maximising stint timer. And if you do have to come in, you just run through and just do a little stop-go style thing. Wurtzy saying, I don't think the top guys are going to stretch the extra pit. Like I was just saying, the extra pit is always quite strong if you can try and do it. So it should come back to those of us who have had issues at certain times. Yeah, you never know. It's always a bit of an unknown until you get to that last pit window when it comes back. You know, sometimes it can swing in your favour, sometimes it will swing away from you. So you never know, really. You never really know. Hopefully, though, it comes to those who've had problems, like the PCDC guys and like the ones we're watching right now. You never know. But he's all on his own, isn't he, the 448? No competition. So good laps putting in right now.
Yeah, just getting his head down and putting it in, and it's paid off with this sort of large gap that he has.
So Nelts is the closest behind, I guess, on position-wise, but he's miles back considering.
Miles back.
Yeah, he's almost got it. They got it guaranteed, haven't they, for silver class? Then going back from them, it's Bartosz Zajtek in the mystery machine, as we've been calling it, and then Kazdan Briskus in the beaver grease, but a little way off on the pace on that one. I think it's actually a lap behind.
Yes, must be at least.
Right, we've got any racing going on. That's what we want to see. We've got Noiki getting very close. I swear Noiki and Fang have been battling most of this race, bless them. Sam saying, do you want to talk to a couple of guys from N7? Of course, yeah.
Hell yeah.
No problem at all. Chris says, maybe for engineering idea like that, if there was a way to block the public data view 15 minutes before or during pit windows. Yeah, I guess so.
Not beyond the wit of man to sort something out that makes you have a bit more information but doesn't open you up completely.
Yeah. So other teams can't see what input of fuel, tyres, damage, repaired. Yeah, I guess so. I know on the F1 game, it doesn't let you see certain things on like ERS and like different bits and pieces, it hides, so you can't see what lap times they're doing and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think the stint timer resets, so yeah, they'll have to do a stop, splash and dash, a litre at best. Yeah, I think you can stop this. I think you can reset it by just running through. We had this conversation at Kyalami last time. There's no rule against it, even though I thought there was.
I mean, morally there is.
Oh, I think there's some penalties coming in. Lineard and Roman have got 20 seconds and 15 seconds. Maybe I'm missing it. Are they new?
They've been there a little bit, but I think they're relatively new, yes.
Okay. Right, shall we see if we can speak to N7? Are they... No, they're not here yet.
Boys.
They're not here. Yes, Sam, we'll have them in if they want to come and shout and tell us how their race is going. Tell them to hop on over so they're ready to interview, and we'll drag them down and have a conversation, no probs.
I mean, not mentally, obviously. I mean, just in the Discord window.
But drag them down mentally.
I feel quite deflated by the whole Car 88 thing in the chat.
I know, right? Oh dear.
I was enjoying watching them go along, and it was, you know, I felt your excitement, Rage. That's it. And,
never mind. They'll be all right. They've posted lots of memes in our Discord. One of them is I can't remember the actor's name in Platoon, where he gets left behind.
Oh yeah, that's Green Goblin, isn't it?
Green Goblin Man, yeah, I can't remember his name. Oh, that's funny. Oh, here we go. Hello, N7 boys. We've got Robin Moe. Is it Sam Maudsley?
It is, yep.
Hey, welcome, boys. Welcome. How's the race going? Let's find the car. It is number
117.
Thank you. Of course it is. Rennie's in the car at the moment, right?
That's right, yeah.
I'd hope so, otherwise you got a problem.
Somebody else.
Yeah. So it's going okay. You are, I think, did a third, fourth, fifth in class, right?
I think so. We started 32nd overall.
Nice. Okay. So you benefited from my team's calamitous afternoon. The 88 unfortunately disconnected. Never mind. What's the dealio then? Any incidents to report? Any kind of shenanigans, or has it been smooth sailing?
Well, it's pretty much been quite smooth from the start. Like we kept our hands clean for the most of it, like the first 3 hours or so. Like the start was quite crazy. Lots of people going off. I don't know if you've seen that, but for the first couple of laps, like at the mountain section, we had a lot of yellow flags, so trying to avoid that. But I think until an hour ago, we basically had no damage, and we only had one penalty so far, so it's quite good.
So it's going well. It's going to plan.
Well,
Yeah,
we had a couple of incidents.
At the go on.
In my first stint, I got caught behind a back marker, accidentally crashed into him. That caused lost about 20 seconds from spinning out, and then we had a 15-second penalty to go over it.
Oosh.
So that set us back a bit.
So you have had your knuckles wrapped by the steward once.
Yeah, and then on my second stint, I was about 40 minutes into my stint. Completely smooth, nothing wrong. Did an overtake on a guy who just came out of the pits on turn 2. So I was feeling really good. And then straight after, I crashed into the wall going to turn 3.
Oh no.
And bounced off, hit the other wall. Had to limp back to the pits.
Yeah, that was, until that happened, it was going really well.
I mean, anything
that
can
was
happen.
actually quite funny.
Anything can happen around the hill. Mountain can be a cruel mistress, going up and coming down. So, is there any way you kind of like deal with that part of the track? Do you just take it easy, or do you get into a rhythm and it's not a problem?
I think you sort of have to get into a rhythm, and for me it's really difficult to drive at like 80% or 90%, because if you start to lift off, you start making mistakes somehow because you're not fully on it. So I just try to completely go flat out while preserving the tires as much as I can, and sort of not taking any risks. Like if you have somebody ahead of you, back off. It's better to back off and lose 2 seconds than to lose half a minute.
Yeah, well, it's a fine balancing act, isn't it? Really, you know. But I think you guys you're doing well. You've got that pesky beaver grease Audi just ahead of you. Is there any chance of you getting up to that kind of car, do you think, by the end to get another place?
What's the gap now? Well,
you're about 3 seconds away from the 180 car in front of you, and then they're about 14 seconds away from Lineard ahead of them. I've got no idea from them to Dambriscus. Quite a while, I think. Oh, it's more than a minute. So you got probably about 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes you need to claim. You need to reel it in.
That's a big gap.
It's a big gap.
Yeah. But in the early stages, we were actually battling with them for position a few times. Changed as the drivers changed, you know, the battle sort of shifted. But yeah, we were battling them for quite some time. So I don't think we can really catch them unless there's something unpredictable, like a penalty coming their way. Or damage. You know, anything can happen.
We've got our secret weapon still, Mr. Simon Beeg.
Our fastest driver is getting into the car later.
Ah, okay. Well, I was going to say, your times are very similar to Kaz Dambriscus' team. Their best laps are 2:02.3, and you've done a 2:02.4. You're currently lapping a little slower. 2:03.6 was Battenberg's last time, whereas Kaz's was a 2:03.1. So you are dropping back slightly, at least on that lap anyway. So yeah, you're going to have to change the drivers around and see what happens, really, or just hope for an incident. There has been plenty of them, and there's 6 hours to go.
Well, I think there's a little bit more pace in hand. I think the 2:04, which you mentioned, I did that on the first stint, and I was really nervous and not really completely on it. I was trying to be quite careful, so I think there's more time in it. Low 2 minutes, maybe. I think Simon can get that pace down, but yeah, let's see how it goes. Maybe 1 or 2 more positions. We were running it as far up as 14th, I think, like half an hour ago before the big shunt happened. But
I mean, it will happen, unfortunately. Like you say, it's going to happen to other people too. So you know, fingers crossed that maybe you can gather a few places a little later on into the race. You never know. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, we're still 14 places up from where we started.
I mean, that's huge. It's huge points, huge opportunity.
17th as well. So.
Right, guys. Well, I appreciate you jumping in. Obviously, we can have a little chat maybe towards the end. I don't know if it'll be with me because I think we're handing over to Chinson a little bit later on to take us to the end. But if you want another chat, just to let us know how it's going on, I appreciate you coming in. We'll always be open.
Well, 12 hours of commentating must be really stressful.
I mean, yeah. We're splitting it up. It's not all on one of us this time. So we've got, I think me and Arcetuthis are doing the first 6 and a bit hours, and I think Chinson's coming in with Cardinal later to do a little bit. So yeah, it is being split up. But yes, it is tough.
Yeah, maybe we jump in later, but we have to see who's driving and so on, how we manage our stints. But
okay,
yeah, it was a pleasure speaking with you, and have a nice.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, best of luck. Hours. No?
Thanks for the stream.
No worries. Enjoy the race, and best of luck getting up there.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one. Bye.
See you soon. It's good to talk to the N7 boys. I like their livery. It's very recognisable.
It is.
They've got opportunities, though, around them to get up the grids. Obviously, Lineard's got a 20-second penalty, so they should jump 1 more to get up to 17th. It's just whether they've got it in them to get up to the back of Everink, which is only 2 seconds away. So, yeah, they've got every opportunity to improve. Just have to see how it pans out for them, right?
Yeah, it's almost like they're taking part in the wider race rather than the silver race, because it's a big ask to take 2 minutes down, and you've got to hope for a bit of luck, I think, to get that gap down to the next people in silver. But there's plenty of platinum cars ahead that you've got a chance to deal with as well. So your overall placing is maybe something that they're looking to improve instead.
Yeah, there's well, I think they will jump Lennard when he comes in, the 172 Bentley, because they got 20 seconds they have to do. So they will easily jump them. So they'll go up a position. It's just whether they can get past Everink on the track. That's the next fight for them. Just looking what's happening at the top, Darren King's pace is obviously not that of Antonov's, because the gap's opened a little bit. We got the gap between the leaders is 2.9 and then 5.9 respectively, Antonov to King. And then Bogradovsky in 4th place, just off the pace a little bit even more so. Klaminskas in the Bentley. I think that's Beaver Grease in 5th place. Julian Vanbrugh for Shazula in 6th place with Dyer in 7th. That's really good for Shazoo in 6th. Keep it together, boys. I wonder what happened to who was it? The number 11 car.
They have retired.
Have they? Van Wall Simsport, isn't it?
I think it was Van Wall Simsport. They've been out quite a while. I saw them at the back, and yeah, they're confirmed as out. So I don't know what happened to those guys. They were languished. Well, they were in the middle for quite a while. They must have had some major incident that's, knocked the stuffing out of them.
That's a shame. That is a shame. Never mind. It's does take a lot to get through to the end if you are right at the very back. I think Erskabal is right at the very back at the moment.
He is.
Yeah, bless him. He's got a little bit of time to make up to improve his position there. But yeah, we've got the attrition round here is quite high. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cars currently. 10 cars. 9 or 10 cars that haven't made it. Oh, and X is in the wall. Never mind. Yeah, there's a lot of cars to not make it to the end.
I've not seen Erx's McLaren without scuff marks.
Bless him.
It's they've got a big pot of paint in the pit, and every time he comes in, they repaint it, and they're running out. They bought 10 litres, and they're running out of paint to recover it.
I reckon when they pull the car in, they literally just throw it over it now. They don't even bother. They've got rollers now. Yeah. They just roll it over quickly. Gap still 5.9 for Darren King. He's still dealing with traffic, bless him. I think this is the biggest problem, isn't it, really, for the leaders?
He's had a big amount of traffic and doing well to maintain sort of the 5 to 6 seconds deficit that he's got. So not a lot has changed between Antonov and Bentley Niels in terms of gap. So yeah, it could be that Darren King's making the move out of those 3 once he gets past this traffic.
Interesting race we've got a little bit further down. Sem Smeets, I'm still sticking with it, is only a second back from Hyler. So whether he's dropped off the pace there, let's have a look on board his car. Oh, he's had an accident. Look, the front, the bonnet's all flappy and such.
That's not good. When you've got a flappy bonnet, it means big problems.
Flappy bonnet is not the one. Oh, he's got lots of understeer as well. He's definitely not going fast at the moment. He's not going to be catching onto the back of Hyler. Hyler is gone. P8 they are. Oh, there's a huge crash up ahead. Oh, it's the 48 Porsche in the wall again. Oh, it's not been good for them, has it? Bless them. Poor Porsche. Poor Porker's seen
my
more.
wife's coming and she's pulling money off my desk.
Oh, that's never good.
It's distracting.
That is never good. Got to keep it locked away. Not the wife, the money.
Well, both ideally.
Oh dear. Right, what are we doing? What's going on? Smeets is still languishing back there with his damage. Nels, then, is 2nd place in that split, and he is quite close, I think, to Lucian now. Yeah, you can see them, look, battling together. This is going to be Max Nels H7K Racing versus, I'm probably saying it wrong, Lucian in the Forza Italia PL Esports team. I've always hyped these guys up, the 500 car, and they always seem to find a way to disappoint me. That's really harsh to say, isn't it? I always want them to do well. Oh, I spoke to, I told you this earlier, I spoke to Adam, I think last race, and I said, look, you guys, you've got the potential to do well, but you keep mucking it up. You know, just want one good race to show the pace of that car.
Thank you, Rage, for the kiss of death.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sorry, I had to go bit there because apparently it was very important for me to change the batteries on the head torch halfway in the middle of my session. But
well, you know, you never know when you need a head torch. That's the main thing, right? You never know when you need to search for things via a light from your forehead. Yeah. It's a pivotal thing. You need to make sure that's...
yeah, it's really obviously so important that I had to do it right now.
I know, right? Never mind. No harm done. Right, we are ever getting closer to that big, monumentous 6-hour mark, right? Halfway through.
What do we do at the 6-hour mark? Do we pop champagne? What's the usual thing?
I'm not sure, you know. I think we have a little cheer together. And yeah, that's about it really. I
And
know.
I ate a massive pizza.
What was that, sorry?
And then I eat a massive pizza, right?
Oh god, yeah. I can't wait for my lasagna. It takes so long though. You got to cook it, and then you got to then put it in the oven.
What combination of cheeses are you going to go for?
Oh, see, as I explained before, I'm poor, so it's I've just got standard lasagna cheese. You know, the standard white cheese sauce you got.
What bechamel? Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff. So standard that, and then just some standard medium cheddar on top.
Okay.
Yeah. Can't really go for anything more fancy, unfortunately. What was that, sorry?
I'm of the school of thought that you can't really have cheddar on lasagna.
Yeah, I do agree. It should be, you know, a little bit of that sicky cheese. What's that cheese that begins with G as well that's quite nice?
Gorgonzola?
Probably, yeah, why not? Isn't that the one you have in a carbonara? I can't remember.
No, carbonaras actually don't contain cheese from the original Italian recipe. It's just egg yolks.
It's eggs, isn't it?
It's parmesan as well, yeah. Sorry, it's parmesan. Egg yolks.
I swear you put another cheese in it. I don't know. Who knows? I always, if I'm going to a nice restaurant, and I know it's really boring, you can always judge how well a restaurant, how good a restaurant is by how well they do a carbonara. If it comes out full of cream cheese, you're like, oh god, really?
Yeah, you're not supposed to add cream cheese in. It's just literally supposed to be eggs and parmesan, grated parmesan and eggs.
It's nice though, isn't it? I love a carbonara. It's good stuff.
God, I'm starving.
I'm pretty hungry. So what are you going to have then? You have a pizza?
I'm going to have a pizza from the local Italian authentic pizza shop who do deliver. And
what are you going to go for? What's your pizza of choice?
Do you deliver? They said no, just chicken or fish. I love that joke. And I might go for something a bit spicy actually, like a Vesuvio, something with a bit of Nduja sausage or red chilies on that. I'm fancying that right now.
Nice. Okay. Some sausage. Adam said, "Hi guys, I was waiting in an interview for 20 minutes and you didn't let me in. I'm sorry. We didn't see you in. We didn't see you there." Just what you could do is go into the ready for interview and then just message us, or just pop us a message in chat and we'll see it quicker than we'll see you, because obviously we're looking at the race most of the time, so we do miss sometimes people waiting.
About pasta.
What's that, sorry?
Or talking about pasta.
Or talking about pasta. So, sorry, you're going to go for a strained sausage on your pizza?
Yeah, Nduja. Spicy sausage.
Okay.
That'd be... yeah, I should stop talking about it because it's making my eyes water, not only my mouth. Just because I haven't eaten anything since 10.
Oh, goodness. I've had all these comfort breaks with all these biscuits, and I've eaten 2 oranges.
But I enjoy the starvingness that you get for a weekend meal because you anticipate it that much more.
Yeah. Well, I was dreaming of Southern Fried Chicken, or Kentucky Fried Chicken, I should say. But yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be lasagna. He says, unfortunately, it's going to be lasagna. Never mind.
So just unfortunately, you have to cook it yourself. That's all. Lasagna is perfectly lovely.
If I could just employ an Italian man to come round and do it for me, I'll be happy.
That would be nice.
Yeah. My partner doesn't cook, you see, so it's all on me.
Really?
Yeah, she's not a cooker.
No.
Never mind.
She's French, and you'd hope for some delicacies, but yeah.
None of that then.
No,
That is a shame. I'm sorry if you can hear my son crying in the background.
Can't actually.
Oh, okay, good. I'll shut up about
it.
Now I can. Now I can. Bless him. He's having a mini breakdown, I think.
Nothing much happening up at the top. Still the 5-second gaps that we were seeing before. Nothing much happening at the bottom either.
Yeah, we're on board with Nels. It was catching actually, but looks like Yishin's just run away. So yeah, you're right. There's not a lot going on. King and Antonov have slightly come down in time, but still not anything to shout home about, really. Yes.
So I believe that the stream will end on this particular stream, and we'll start up again with the next group, Chinson. Is that right?
Yes. So when Chin comes available on Discord, So what we're going to do is this stream will stop, and we'll then transfer over onto the next one. because you can't stream longer than 12 hours anyway.
No.
So it will get to the end of the race and it will just cut off. So we need to do 2 separate streams. So yeah, we'll wait until Chin joins us, and then we'll hand on over, and I'll run away and make my lasagna. Unfortunately, I can't do the latter end because I've got other comms commitments with other leagues now. So we'll have to bid you farewell at least for that part.
Indeed. And I'd like to very much hear about how lasagna went, and more so how the poached egg Burford Brown experiment goes.
Yes, I will. I will try and see how they go, and I will feed back in the Discord. Yeah, got the shop coming on Monday, so I'll try and find some pretentious eggs for you.
Not for me, for you. You know it.
Yeah, I will try. I'm not too sure when we're being joined by Chin. I know he said he might be running late. But yeah, we'll see.
Doesn't help me at all.
Sorry?
That doesn't help me at all.
I'll message in the thingy.
Adam's quite upset about the interview thing, and we can only apologise in that we didn't see your chat message. We were caught up in our own world of dinners and beers. So, are you having a beer after this, Reg? So you just left me hung out to dry. It's like that. So I just trying to look for some interesting gaps in what's happening right now, and everyone is quite spaced out. I'm not seeing anything less than a 2-second gap or an indication of a fight, really, in all the way down to 16th, sort of 17th now, and I don't see 8-second gaps, 18-second gaps.
Sorry about that. I am back.
Just asked you what beer you were having, and you just hung me out to dry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't be having a beer. No beer for me today. Had enough beer yesterday.
Oh yes, fair enough.
Yeah. I have to be very good with beer, otherwise I'll just drink it all the time, and that's never good for anyone.
No.
Oh.
I was going to ask you about your... Sorry, but...
I was just reading Adam's message.
Yeah, I know. He's making me feel bad.
Oh, he's not. He said, no, that's not the thing. I'm upset. Oh, bless him. Sorry, mate. I mean, you can always jump in now. I've got no problem. What were you going to say?
It was something inconsequential, so don't worry about it. And I've forgotten as well.
Okay. How did the screaming into a bag go?
Well, really well, actually.
Yeah?
I went downstairs and I saw my children, and I saw the Dutchness and the Frenchness behind their eyes, so I just...
had to let it out, yeah?
To let it all out in a paper bag under the stairs.
No.
Not something that they've not seen before, so it didn't really disturb anyone.
Oh, dear.
And my wife asks me when I'm finishing so that she can go to Sweaty Betty and buy more clothes.
Oh, no.
It's not soon, they'll be closed. And then she got a sad face.
Where's Sweaty Betty? What's that?
Oh, it's a women's clothing shop that they sell sort of women's activewear.
Oh, okay. Never heard of that one before.
Obsessed with it, and goes there a lot.
Is it
so
overpriced sportswear?
Oh my god, yes.
Okay.
And how?
Well, there we go. 3 seconds.
Big excitement where I live, though, because we are finding out that there's Sports Direct opening up, and cheap, shoddy sportswear is go.
Good news. Sports Direct. I'm not a massive fan of Sports Direct. Isn't there the guy who owns it is a bit of an arse?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was that man.
So I cut you off. You're about to...
I can't remember now either.
Commentary up.
I can't remember now either. I think I was just going to say that King was... he's getting close to the back of Antonov, or closer, I should say.
Because we were at 6 seconds, and now we're down to 3. So, undoing a bit of the damage that was done to the back of the car.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come at the end of the stint, isn't it, really? If they can, make up the place. But they've had awful traffic to get through. You saw Antonov actually go past there. I think that gap's going to come down even further when we go across this line. Here we go. We'll see here. is it sub 2? No, it's just about 3 seconds. You actually see them. They're right next to each other, just going through the kink of the conrod down towards the chase. So really not far behind each other. Darren King can see the car in front, so
Definitely.
extra, motivation there in front of you.
I love the phrase "kink of the conrod" as well. Very nice. Opened back up again to 3.2, so not really gaining anymore, and 2 steps forward, 1 step back a little bit for King there.
We'll keep an eye on that gap, I think, because it should come down. I think King's probably got the measure of him, especially if you can see him in front of you now. You've got no more traffic in front, so you've got nothing to upset, unless obviously Antonov goes past some traffic and then throws it into the foray. But I don't think that's going to happen. It looks like King is in control at the moment, so we might see a little flop around of drivers here. We've got 3 minutes on the dot. 3 minutes, sorry, 3 seconds on the dot between them. All it takes is just a little mistake from one of them, and it could cause absolute disaster, really.
Just having a little look to see if the weather is changing, but no,
Looks
not
fine.
30 minutes of what you'd expect. And
Track temp's very high.
Very high indeed.
36 degrees. So they've had to monitor those tyre temps and whatnot throughout the race. I wonder what the gap's going to be across the line this time. Doesn't look like it's as close as it was before. 3 minutes on the dot it was before. 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Sorry. Let's see what it is now. 3.1, okay. Lost a tenth.
Pretty much stable though, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, bouncing round. I think Wurtzy's saying teammate is doing his best Benny Hill. Oh god, what's happened? They're in 21st. That Porsche, I think. What's going on? It seems fine to me. Was he sideways somewhere?
Really fast in terms of Benny Hill, like the fast walking thing.
I mean, the car doesn't look damaged. Do explain what Benny Hill he was doing. Oh, it's sub 2 seconds now. He might be just about starting to catch the slipstream down the straights as well. Just about. Tooth and nail this. And we have got the dreaded traffic coming up. Who's Antonov got ahead of him? It's the Lexus.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is that Lexus? It's way down outside the top 20. So pace difference between these two is going to be huge. It's come at a bad place as well. Top of the mountain. Wurtsy said he's been every which way at the moment. At some point, yeah. I think there was tears. Oh, okay. Lexus has let him pass at Skyline. How much time has it cost him though? That's the main thing.
Looks like quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll get a drag off the Lexus as well, down the Conrod, which is good for him. 2.7 it was in the last timer, but it's going to be less than that now, I reckon. 2.4. Right.
Okay.
Mermaid said the slipstream is about 1 second behind, not 2.8. I don't know. You'll definitely get some sort of slipstream as soon as the car comes up ahead of you. Whether it be very, very close. He's definitely getting a slipstream from this Lexus anyway. The Lexus should get out of the way into turn 1. If not, it'll be the exit of turn 1. It's tough if you're a slower car, isn't it, Constantly having to let people past, constantly...
having to let people past and not wanting to take too much time out of your own lap just so you can let them through, and yeah. It happens all the time. You think, right, that's done now, and then you notice another one behind you. It's just relentless.
It's an ongoing thing. never stops, especially if you're that far off the pace. Right, let's see if we got any. No, we don't have any news in regards to what's happening with the servers next. We will keep everyone updated when we are changing over to the next portion of this race. Oh, that was a bit deep from King.
Yeah.
Lucky to keep out of the wall.
That was close.
It's very close, isn't it?
Down to 1.9.
He's pushing so much to get into that second, isn't he? You can tell he's pushing.
He wants it.
Oh, that was so quick through there. That was on the limit stuff. That
Nice
will net him a bit of time, that. We're on board with him at the moment. We see how far he's pushing to get that round. Jeesh. 1.9 it was then. 1.9 again. Oof, it's got him a few hundredths. It's just a straight battle, isn't it?
It's a psychological battle at the moment, because no doubt Antonov can see him looming ever larger in the back, and yeah, that whilst they're not actually physically near one another, you can just see them peeling down this gap.
Let's see what the times are when they come across the line. There's a 2-minute 2.7 for Antonov and a 2-minute 2.3 for King. That doesn't look like it's, you know, representative to how much time he's actually pulling him in, you know. Liam, that's a bit of an awkward autocorrect, mate. Not gonna lie.
No, I don't think he was either. Stop go for car number 4, the Audi.
Oh yeah, Kaz Dambruskus. Well, there you go. That'll go down well with the 117.
Yes, that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, they're right behind that car now on track as well. They were all doom and gloom, weren't they? But look how it's changed. Changes so quickly on the mountain.
God, King throwing it down, these S's. Well, I look forward to my stint in the Tier 2 endurance race later on with a growing sense of dread.
Do you know what time you're going in?
No, I don't. I've got the team commander, Jamie Sterrett, to let me know what they're doing. It's not going to happen before pizza, though, that's for damn sure.
You can't do Bathurst on an empty stomach.
No,
it's
I've
not
been
cricket.
I need to also drink a couple of pints as well before I get in the car.
Oh God, of water, I hope.
Well, like Hunt, I have to have at least a couple of whiskies before starting a competitive race. Which has got me into trouble before on ACC with an AOR when reaction times being a bit
sloppy,
a bit worse than they should be.
Oh, it's kind of plateauing, isn't it? Around 1.9. Let's just dip out of this little battle and we'll revisit it very shortly. He's actually got Vanbrugh very close to him. That's probably not helping his concentration. A very quick Vanbrugh behind. Like, very quick Vanbrugh behind. That's probably, yeah, not the best. Right, PCDC versus Forza Italia Esports. I'm going to nip to the loo quickly. Martin Lawrence is chasing him down. Half a second in between. I'll leave you guys on board with that briefly.
Whereabouts are they?
They are P10.
P10. Oh yes, just the 0.4 seconds between these guys. The Ferrari and the Bentley. So I'm just looking on board with Lawrence right now as they come down the last final straight. Lawrence braking a bit later there, getting that much closer to Prochnika. He's getting close now, and this is he's going to be looking for a move this lap, certainly. So this is for 9th place. They've just got Smeets ahead of them. Not quite sure how far behind they are of Smeets. Maybe we'll find out in a second. But Smeets racing in silver. Soon to be platinum, thanks to Rage's complaint. As Lawrence has a look on the inside. Prochnika, I think, is just going to let it go. And I think it's almost even a dab of brake there. Just to get it over with. Because they knew that was going to come and that was going to happen. And the Lawrence in the Bentley was the faster car. So that's them ahead. Pretty neat and tidy. So next on the list is Smeets, but that's on track, another 30 seconds behind. So we won't be seeing anything from them in the near future. But just to go back to Darren King, even though you can't see, the gap now to Antonov down to about 1.6. I'm just going to have a quick look and see what's going on. He's still got that red tail of the Aston in front of him, Darren King. But clawing it back by 0.05 of a second at a time, but maintaining that consistency and perhaps taking some risks down the S's. So don't forget to switch over to the other stream once we've finished here. As Rage says, we have to split it to 2 6s because we're not able to stream for more than 12 hours. And though it's a 12-hour race, that would mean no chat before and after. So 2 6-hour stints, and Chinson will be taking you through the second half of the race with Cardinal dropping in too. Well, I don't see him here, so I don't know if it's going to be taken over anytime soon. Looking at the back of the pack, we have still bringing up the rear Ertz in the 999 McLaren, still languishing in 30th place, and yeah, I don't see any major changes in the middle. We do have Smeets still leading that, and they look to have maintained the silver position, well, the first position silver. They're in the pits now, actually. So that'll be interesting to see. That seems a little bit out of sync, them going in the pits at this time. So I don't know if they had a problem, possibly, or they were already out of sync.
Okay, right, I'm back. However, I just need to help Chinson with setting up his side of the stream. If you don't mind, because obviously we're going to do the swap over at some point very soon. So, let's see where I can put the stream. We might as well stay with King, because he's still being hustled, isn't he?
The actual 10th battle for 10th was over relatively quickly, and it was place was given up. So
okay.
That panned out that way. But yeah, just following King now, who's again, I'm just saying that they're pulling down 0.5 of a second almost every lap or every half a lap, and King just grabbing hold of any time he can. He is gaining, but ever so slowly. And any mistake on his part or the mistake of Antonov is going to completely change things. So
right.
Coming down the.
I'll be back very briefly. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, the only problem is no one's going to be able to hear you. because I'm the one who's hosting it. Okay. I think what we'll have to do is just very briefly.
Go off air?
No, we'll go off air. We'll just we'll leave it on, but we'll just have to go quiet on the comm side of things while I just get Chinson set up for his stream, so we can continue for the next 6 hours. It'll only be 2-3 minutes of no hearing, so go grab it.
I'm going to take my leave then in that case, Rich. And
okay.
Thank you very much for your company.
No problem.
Hours. You've made it fly by. So
it's been a pleasure. It's been fun.
Very much.
I think we've had a laugh. It's been good. All sorts of things have been spoken about. I may have even made you speak about politics for a little bit.
I know. Even I didn't want to. You got the Beat Grease question resolved.
I'm glad we have. Well, it's been a pleasure, mate, and we'll catch you soon.
Cheers.
See you
Thanks a lot,
soon.
everyone.
Right, as I explained, we're just going to have a very small break, as in from commentary at least, okay? And we'll go live with the next one very shortly, okay? So it'll be all you hear from us for a little bit, but I'll come back and let you know before we switch over onto the next stream. So yeah, do bear with us. We'll be back very shortly. Okay, I'm sorry about that, guys. The delay was longer than expected. We're running into a few issues with swapping over the stream, so we're all working properly. But I think we might have got to the bottom of it now. So we will, unfortunately, end this stream, and it will go over onto another one, okay? So what you got to do, really, is just stay on the main front page of AOR. And actually, what I'll do, I'll get you the URL. I'll put it in chat, so you can just go straight on over. So you guys know exactly what's going on. I'll do that now. So we've got that ready and waiting for everyone. And it's going to be Chin that's going to take you through the final 6 hours. It looks like he's on his own, which is not ideal, but you have to bear with him. There we go. Right, I've got the link for everyone. That is what it's going to be, guys, alright? That is the new link that you need to get on if you want to continue watching the rest of the 6 hours. We are going to end this stream now, okay? Pits are happening. It's an important part of the race, unfortunately. So do jump on over. We'll see you in about 2 minutes' time. It's going to